Let me put the GoPro on here. So I met a lot of you on Instagram, and I'm going to be going on in about a few minutes. I'm just testing everything. I'll be filming. If you need any music, need tabs, etc. The music, email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. I see 2 people up here already. I'd like to thank all my guests and everybody from Instagram, all the new people I'm meeting. Let me get that out here. We just test out this guitar. I'm going to be using 2 guitars today because some people don't understand. I play 7-string guitar too, and a lot of people don't understand the 7-string. So I'm going to make sure I play that a lot. Let me move the camera back a little bit so you can see me better. So I'm using a mic and I'm using my amp, my Bulgaria. I just got a new Celestion speaker. So now you can actually hear the amp now. So you see me play this a lot on videos. Okay. I'm going to turn the amp up a little bit. So I'm using a different mic. So we're going to be going over melodic minor today, just so you know. This guitar that you see me play is actually a cool guitar that I got. I'm going to adjust the camera a little bit more, move it back a little bit. Uh-oh, let me fix this. I'm still haven't quite started yet. I'm just going to move the camera back a little bit and tilt it forward a little bit so you can see the guitar. I have a new camera, and I want to make sure you see me really well. Oops. Hold on, let me turn this a little bit and turn it down. Okay. And put this down a little bit. I hit something by accident here. So make sure you can see me good. Oh, that's much better. So let me put this back on. So I see people up here already, and thanks for watching. So we're going to be going over the melodic minor today. So I like to use a melodic minor for certain things. For a lot of things, actually. And it's an advanced jazz scale. But if you have any other questions, please send it through Instagram chat. Okay? And so you're going to hear the guitar acoustically. And through my amp, listen to this. This is the guitar acoustic. Because I'm actually speaking through the same mic. So let me give you an example of how to use the melodic minor. So I'm going to be playing like an improvisational solo. And I'm going to throw some melodic minor in there so you could see how it's actually used in jazz or in general. Okay, let me see. So what I'm doing basically right now is I'm actually just doing a 1-6-2-5 in E flat, okay? and I'm just changing everything into melodic minor. Now, everybody asks me, why melodic minor? They have a hard enough time with a major scale. You should know your major scale really well before you get into melodic minor, okay? And to get into melodic minor, the first thing you should know is all your major scales and every key and every possible fingering. So I actually have these exercises, 8 fingerings. I'm going to write this out for you. 8 fingerings of the major scale. In C, okay? And you should know that all over the fingerboard. You should know that all over the fingerboard already. So, like the C major scale is like the major scale is the mother of all scales. So you should be able to play it all over the neck, all the way up across. Everywhere, you know. I mean, see. So I'm playing it everywhere, but the point is, you should know that already before you get into playing melodic minor scale, because the melodic minor scale is basically a C major scale with a lower third. So I'm just going to take the same scale. I'm just going to lower the third note, C, D to E flat, which is 1, 2, flat, 3, 4, etc. Etc. You know, I'm playing every possible finger. Now I'm only in the key of C. That should be much easier than going to, let's say, D, A flat. Okay, so what I'm doing is I went to A flat melodic minor. So you should know the A flat major scale. You should know all the possible, all the accidentals for those keys. You should definitely know all that stuff really well. Okay, and then so the point is to really know every possible fingering, and then let me see who else is up here. There's some other people checking in soon here. Okay, so the next part is getting to the next level of learning how to play the melodic minor scale. So just so you know, this is weird, but I know people on my Patreon account that they melodic minor actually won the the contest, because I was going to talk about harmonic minor, melodic minor, and sweep picking. Now, and I write for Acoustic Guitar Magazine, and actually in the March-April issue, I'm going to be I'm actually writing a weekly workout on melodic minor and harmonic minor. So it's good that we're going over this, and then you can go to the article, or you can get information from me directly about these scales. So the hard part about the melodic minor is not to play up the scale. Okay? It is to actually, to know how to use it and when to use it. I mean, it's just a scale. Now, a lot of people play jazz and they want to learn how to play jazz, but jazz is a language you have to learn, and then you have to learn lines. Then you have to take these scales and learn how to actually, play them in a way where it sounds musical, okay? So first you should learn how to play these scales like I'm doing, up the scale. Every possible way. See how many ways I played that same line? That's how you really master the guitar. I mean, that's another whole subject. How many ways did I play that? I'm only in the key of C, so you can play the same line with different fingerings in the same register on guitar. That's another thing you have to learn how to master. Now, the next thing to do is learn about, in melodic minor, the chords in melodic minor. So the next thing we're going to do is we're actually going to go up the scale. You can follow with me too if you can play. If you have a guitar, you should be practicing like this, not just looking at me. Because you know what? One thing I learned when I was at Berkeley is, in general, even what students I teach, is that you don't practice. You don't do practice your theory or anything. You play it on your instrument. So I call it practicing your theory, practical. It's really practical if you take your theory and all this stuff I'm learning and try to actually play it on the guitar. It does you no good, to know it if you can't even play it. That's how I look at it, So you have to apply this. I call it applying your theory, applicable theory or practical theory. So the next thing to do, let me get something to drink here, is to go up the scale in thirds. So I'm going to skip a note, go to C, to E flat, okay? And we're going to go up the scale just like that. Now you should be able to do that in melodic minor, any scale, skipping every 3 notes. Now you notice I'm not playing in the same position. I can stay on the same string. Etc. Okay, you should be able to play everything in thirds, every possible finger in every position. It's going to take you hours to learn, but that's how you really master your instrument. Now, the next thing we're going to do with the melodic minor, okay, you should be able to do everything in thirds up the scale, okay? So, you got to also be conscious about the intervals when you're going up these scales to know about these, because we're going to be making chords. So this is a minor third, flat 3, minor third, major third, diminished, major, major, diminished, diminished. Okay, now we're going to go up in thirds, like this, 3 notes at a time. So we're going to make actually triads now. So the thing that's going to be hard for you to learn now is you got to learn what the diatonic triads are in melodic minor. Now, just so you know, I forgot to mention this. Please send some questions if you have any, please. I don't see anybody sending any questions yet. Send the questions on chat right here that I have. The chat is open. It's live. And let me check something, make sure everything's saying is okay. Yeah, the chat is live. So please, please send a chat if you can. Okay. Let me see this. Just making sure that that it's up. Okay. Please ask me some questions so we can interact. So I'm going to go up the scale right now, and it's going to be the first chord is going to be actually C minor, then D minor. Okay, D minor triad, and then it's going to be augmented. Okay, then major, then diminished, and then diminished, then minor again. So this is a C minor. Now, the reason why I didn't say the chord symbols is because you're going to have to do this in any key. So, you have to know the intervals without the names of the chords, because you should be able to play this in every key, So if I did an A flat minor, okay, that would be minor, and then, okay, and then minor again. Okay, then augmented, so it's going to be A flat minor, B flat minor, then C flat augmented, okay, etc. So in the key of C, it's easier for everybody in general. So we're going to go, it's going to be C minor, D minor, E augmented, F major, G major, A diminished, B diminished, C minor. So I'm only doing it in that position, but you should be able to play that everywhere. See what I did? I changed position. Etc. Now, so we just did the arpeggio, okay, up up the scale. You should memorize this sequence, minor, minor, augmented, major, major, diminished, diminished. Okay, going up the scale. Now, the next thing you have to do is be able to play these as chords. So, I mean, on the guitar, it's fairly simple. We're going to actually play it as thirds, because thirds are easy to play across 3 strings on the guitar in general. So we're going to go C minor. So for people who joined us, this is the melodic minor. We're going to go C minor, D minor, E augmented, F, G. These are triads when I say that, okay? Just major triads. And then A diminished, then B diminished, then C. Okay, you should be able to play that up and down there. See what I did? Any possible fingering. See that? Keep going up the neck. See what I did? Okay, so those are all the triads for melodic minor. Now, these are very important when you want to write and play and be able to play these keys right now. Remember, for people who just came in, that you have to know your major modes and all the triads as well, okay? And we might get into harmonic minor today, but it might be a little bit too much for everybody. But if you can read about that in my next article on Acoustic Guitar Magazine coming up soon. And so the next thing we're going to do is actually work on the 7th chords going up, okay? So we're going to actually take the arpeggio. Now remember to be able to play arpeggios everywhere. In thirds, we're going to put up another arpeggio, okay? We're going to go. We're going to put an extra note in there, okay? And go up the scale. This gets tricky. Oops. Made a mistake there. So that's actually C, minor, major 7. Okay, now this gets to a whole different level. Now, D minor 7, then E minor major 7, then F7, then G7. Now we're going to get to A minor 7, flat 5, and then B minor 7 flat. Then C minor major 7th again. So you should be able to play that all in position, for example. Let's start here. Give myself a challenge. Now do it here. Any possible fingering. You see that? Then go up. Then mistake. See what I did? So you have to be able to play that. Now that's just going up the scale. You should be able to do the same things you do in major now. You have to be able to go. So that's tricky to do, actually, to do a pattern like that in melodic minor. So I'm going up in thirds, up one chord, then going backwards. So I'm going up to C melodic minor, then backwards on the D minor, then going up on the E major, E flat major 7 sharp 5. Okay, then backwards on the F dominant. Now I hope I'm not getting too many people with this. Okay, so those are the arpeggios, now you're gonna have to learn the chords as chords. The best way to play that is to use a drop two voicing, because we can't play the chords. I can myself. You can play them in thirds. Watch this. You have to do a lot of stretching. Okay. Then I'm doing G dominant, minor major. Now, I knew a guitar player here in New York City who was actually from St. Petersburg, Russia. He'd always play his chords like that. He'd be playing chords like that. I'd be like, oh, I would have pain watching him. So you can actually play the guitar in thirds like that, but it's much harder than a piano. Okay, that's an F7 chord if you want to play it like that. Okay. Now this guitar is a little easier physically for me to play than my 7-string guitar, which I'll show you in a minute if you have any questions about that. Now, are there any questions? Please send me something. Everybody, I know you're watching, but you got to send me a question if you have any questions about this. If it's way over your head, just let me know. I'll also be taking questions about anything else, you know, picking, technique, anything you want. I just woke up, so I'm still getting used to teaching this early. Okay, so another way to play this is to use a drop two. So we'll actually raise. I'm going to raise the second. Okay, this is a drop two voicing right now. I want to play the C minor major 7 like this instead. It's easier. Okay, and then I'm going to go C minor major 7 like this, then D minor 7, excuse me, E flat major 7 sharp 5, or augmented they call it. F7, you can do it that way. G7, A minor 7 flat 5, B minor 7 flat 5, then C minor major 7. Okay, so that's another thing. Oh, there's all the chats, man. They're all coming up right now. Why are they delayed like that? Jerry. Okay, cool. So, okay, fellow Berkeley alumni is here too. I have a guitar in hand. Good. Jerry, what's a good way to mix melodic minor and blues licks with blues licks? Interesting. Oh, interesting. That's a great question. So Jerry has a question. How do you mix melodic minor with blues licks? So let's say, okay, let's play blues in B flat. Just a different key because I'm always in C for most of my students. So if we're playing a blues, like, okay, one good way to mix melodic minor is to make the blues scale like a B flat melodic minor. I mean a B flat, minor pentatonic scale. Okay, and then I could actually make that into an altered chord. So we didn't get to this part yet. The uses for the melodic minor. I've just been showing you the scale, but I use melodic minor for different improvisational settings. So for example, if I'm playing over a B flat dominant chord or any chord, now that implies going to an E flat. It's like a 5/7 of the E flat. So I might use altered. So if I'm, instead of playing like just a regular blues scale with passing tones, little notes in between. Let me turn that a little bit. I'll start using B melodic minor, which makes altered. So basically, it would imply a B flat 7 with a flat 9 and a natural 13, or a sharp 9. Okay, of those variations, or sharp 11. That's another one. Sharp 11, flat 9 with a sharp 9, etc. So I'm going to play B melodic minor starting on the 7th degree. So that means B, C sharp, D, E, okay, F sharp, A flat to B flat. So that's the same scale, but I'm starting on the 7th degree. So I'm going to go from the 7th degree of that melodic minor, which is actually A sharp or B flat. So we'll go. So that's a B melodic minor, but starting on the 7th degree to play over that scale. So that's called altered. I think another name for that that's called superloquial. So that's how I put it in the blues. So I'd make that into an alto chord. You hear modern players do that all the time, like John Scofield, you know. So you got to know how to use that sparingly. Okay, so that's a good question. Oh, Ragu, hey, Ragu, I like that name. From Iceland, I saw that. What's a good way to play a mixed melodic? Okay, another thing you could do on blues actually is if you're playing a dominant seventh chord, let's go to a different key. Let's go to G. I want to change keys because I'm sick of playing different keys. So G. So you're playing a blues. Now remember on a blues, you can actually use also mixolydian. Okay. Now what I like to do to use melodic minor, I like to raise the 4. So it goes G, A, B, C, D. Okay, that's mixolydian, but I'm going to raise the 4. So that implies a G7 with a flat 5 or sharp 11, 13, etc. Okay, and that actually comes from a D melodic minor, but you're starting on the G instead. Okay, so what I did was I just raised the 4. So it's called the Lydian dominant, that scale. Okay, so let me write these scales down. So you have the altered scale, altered scale. Okay, I'm writing these down for you guys so you can see them. Okay, and then you have the Lydian dominant, we call it, or mixolydian flat 5 or sharp 4, Lydian dominant. Now you have to know what these are before you have to know what the dominant is. The dominant is the same thing as actually a mixolydian scale. You have to know your major modes before you get to this stuff because this is advanced. And we haven't even talked about harmonic minor yet. Okay, so Lydian dominant is called, it's like a Lydian scale with a flat 7, you can call that, or you can call it a dominant scale with a sharp 4. So hard for me to follow. Would be helpful to have tab exercises you just showed. I've got some, but surely will not be able to reproduce from memory. Yeah, I'll get that to you, Dave. Dave is actually, let me tell this. Thanks, Dave. So Dave was asking about memorizing this. Yeah, this is on my Patreon account, everybody. And I gave some. I'll send that to you. I'll send him some stuff to you. Now Dave is actually a Patreon, so he gets lessons from me, free because he pays a monthly fee. So so you know, I'm going to be selling these lessons about melodic minor, etc., for $1.99 or more. So just DM me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com to get the physical copy if you're not a Patreon. So let me see. There's some other questions. So I'll get that to you, Dave, when I get a chance. Okay, some lessons, and I'll try to put it on Patreon actually. So are these things in tabs? Yeah, Amura. Yeah, these are in tabs, and I sell these things in tabs. So for $1.99. So I sell these. Let me see. I'm gonna write these down. Sell these for $1.99 and up. Okay, and up on tabs. In tabs. Now, everybody, guitar players, just so you know, you should know these things by heart, okay? And you should learn how to read. Not use tabs. A lot of guitar players are using tabs these days, and those are one of the basic things I want guitar players to get out of is learning how to use tabs. You should know you should know where your notes are, and then tabs do you no good if you don't know what it even sounds like. So that's the problem with tabs that I have. I'm a real I don't know what to say traditionalist, but a modern guitar player knows how to read anything. I can read tabs, but also I can read notes without any tabs. So this is a good way to do that. Let me see. There's another question. In E flat augmented seventh, in E flat with an augmented seventh. Oh no, so Jerry's asking if the E flat augmented it's an E flat major augmented seventh. I'm playing, okay. So that's actually a minor major seventh is a minor chord actually. So here's a minor major seventh on an E flat right now. E flat minor major seventh. Okay, so you have the 1, flat 3, 5, and major 7. Okay, so before we get into that, you should know how to change your chords into jazz chords, I call them. I have these things on TikTok at Ron Jackson Music as well, and I have a lot of these 1-minute lessons. So you should be able to change your chord like a regular major chord. Let's say an E flat major. We're talking about. You should be able to lower this note in this A form chord, which is comes from the open A string chord. You move it up, okay, and they call it the cage system. And I lower this note to make it a major 7. Okay, so I lower the E to D, then I lower the D to D flat, which makes dominant 7th, and then I lower the D flat to a C, which makes a 6th chord. Okay, so it sounds like it's something in the way you move. That sounds like something, that song. But anyway, so this is an E flat major 7. Okay, now all I did with that chord is the 3rd degree of melodic minor is actually raising the 5. So you have to know your chord scale. You have to know the names of the notes of the chord you're playing. So I'm playing an E flat, which is the 1, a B flat, which is the 5, the D, which is a 7, and this is the 3rd, which is the G. And I have to raise the 5 1 fret. So that's an E flat major 7 with a sharp 5, we call it, okay? E flat minor major 7 is actually 1, 5, major 7 with a flat 3. So it's actually a type of, if I played it major, it would sound like that would be a major 7, and a minor major 7 is a minor chord with a major 7. So those are the two different kinds of chords. So you have to know how to voice your chords and how to change notes to make them minor, major, etc. Okay, Jerry, let me go down the street. Let me go down the list. Jerry has a question. Or is the 1 chord the same as a flat 3 chord? No. Oh, because Jeremy, sorry, I'm sorry, Jeremy. I keep saying your name wrong. Jeremy, we're in melodic minor, so it's a little different, okay? So C melodic minor has a different set of chords than major. So you have to really know your major. So in melodic minor, the flat 3 chord is not like related like in the same way, okay? So I would have to think of that as E flat Lydian augmented scale, and then it doesn't work that way because we're in melodic minor now, so we're not thinking in major. So the intervals are different. So it's not the 1 chord and it's the flat 3 chord. No, I'm sorry about that. It's melodic minor and the chords fall differently. Okay, let me see. Now, there's another question. Is Lydian dominant for non-diatonic only? Oh, so Reggie asked me about Lydian dominant. So let's say I'm playing an A blues now. We're playing. So I'm playing a blues in A. I could throw in and raise. I could throw in an A Lydian dominant, raise the 4, which is a mixed Lydian scale or dominant scale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, flat 7, 1, and then raise the 4. So I could do that if I'm a jazz musician. So I like to alter things. We call it reharmonization. So I actually changed the 4 to a sharp 4 to make it more interesting in my solo. Now, also, when you're playing a jazz standard rule is, you can always break the rules too in jazz. Standard rule is to play a Lydian dominant or a mixed Lydian or dominant scale with a sharp 4 if it's not a chord in the key. So if I'm in the key of C, everybody knows in the key of C, the 5 chord is the G. Now, if I play the chord in the key of C, then I'm soloing and then the chord shows up as a B flat in there. So that's a non-diatonic dominant seventh chord. Now, non-diatonic means it's not in the key of C. Only dominant seventh chord in the key of C is G7. Okay, I usually would play a Lydian, a dominant chord with a sharp 4 or Lydian dominant, which comes from melodic minor. Now, this is over the head for a lot of people. This is kind of advanced, but this is a technique we use in jazz. So usually a non-diatonic dominant seventh chord, you would play a Lydian dominant, which is from the melodic minor. So a B flat dominant chord, okay. The Lydian dominant is actually F melodic minor. You hear that? Do, re, mi, fa, sol. Now remember, the melodic minor scale is a major scale with a flat 3. Now in jazz, we played up and down. Up. In classical, they go back down. Oh, sorry. They lower the 7th and the 6th down. So that's 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. So you can apply that to any key. That's why we have degrees like that. Okay. Oh, Jeremy, contact me I see Jeremy's question. I'm going to go down the list here. Yeah, contact me to get these tabs, okay? My PayPal is ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com and Venmo is Ron Jackson Music. I'll put that all at the end, okay? I'll purchase that thing. Oh, Ron Girls will purchase that too. No problem. Ditto. Thank you, Dave. So it makes much more sense. Oh, thank you, Jeremy. So if you want to purchase these, I'll give you my PayPal, which is at Ron Jackson Music. It's my email, ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. I'm going to keep going here. I want to take other questions about my 7-string. I'm going to pull that out in a second. At gmail.com. I'm writing this down. Sorry, guys. .com. PayPal. Or Venmo. Venmo, Cash App, and at Ron Jackson Music. So, okay, now let me get into the 7-string. So let me put the other guitar away. So, because I like to play 7-string. So people, if people have any questions, let me know. Hold on, let me look here. Let me put this over here. So we were talking about melodic minor, and also the major scale modes. You should know these by heart, okay? So I pull out my 7-string guitar. If you have any questions about this, while we're going here, I'm going to go for another like 15, 20 more minutes. Please let me know. Oh, I dropped my tuner. So, and also the equipment I use and everything that I broadcast with, people like to know about this kind of stuff because they might want to do that one day. Okay, so I'm going to tune this up real quick. So I'll play you a song. And if you have any questions about the 7-string, I don't want to talk all the time. I want people to be interested. And, and I really appreciate you guys on Instagram, everybody that started following me. And my Instagram's really taken off. And if you want to learn more lessons, go to my TikTok as well. They're only 1-minute lessons. Remember, videos only help you so much. Go to my TikTok, and it's Ron Jackson Music. I have a lot of 1-minute videos that actually I cross-post onto my Patreon and everything else and Instagram. And I have lessons there for 1 minute, but about all this type of stuff, okay? So watch this. So here's a 7-string guitar. guitar, everybody. So I'm trying to get more people to get into this instrument. My late guitar teacher, Bucky Pizzarelli, who passed away from COVID earlier this year, played 7-string guitar and got me into it. Now, 7-string guitar is used a lot in rock and progressive rock music, and we tune in jazz with a low A. Okay, now usually in progressive rock and other styles of music, they tune to a low B, and in Brazilian music, they tune to a low C. So I have a standard tuning guitar right here: E, A, D, G, B, E. Elephants are darn good banana eaters for those kids out there. Okay, and and I have a low A note here, and it's really great for learning, playing really low chord. Okay, it's a really great sound to have, and you can play piano music and all kinds of other stuff. So if you want to get into 7-string, let me know, and it's all on my Patreon too. I have 7-string lessons for both people, really basic stuff to get you into it, and then I'm starting to introduce chords and introduce ways of playing melodies and solos on your bass string. I'm playing something really basic there with the bass lines, actually, and using the bass string as a solo instrument. As a solo line kind of approach to it. Now, when I'm actually, most 7-string guitar players don't use a 7-string for soloing, so I'm trying to incorporate that more in my playing. It's great for accompaniment and other things like that. Okay. Oh yeah, Jeremy. Thank you, Jeremy. Yeah, I'm sorry. He's sorry to hear Bucky. Bucky was a legend, man. He was 94, and he died on April 1st, right when COVID was coming out. And when that happened, man, it was really devastating because 2 days later, I heard from Frank Vignola, the great guitar player. We were on an acoustic guitar live event on Facebook, and he told me that he died on there too. So he died. His wife died 2 days later, unfortunately, and I didn't know that. Jeremy, I use these Labella black strings. So let me show you guys. Here's what they look like. I got a pack back here somewhere. These strings are special strings that Bucky told me about. Let me get them right now, so you can see. I don't have that ready. Look at this. So look at this. Oh, look at this. So these are Labella jazz tapes, okay? So they're actually black flat wound strings in between. So the first two strings, the E and the B, are just regular, non-wound strings, thin strings. Then the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth string are wound with nylon tape. These were called Labella jazz tapes. Bucky called them Labella blacks. So they're black nylon tape wound strings. You can get them from Labella. They're kind of expensive, but I have an endorsement with these guys, so it's a little bit better deal. And the 7th string is actually a round wound string. It's a bass string, okay? It's actually, you can put this on, it's a thin bass string. So look at this. So you can hear the difference too. Listen to this. So if I'm playing this, now that's kind of weird because everything's acoustic. My mic's picking up my amp. So listen to this. You hear the scratching from the guitar from that too. If I scratch sideways, I play the George Benson picking technique. So on a round wound string, it doesn't work too well. You have to hit straight. But the rest of the strings are round wound. Hear the difference? So it's a 7th string round wound. Yeah, these are awesome. Yeah, they're great strings. You play seven string, Jeremy. I guess. Yes, I guess so. If you play seven string, let me know. I mean, I'm looking to help other guitar, have other people study seven string with me to get the word out, especially in jazz. Okay, now let me. So this is a seven string guitar. So I wanted to show you guys that a little bit during the live lesson here. Now let me get back to the melodic minor and see what the uses are. I'm gonna remember to review your major modes, etc. before you get to melodic minor. Okay, it's a very important scale. So I want to show you a couple of different ways I use melodic minor in my soloing. So let me get back to my sixth string here. So when I'm playing melodic minor, hold on. So let me take the strap off here. So let's say I'm playing like a song like My Shining Hour. So when I'm on the E flat major 7, now that's when I like to use melodic minor. So like I like to go on a major 7th chord. When I'm a jazz musician, I can actually play like a regular major scale on this E flat major. I like to raise the 4th to make it Lydian, etc. Then I like to raise the 5 as well. That's when you get to melodic minor. So when you're playing, remember you should know how to change your scales, any major scale to any scale you want. So if I want to make a major scale into a Lydian, I just raise the 4. If I want to make it into a Lydian with a sharp 5 or augmented, we call Lydian augmented, I'll go raise the 5. Now, the augmented is this, okay? We went over this E flat major. In this key, it's E flat major 7 with a sharp 5. Remember that major 7 with a raised 5. That's the chord. Okay, you should be able to play it everywhere. Okay, now that scale actually comes from C melodic minor. But I'm starting on the E flat, okay? So you have to learn how to start the scale on the E flat, but sometimes it's easier to find the melodic minor when you're playing these just because they're so difficult from the root for most people, even for me sometimes. So what I did was, this is kind of easier because I know how to raise a 4 and a 5 on a major scale. Now, another way I like to use melodic minor is on a minor 7 flat 5. Let's take a different key. Let's say we're going to F minor. So G minor 7 flat 5 to C 7 flat. Now, on the G minor 7 flat 5, it's a Locrian scale usually, a minor 7 flat 5. So you should know how to play a Locrian scale. Locrian scale is kind of easy to play. The note you're playing, the root, let's say you play G minor 7 flat 5. The root is the 7th degree of the major scale. Okay, so remember in the key of in any key, the chord scales are Ionian, which is major, Dorian, Phrygian, Lydian, mixed Lydian, which is dominant, Aeolian, which is natural minor, and the 7th degree is Locrian. So you can take a Locrian scale like a G minor flat 5. That G is the 7th degree of A flat. So A flat major scale. Now the G minor 7 flat 5 is the 7th chord of the A flat major scale. So it's A flat major, B flat minor, C minor, and this is all diatonic major chords. D flat major 7, E flat 7, F minor 7, G minor 7, flat 5 to A flat major 7. So that scale is Locrian. My point now about using melodic minor is this. I like to use this scale called the Locrian natural 9, which you raise the 2nd degree and make it an A instead. So that scale is actually, in this key, is a B flat melodic minor, starting on the 6th degree. So it's B flat melodic minor. So I like to use that scale. So if I'm doing like in jazz, I don't know how many people are advanced in jazz here. When I'm doing a minor 2/5, so I'm going G minor 7 flat 5 to C 7 flat 9. Okay, and then I'm going to either major or minor, ending on the so G minor 7 flat 5 to C 7 flat 9 to F minor, for example. I could use on the G minor 7 flat 5, I'm going to use a G low Korean natural 9. When I get to the C 7 flat 9, I could use a C altered, which is a D flat melodic minor, and then use I can use a melodic minor on F minor, F melodic minor. So that's very common to use melodic minor on like a minor 2/5 progression, which is minor 7 flat 5 to dominant 7 flat 9, 2 minor 7 flat 5, 5 7 flat 9 to 1 minor 7. Okay, that's a 2/5. So remember that. I'm going to write this out for you guys anyway. I have some lessons about this already, advanced. So that's a very common use of the melodic minor, okay, in a jazz, for example. So we talked about a few different things. We talked about the melodic minor used on a major 7th, okay, in raising the 4th and 5th. Okay, that's a type of melodic minor, which is what they call it a Lydian augmented. Then you can use it on a dominant 7th, like any dominant 7th chord, and raise the 4. That makes a Lydian dominant. That's the 4th degree of the melodic minor. We talked about altered, which is the 7th degree. Okay, and then we use a low Korean natural 9, which is actually the 6th degree of the melodic minor. So and these are used on different kinds of chords. Let me see if there's any other questions. I see some. Oh, I'm sorry to hear. Okay, I will have to give me. I said that's awesome, Jeremy. For rock and metal, but never approached it for jazz. Oh, cool. So Jeremy, you play rock and metal. Cool. I'll check you out. Cool. Now, so we can. So we went into. Let's just review real quick. So remember to know your melodic minor scale in thirds and know the triads. Okay. So it's 1 minor, 2 minor, 3 flat 3 augmented. These are just your triads. 4 major, 5 major, 6 diminished, 6 diminished. Just the triads. Now the other triads are the 7th chords are the minor major 7. I'm looking this up, just making sure I'm not doing it wrong. Minor major 7, then minor 7, then major 7 with a sharp 5, then dominant 7, minor 7 flat 5, then minor 7 flat 5, then minor major 7. So those are all the modes of the melodic minor and the chords of the melodic minor. And we went over 4 of the modes, and we didn't go over all the melodic minor modes. I'll have those written out, and you can purchase those from me if you want tabs, okay, about this lesson today. And if you don't know about the major, I have the major scales too for $1.99, all the 8 fingerings, and you can get that, okay? So for $1.99 through me, and you can also join my Patreon where you get that stuff for free for as little as $3 a month. So my Patreon, just in case, is www.patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. Okay, and if you have any more questions, let me know. You can just send me an email directly at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. For anything, and also this is going to be a live playback on this on YouTube. So if you have the link, you can watch this, and in about a month or so, I'll release it to the general public. Okay, but this is a private video for all my Patreon fans. This is for my Patreon fans and people who are invited that won my live lesson contest on Instagram at Ron Jackson Music. I'm glad you guys, you guys who've been on Instagram have been really great. And my Instagram's really taken off. Also, my TikTok and my Facebook and my YouTube, they're all really taking off right now. Thanks to your help, guys. So please follow me as well as my Twitter. So please follow me on all those channels if you don't share it to your friends. Follow me at YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, all at Ron Jackson Music. Okay, all at Ron Jackson Music. And so we did a melodic minor today. And if there's any other questions, send me an email or direct message me on any platform. And thanks for watching. And everybody have a great day. And I'm gonna go take a break and maybe record some more videos for all my channels and stuff today. Okay, thank you everybody for watching, and it was really fun. And you had some great questions, and I really appreciate you guys. And it was a great session today. And you can watch this replay after all this. After I'm done, you can watch the replay, and if there's anything you want to check out and just go over and make sure about, just do that. Okay, have a great day. Thank you. Bye-bye. I'm going to be demoing these 7-string guitars for you guys. I have actually a bunch of 7-string guitars, but let me turn this down. Let me turn my volume down so there's no delay here. But I'm going to be just showing you my 4 of them. They're all different styles. I want to see all the messages coming in. So let me make sure it's placed correctly here, my camera. Make sure I don't get my head cut off too much. Minor adjustments. Oh yeah, good. So let me plug in my my Cremona 7-string first. See this? So I have like 4 different guitars right now that I'm going to be showing you. I'm going to be showing you the PRS SE Custom 7-string. Okay, the Cremona Fiesta F65CW, a great guitar that I endorse out of Bulgaria. They're from Bulgaria. And Ivan has 7-string steel string guitar as well. So let me I'll make adjustments here with my camera a little bit. Let me turn the amp on. So you can hear me through the amp. Now remember, everybody, how's it going, everybody? If you have any questions, please send them to me. So right now, hi, Thad. How are you? I like their last name. There's a place in Switzerland that I played at years ago, and I don't know how you say your last name, if you're American or not. But just so you guys know, this is a Cremona 7-string that I endorse. And if you like this, contact me. I'm a dealer I actually can get you a great deal directly through me at Cremona Guitars. They're from Bulgaria, and they make wonderful guitars. So this is basically in tune. So this is a 7-string Cremona nylon. Now, usually you're supposed to play nylon with your fingers. Hey, Anthony. You're welcome, Anthony from Ireland. Great to see you guys. So these are really nice guitars for the price point. This has full EQ. If you look carefully, I'm still trying to learn how to use the EQs. It has blend, volume, notch, contour, frequency, pickup, and mic. Now, if I put it toward the mic, you hear the mic, it's coming through right now. It's a, pretty powerful mic. And when you use the mic, there's a lot of issues with feedback, I noticed. So it sounds better with the mic though. So let me play you something on this 7-string Eastman. If you have any questions about the guitars, please let me know. So you actually can hear the mic pick my voice up. So, you know, it has a really trebly sound when you put the mic on, too. Let's see if I can turn it down a little bit. Turn the treble down and turn the bass up. Okay. Okay, I'm going to turn the volume up. See, I don't like that sound as much as when I blend it in and actually just so you guys know, the best way to play a guitar, acoustic guitar, is with no amp at all. So we'll play with this amp a little bit, then I'm going to take it off the amp. See, now it's with the pickup sounds better to me. It has a better sound. You hear that? I can turn it up a little bit. So, and also they say that you should not be so it really sounds great. Now, this is a 7-string nylon to get these low notes up. Now, this is with the amp right now, everybody, just so you know, I'm plugged in. Okay, but I'm going to take it off the amp in a second. So it has, I think that, you know, the amp just makes it sound doesn't sound as nice. That sounds a little better. I got a decent sound this time. So what I've got to learn how to use is all these contours and notches and stuff. The notch, I think, brings down the feedback. So I'm not an expert at this stuff. That might sound a little better. See that? So this is my Cremona. So just in case you want to know, after this video, I'm going to actually, you know, post the names and the brands of these guitars. Yeah, this has EQ sliders. Look. Someone's asking a question. Take a look. Look carefully. See that? It has all kinds of good effects. You got to learn how to use it. That's a great question. Someone's asking how you get rid of the flying fingers. Well, my fingers fly, but I try to keep them close. That's a technical exercise. So this is like the. So this has EQ. It has a blend, mic. It has pickup and mic blend. Then treble, and then contour. Okay. So, you know, with the bass coming on and off. As far as flying fingers, everybody, that's a technical question. So if I'm playing like an acoustic guitar, I'll give you a good example of someone with flying fingers. John McLaughlin. Oh, yeah, sorry. Someone was asking about the price. Let me look it up real quick, but I think the price is basically, is pretty reasonable. Let me see, a Cremona. I forgot to tell you guys I forgot to mention prices. So this is the Cremona 7-string. If you look it up, I think it lists for like about, I'll tell you right now. The 7-string at Guitar Center lists for about, they say $1,200, $1,200 to $1,500. Okay, or, you know, go to my website or send me a message or whatever here, and I can get you a deal on these guitars. And all the guitars on the Cremona website, okay? Because I'm an endorser, and I've got the guitars from my students and fans before, okay? So let me go back to the chat here. Yeah, so it's about that price. Oh, yeah, and this is a nice guitar. So let me play without an amp. So that's with the amp. I might turn it up a little. If you turn this guitar way too loud for a concert, of course it feeds back. I was playing in Bulgaria, where this guitar is from, about 4 years ago. I did a concert in the summer. It was about 4 years ago, actually. And we had to put like a tape on the sound hole so it wouldn't feedback. It sounded great after that, you know. To play with a full band is like a lot of So talking about flying fingers, you know, the best thing to do is practice close to the fingerboard. Yeah, we can export outside the country, actually. I have to talk to Cremona. Cremona's in Bulgaria, and also, but this Cremona USA, just in case you guys don't know, Cremona USA exists, and I deal with Cremona USA. They're based in Sacramento, California. So just so you know how I met Cremona, I met them at the NAMM show in 2013 when I was they were next to the acoustic guitar magazine booth, and I'm a writer for acoustic guitar. So like for example, one of my books out right now is Chords at Your Fingertips, and I'm having a sale. We'll talk about that. I'm having a sale right now through Sunday. And you can get this book out for 20% off, autographed, and it comes with videos and everything. But I write for Acoustic Guitar Magazine, and this is from Hal Leonard too. And they actually were next to my booth, and I saw they had a 7-string guitar, and I was starting to play 7-string at that time. I started in 2012. So they don't, it's hard to find a nylon string 7-string. Nice sound, huh? Oh, you want to get this book? Go to my website. I'll show you, Yuli. Is your name Udenyet? Sorry about that. I can't say your name. But if you want to get the book, I'll show you. It's right here. Go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. Go here. You can get anything on my website at ronjacksonmusic.com. Use code Sunday. Okay, ronjacksonmusic.com. Also, that's for the printables I have on the end. But you go to ronjacksonmusic.com. Use code Sunday, and you save 20%. Okay. If you want to get that book and other stuff too, all my lessons, printable lessons, CDs, everything. Oh, does a string wrap around the tuning pegs change the feel and tension? No, it doesn't actually. No, it's actually pretty loose feeling. Now the strings I'm using on this are let's see if I can find them. They are actually called Royal. Yeah, these strings. So on this guitar, since they're 7-string, I use the Royals strings. Okay, that's what they look like. Okay, these are Royal guitar strings. Actually, Cremona gave me these because these are the ones they use on their guitars for 7 strings on their Fiestas. So these are really great strings, everybody. And that's what I use on this guitar. So let me play it without. I haven't been playing the guitar much. So let me play a song with it so you get an idea. Okay, let me play you something like a bossa nova or something. I'll try to use my fingers, okay? string. That was Joe Beam's song called If You Never Come to Me. And so that's a pretty good guitar sound. Thank you. Let me look at some of the comments here. This is an advantage over traditional pegs. Yeah, thanks. Love the channel. Great to hear from you. Hear you play. Thank you, Anthony. So I'm demoing 7-string. So let me take the amp off this thing for a second. Let me. So this is a Cremona. Just so you guys, I'm gonna have it listed after the show. This is a Cremona F65CW 7-string, okay? And people have been asking me what kind of 7-string guitars I have and what are out there. So this is a nylon string one. If you play with no amp, it sounds really great. I mean, let me go a little bit closer. It's not as big as it sounds. Now you can use your fingers. And I like to do regular jazz on it too. So it has a really nice acoustic sound to it. Yeah, very nice. So it has a nice sound. So it's better. I've used this in the studio. It's much better to play an acoustic guitar with a mic, not through an amp. It has a really nice sound. Just so you guys know, this guitar has no dots on the side or anything. So you have to really know your neck not to get lost. There's no dots on the fingerboard or on the side of the neck on this model, but they're making them with the dots now for people who can't play with no dots. Position marks, we call them, okay? So it's a great guitar. And the price point, if you want to contact me, I can get you a good price. Go to me, go to ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com, send me an email, okay? Yeah, you can paint the dots on there. You know what? When I teach kids, I use, this is a secret. I use whiteout. Put little whiteout dots. Make sure it dries. Because when I teach like kids like in elementary school, how to play beginner guitar. I teach beginners all levels of guitar, but they forget that there's whiteout. Their fingers have all whiteout on them, so it's kind of funny. But this is a great guitar for the price. I haven't been playing it much, but it's a really great guitar for the price point. So I'm demoing all my 7-string guitars for you, everybody. Let me pull out another guitar. So any questions about this guitar, please send them to me. It's called the Fiesta F65 CW 7-string from Cremona, okay? They're out of Bulgaria, but they're from Cremona. It's based in Sacramento. It's called Cremona, USA. And actually, you can get a guitar through me, this particular company, at a great price, okay? Better than the stores, okay? So contact me if you want to get one. Let me put this guitar away. Let me get my PRS. For you rockers out there, I'm a PRS endorser too, just so you know. Let me show you my guitar. So this is the custom SE24. Let me turn the amp back on. It's a really great guitar. I use it for my pop and rock stuff. Let me turn it up. So let me get a rock pick here. Wow. So it's a great guitar. I mean, I play a little bit of funk rock, but this is a really great guitar for all kinds of stuff. I like it for funky stuff. It's a nice clean guitar. It has 24. It has that 7-string here. So I tune my 7-string to a low A. Okay, this is a really great guitar. It has a really great sound. The kind of guitar that appeals to me. What point is on something like this? I think this is like this guitar goes for about $800 or $900. This is actually the Korean version of the 7 string from PRS. So it's it's not expensive actually. So you gotta look on PRS's website or go to Guitar Center and get this. Of course, I got this from PRS myself. So it's a really great guitar. So when I'm playing solos, I think the scale is a 25 inch. I think it has 24 frets. Okay, has 2 pickups. I don't know what pickups are on. I didn't research that. I'm sorry, guys. Just take a look online. You'll find it. It has 2 humbuckers. 5-way switch, 1. 5-way switch, 1, 2. Oh no, three-way switch. I'm sorry about that. 1, 2, and 3. Volume and tone. Really simple. 24 fret scale. So I have like here's E. It's pretty. It goes really high. Woo. I have it on the treble pickup. I like the 24 frets, guys. It's really cool, ladies and gentlemen. So I don't have my effects pedals plugged in. You can get the low. You can get that low A there too. It's really a great guitar. I don't have my overdrive today. I have my clean Fender amp. Oh, let me see. The scale is PRS 25 inch. I think so. Dan, just look it up. This is a custom 24 7-string, the Korean made version. It goes for $800 or $900 list, I think. Yeah. Yeah, great. Yeah, it's blues. The finish is a killer, isn't it? Look at this. Look at the finish. It's nice. I mean, it's a well-made guitar. You'll see right in the back too. You're looking right in the back here, everybody. It says, you can see that? Oh, other way. It says made in Korea. You see that? I don't know if it's the right way, but anyway, it's it's made in Korea and it's a good price. It's a nice guitar. I've done recordings with this, recording sessions, Broadway shows. When I need a solid body guitar. I need to play my solid body guitar more often, actually. I'm doing a lot of jazz stuff with my art stop, which I'm going to show you in a little bit. So it's a really great guitar. Let me see. So you get that low A string, which is really great. But you don't want to get. I want to get an 8-string guitar. I'm going to try to talk to Tosin Abasi about getting one of his Abasi's concept guitars, so I can learn those 8-string guitars. So I can learn all the bass lines and all the crazy stuff he does. Yeah, he's really great. So let me see some questions here. Beautiful finish. Yeah, they're only $800. Gonna talk to Tosin? Yeah, I'm gonna talk to him. It's funny. Hendrix is my hero too. So I saw Tosin Abasi at the NAMM show a couple of years ago with his guitar 7-string. I didn't know that. I don't keep up with all these guitar players. There's too many of us. Too many of us here. Yeah. So let me see. Yeah. So that's my PRS 7-string. It's really, it's a pretty good guitar. I'm gonna adjust the amp to give it a little bit more bass. To me, I don't like it too trebly. Yeah. Oh, you have the treble up a little bit too much. Let me turn the treble down. So this sounds better to me. I have the treble cut down a little bit. If I put it up a little bit, it has a little bit more sound. need my overdrive to do that kind of stuff, though. You know what I mean? So this is a great guitar. Pretty good. And it has really great effects, you know, a really clean sound. Okay, so that's my PRS SE 7-string. Let me pull out another 7-string for you. Oh, let me see. Do you have any Javier Reyes 8-string classic guitars and Animals and Leaders with Tosin? Do you know? No, I don't know those 8-string guitars. You know, I want to get an 8-string guitar eventually. The only problem is with 8-string guitar is that the tuning. I use a low A and I think they use a you know, like a low B and like maybe another E. I'm not quite sure what the tuning is, but I use a low A, so I'm used to using a low A. So it doubles my A string, and you know that's cool for me. But because I use it for a jazz kind of way, like George Van Epps. So but if I want to get an A string, I have to do it. You have to think completely different. Okay, so you know, I'd like to try just to get one of those guitars and try them out, but I don't know those 8-string guitars yet. I have never tried one, so I want to get into it. So let me get another guitar here. Let me put this on standby and show you this other one. So that was my PRS. Now I have an Ibanez steel string. Yeah, it's hard to find these type of things, you know. So this is an Ibanez steel string 7-string. Sometimes has a weird sound coming through the amp recently. Remember these guitars? Wow. Yeah. Hey, you see my Instagram reels? Thanks. This is a 7-string steel string. Now it has a weird sound through the amp. You know, these things should not be played through an amp. Just so you know. So. Doesn't have a clear sound, but it's a really great guitar. I've recorded with this guitar with a mic, and it sounds great. Through an amp, it's not that great. So this is an Ibanez, and this is called the Ibanez AEL 2073 steel string guitar now, with a 7th string. Those are rare to find. Okay? So these are really cool. Let me see, there's some kind of weird sound coming through this too. I don't know why. See now, it has a weird sound to the amp, but it's a really great guitar. You hear that? Now, if I take it out of the amp, let me turn the volume down. It has a nice acoustic sound to it. Listen to this. Hear that? I gotta get closer to the phone. Really nice sound, you know. Nice sound, huh? So this is the Ibanez guitar. I think I spent $1,000 on this at least. I bought this about 6 years ago. You know, when I love the 7-string steel string guitars. They really make some cool. You can do some great like accompaniment stuff with this, like this kind of stuff. That's a really cool sound. Yeah, so funky, lovely guitars. Thank you. Yeah, so thank you everybody for watching. Steve Vai started on what? I don't know what you guys are talking about, but just so you guys know, I have to advertise myself a little bit. If you're enjoying this, please, please join my Patreon if you want to. I'm giving lessons there. Someone just signed up from YouTube today. I start with lessons at a little as $3 a month for one lesson a month. Okay, and it helps support me and my channel. So you can just go to patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music and join my patron. If you enjoy my content, so I'll have some more announcements in a minute. But so this is a really great guitar. You have any questions about this, anybody? If I put this away? Yeah. Let me see if I can play you like a kind of like a bluesy song. Let me see if I can put the amp on a little bit. It sounds kind of terrible to me. Let me try that. It has a really weird sound. Let me try something. Whoa. You hear that? I can't do that. So I won't use this. So let me take that out. I'm going to take this out and use my no amp. So look at this. I'm going to play you like a little blues. Yeah, so I use a low A. Someone's saying Steve Vai used a low A. So, Steve Vai uses a low B because I use a low A because jazz guys use a low A string. Rock guys, everybody tends to use a low B. Okay? So, and in Brazil, which is kind of weird, they use a low C on the 7th string. So they're all good, So when I started playing 7-string guitar, Bucky Pizzarelli, my guitar teacher at the time, who passed away actually about a year ago from COVID, he told me to switch to low A because that's how George Van Epps played. Check out George Van Epps. He was the master 7-string jazz guitarist. Oh, thank you. I'm trying my best, man. It's hard to play all these guitars. But I'll play you like a song I wrote that I dedicated to Lightning Hopkins called Bucket Blues. Yeah, so that's one of my songs. That's off my album called Acoustic Invent Yours. You can find on my website. Looks like this, the record. I got too many things here. That's from my album called Ron Jackson Acoustic Invent Yours. And it's actually sponsored by a lot of people. A lot of from Peterson tuners to Tomastic strings, Ari guitars, Seymour Duncan pickups. They help support my record. Cremona, Moody leather straps. So thank you guys who supported my record. So that song's on there with all acoustic guitar songs that you're not used to hearing. Okay, and Acoustic Guitar Magazine gave this a great review. And I write for them actually too. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ben. You can find it on Spotify as well, too. You can get it directly from my website. Just so you know, I'm celebrating 1 year of Sunday Evening Jazz on Instagram, everybody. And I'm having a sale on my website for all my CDs. 20% off. Use code SUNDAY, okay? And you can get 20% off anything on my website. CDs, books. This book is on sale, too, with it. Chords at Your Fingertips. You know, it's a great book with a bunch of acoustic guitar writers like me. Adam Levy, Sean McGowan. These are, it's a great book to learn how about chords. You can get that 25% off my website, and you get it signed, and I'll help you with the book too. And it comes with videos too. So it's a great little book. So that's my steel string acoustic. Now let me move to my jazz guitar that I always use. Let me put this over here. So let me plug in my Eastman 7-string guitar. Take a look at this. So this is a great guitar. Let me adjust this. So it's my Eastman guitar here. So it plugs in from the back here. It's hard to switch between all these guitars, guys and girls, because they're so different, you know? It takes a little finagling to be able to play through all these guitars. Let me turn the I'm going to turn the amp on. So this is the 7-string guitar. It's a really nice guitar. It has, it's made out of, I forget what it is. These list for about $3,000, okay? And they're made in China, but this is actually really carved, the top. Okay, it's a really great guitar. Hey, everybody. Thank you, Poland. Yeah, there's a finish right here. Thank you. The finish is nice. I've had this guitar for quite a while. Maybe about 6-7 years. I use it a lot. I don't take this out much. I usually use it to record at home, but once in a while I'll take it out to a gig. I have another Eastman 7-string that can handle volumes louder. It's more laminated, but this is a carved top, so playing loud is it's great for the studio, this guitar. So this is my Eastman 7-string. Okay, so it really is great for jazz. So if I'm playing like walking bass lines and stuff, it's really great. And so just so you know, this is called the I can never remember this name, but it's the let me tell you what the name is here. It's called the Eastman AR810CE. Okay, and they're hard to find, these guitars right now, these jazz guitars, and they're not cheap, and they don't make them much anymore. Like the arch top 7-strings, I've been talking with Benedetto guitars, and they make an arch top, and they're like $10,000, and he can make me one for like they're really expensive, so I'm trying to make a deal with them. Thank you, Ty. Thank you. You love my content. You learn a lot from my videos and book. Oh, you got my book? Yeah. Wow, great. I didn't know you had my book, so that's great. So let me see. So this is a great guitar. It has like I use these Labella black strings on here. So let me show you what those look like. They're different kind of strings than your normal strings. So I put these strings on there. I forgot to tell you the gauges of the strings I use on my guitars. So I use Labella blacks on this 7-string, and it's 14 to 79. Don't start screaming bleeding fingers, everybody. so yeah, these are pretty heavy strings, guys. So that thing is art. What kind of bridge does it have? So this is, I think, a wooden bridge. I forget what kind of bridge it is. You can look it up online, everybody. This is a wooden bridge. It's not really adjustable, but it moves up and down. It slides up and down. A lot of these arch tops, the bridge is not fixed. Okay. Oh wow. Your wife got one for you, a 7-string? Wow, Ty, that's cool. Yeah, so this is like, and I use those 7 strings. I forgot to show you guys on my my Paul Reed Smith. I use these Elixir strings. I endorse Elixir. So yeah, these are all difficult to play. Don't worry, guys. Oh, you got my book. Okay. Okay, great. That's nice of her. Yeah, so I use Elixir strings for my 7-string Paul Reed Smith guitar. They're nice strings. These are the light ones. I actually use 10s too, guys, just so you know. 10s to 14s. What do you want? So Oh, you got your book for my birthday. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Ty, sorry. You know, and I just to let everybody know, Ty's talking about this book right here. And I have another book actually coming out on acoustic guitar. It's called Chord Scale and Modes Mastery, but they don't have it printed yet. So I can't get any copies to sell to my students and my fans because of COVID. But hopefully they'll have the book out soon. When I get them, I'll let you guys know, and I'll have a sale. So this is on sale for 20% off my website. Just go to ronjacksonmusic.com and use code Sunday. And you save 20%. I hope your wife saved 20%. I was having a sale before, Ty. So yeah, if you use code Sunday, you save 20% on my book, everybody. On my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. Oh yeah. Yeah, great, Ty. That's great. So yeah, so let me play this guitar and stop talking for a second. So just so you know, this is a Benedetto Seymour Duncan 7-string pickups. Yeah, Elixir strings are great, man. Elixir, they're a great company. So this is a 7-string Benedetto pickup, and I'm using a Moody strap, just so you know. I endorse these guys, and my Peterson tuner. They don't make these Peterson tuners anymore. They're the clip-ons. They're pretty high and expensive tuners, but they're the most accurate tuner you can buy. And hey, Ardix, hello from Poland. Hey, I've been to Poland actually. I played in Poland in 2006 in Warsaw, actually, at the Old Town Jazz Festival. So this is a tuner, but they don't make these. I don't take this out of the house because they're kind of fragile. They have a newer model, but I use for gigs. But these are great tuners. If you want the most accurate tuner, get Peterson. You can go to my Amazon store and check it out. I have all kinds of stores, guys. So here's my Amazon store right here. You can go to my Amazon store and check it out right there, which is Ron Jackson Music. You know, Amazon.com shop Ron Jackson Music, okay? And so let me play you something, guys. So in honesty, I'm used to playing this guitar. Hey, Israel. Pleased to see you guys. Thank you for watching, everybody. I really appreciate all my fans and followers on YouTube. I want to make an announcement. Thank you for the 20,000 subscribers. I just got to 20,000 yesterday. So use my code Sunday to celebrate. I'm going to put 20K also, as a sale price to get all my stuff on my website for 20% off, okay? All my lessons and videos, and CDs, everything. So let me play you a song, guys. Oh my God. So anyway, that was called Love Will Come Back to Me. I was just trying to jam on my 7-string. I'm not even warmed up yet. So I need to practice actually, guys, just so you know. So thank you for watching. So those are my 4 7-string guitars. I actually have another acoustic steel string 7-string made by Dean. I think it's made by Dean. Also, I have another Eastman. And it sounds like a double bass. You know what? So my low string is an A. It's the same pitch as a low A string on a bass. Exactly the same pitch. Low A string, okay? So everybody, thank you for watching. Please share my video. Please subscribe if you don't already. I try to give you all the best information I can. I try to play the best I can for you guys. And I don't like do these fancy videos where all this editing is involved. I like to be like, like a natural person, like I'm doing a workshop, and be personable and try to answer your questions during my lives. Let me see. Yeah, thank you. Thank you all for all the comments. It's tricky to play between all these guitars. I play between 4 7-string guitars, and they're all different to play. But you should be able to pick up any guitar, no matter what it is, and make it sound good, even a cheap guitar. So, your goal is to be able to master the guitar enough, even if you're not warmed up, to make it sound good, and do the best you can, okay? And guitars are great. One thing I need to do, because I spend so much time on social media, is practice. So this is a good way. I don't play, what's funny? I can play fretless bass. I've never played fretless guitar. But I want to, so the thing is, if you want to get a fretless, someone's asked me if I play fretless. Space stud. Anyway, I never met a space stud before. 1, 2, 3. But but you know what? Only way I learn on fretless guitar is if I get one. So another guitar, man. I have like too many guitars already. But I know that what's that company that's in Canada? Godin makes a fretless guitar. I'm going to check it out one of these days and get one. I don't know if I need another guitar. But what ends up happening is I have all the guitars, but I don't end up using them. So all the time. So let me see. Hello from Alaska, everyone. Hey, Alaska, man, I want to go there one day. Take me up there. I want to play. Yeah, that Eastman sounds bad. Thank you. I don't want to say that word bad. The next part. Looking forward to more content. Gotta check out some lesson books. Maybe taking theory. I was telling everybody this is a great book that I have out. If you want to get this on my website today. This week I'm celebrating 20,000 subscribers and the 1-year anniversary of my show. So get my book. Just to remind you guys one more time before I leave, you can go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, and save 20% on this book, on everything up there. Use code Sunday. Okay? So definitely get this book if you want to learn about chords and stuff like that. There's a lot of theory stuff here too. Hey, do you know Pat Martino? Just so you guys know, Pat Martino, I studied with him before, so he actually uses, I think he uses 17s actually, but I studied with Pat Martino. A lot of my lines are based on Pat Martino. I learned a lot of lines from him. So he's a bad dude. I love Pat Martino. I mean, he's always been one of my favorites. So I studied with him, and I have, his learning method, and I use some of his licks sometimes, He does crazy stuff like that. I don't know. He has a lot of crazy stuff. But I love Pat Martino, just in case you guys know. The fast walking part you played on bass was awesome. How do you voice and leverage the 7-string when you're playing an actual bass accompaniment, low end? Or do you play just 6? No, I actually play on 7 strings. So you have to know how to walk on 6-string first, Anthony. So there's another channel which he plays Benedel 7-string, but your Eastman sounds warm and moody. Oh, thank you. It's not about the guitar, it's the person that's playing it. Remember, everybody, it's not about the guitar. It's always the person playing it and how you adjust your sound. Actually, my sound used to be more trebly, but then I started cutting the tone off. when I studied with Bucky, he doesn't even, he turns the tone off. Bucky Pizzarelli, he turns the tone off all his amps. He turns the tone down to everything. Which is kind of weird, but he said that the tone on the guitar doesn't makes the guitar sound crap, he said. So anyway, someone was asking how I play the bass line. So you have to play bass lines first on a 6-string guitar, just so you know. Oh, I love Guthrie Govans, just in case you guys know. So yeah, I learned how to play 6-string on. I have some lessons on my website if you want to learn about walking bass lines. Okay, everybody, so just go there to my website. There's 20% off all my printables about walking bass line skills. Okay, or go to my Patreon and join my Patreon, and they're all free there because you're a patron. Okay, and so if you're gonna do walking bass lines, first learn how to play walking bass lines on this with a 6-string guitar. And most of the time I'm playing a walking bass line, I'm using just a 3rd and 7th of a 7th chord. So if I'm playing a blues, I'm using just 3 notes. So this note and that note. I have a bunch of lessons on my website here too. So on my YouTube channel. So watch it. See, I'm only doing 6 strings now. So I'm using 2 notes, and the bass note. Now, when you play 7-string, you just have to add that note. What? No, just add your 7-string. So see what I just did? So, but it's really hard to play 7-string if you can't play the 6-string walking bass lines first. So in this book, I actually have a lesson about walking bass lines. It's all about walking bass lines in this book, actually. It's called, here it is right here. It's in this book right here, Chords at Your Fingertips. I have a section all about walking bass lines. Spice Up Your Playing. Where's that thing? All about the bass. Here it is. Pass it on. Page 35. This is a really good lesson about walking bass right here. It has Freddie Green right here. But if you go to my book here and get it on my website, this develops a walking bass line on how to do it. So just go get this book and you'll learn about it. It's a 4-week session. And I have videos on it too. The book comes with videos and shows you how to do it. So it actually starts with a G blues. If you look at here, it has a G blues, and it does the same thing. 3-note voicing. You see that on the book here? The 3-note voices I was just talking about. Get that book. You save 20% on my website. Use code Sunday. RonJacksonMusic.com. Save 20% on this book. You get the bass lines there, and it's really good. So first learn how to play bass lines on a 6-string, then on 7-string. You add the notes. Okay. Oh yeah. So guys, someone's asking about an amp. What's a good amp to use when you bring out the low bass? I'm using my Fender Twin Reverb Tone Master, which sounds just like a tube amp. I got one of these amps because I'm sick of carrying around those heavy amps and having to fix them. Also, I use these are really great amps too for the size. I use these Henriksen amps here. Okay, everybody. Just so you know, I'm another endorser for these guys. And these are kind of expensive amps, but you can get 5% off using my code, Ron Jackson, at HenriksenAmps.com. Okay? And the Henriksen Bud 6 is 120 watts and has a big sound for this speaker. And it has everything. It has 2 full channels, a really great amp, 120 watts, weighs 13 pounds. And the amp sounds great through this too. Okay? And it sounds great for recording and all kinds of cool things. So you could use code Ron Jackson, save at Henriksen.com. It's a great amp, everybody. And I've sold quite a few amps with my code. You save 5%, okay? So this is the thing is we got to be careful. You got to make sure it's a really good amp so you don't blow the speaker. So don't play it too loud. I'm talking about not that amp, but if you have a cheap amp or something, don't play the bass too loud. And don't it's not time to play loud because maybe I think I'm going deaf and playing too much rock music before. So so if the bass line sounds great on this guitar. So just make sure you don't set the bass too loud on your amp, just so it doesn't like break the amp up too much, because it doesn't, guitar amps don't take bass most of the time. But this is not too low, but it's getting into the low register. It's like the third string of the bass. Okay. Okay. Let me see. I'm gonna ask you a couple more questions, and I gotta go do other things. Let me see. Oh yeah, right. Music and harmonics too. Look at this. Someone's asking me this question. Oh, look at this. I'll play things like this. So I'm using octave harmonics. I like to do things like this too. This is hard to do. I like to use artificial harmonics too, everybody. So these are really cool. I like Lenny Bro and those kind of people. So I like doing things like that with the artificial harmonics and stuff like that. And natural harmonics, I like it. Things like that. You see that? You see that? Okay. So, yes, I like to use harmonics. Let me ask you a couple more questions. How do you do walking bass lines with the 7th string? You struggle with that. I use hybrid pickings, just so you guys know, when I'm walking too. Someone's asking about that question right now. Estulios, I don't know how you say your name. Estash. So watch this. When I'm walking, it's hard to walk a bass line on the guitar, especially 7th string, just with your pick. I can do it. Let me try something else. A different song for once. So I'm using just my pick, but I intended to use hybrid picking, which is pick and and fingers. So it's like this. It's a little easier because I can do the comping. So what I'm doing is I'm walking the bass and I'm doing a comp like this. Using 2 notes, like I told you, 3rd and 7th. That book tells you how to do it. So I'll go like this. So that's part of Mr. Butch right there. So someone's asking me, imagine a band progressive handy to deal with. Yeah, please play Moose the Mooch. Okay. Yeah, sounds like jazz. So yes, when you play artificial harmonics, what's that question here? Sorry about that. Someone's asking a question. Oh, when you play artificial harmonics, are you picking it or using your thumb to pluck the pointer finger to hit the harmonics? Oh yeah, watch this, everybody. So when I'm playing, if I'm holding my pick and I'm doing artificial harmonics, I put the pick under my hand like this, and I do the harmonics. So I'm using my thumb and my first finger to hit the harmonic. And I'm strumming with this. I'm doing a little combination of everything. So I'm using my thumb and first finger. Thumb to strum, first finger to hit. To hit the note on just above the fret, 12 frets away. See? See what I'm doing? So I'm doing it that way, okay? Great question. So everybody, thank you very much. It's time for me to eat lunch and do some things during the day. I wanted to go live. I'm going to be going live at least a couple of times a week. So tell your friends and family. I'm going to try to see if I can schedule it, but my schedule changes every week. So, or every day. So, unless I have a lesson or teach a student, if you want to study with me, please email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And if you enjoyed this, also I take also donations. If you want, you can just go to PayPal and Venmo or Cash App and go to Ron Jackson Music and give a donation if you'd like. Okay. And so it's all right there, Ron Jackson Music. So I'm at Ron Jackson Music everywhere, for PayPaling me. For following me, it's all Ron Jackson Music, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, YouTube, Pinterest, okay? And I'm having a sale again, just so you know. If you want to learn walking bass lines, my book has that right in here. Okay, it's just one lesson all about bass lines. You save 20% on my website about that. Okay, so use code Sunday, and it expires at the end of the week. Okay, if there's a problem with the code, email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And what else I have to say? That's it. One last thing, if you like my clean shave, I'm a skull shaver influencer. It's kind of funny. I have all kinds of codes. You could save 10% on skullshaver.com. You get saving products for Mother's Day for everybody too, and save 10%. Use my code Rhythm this time. Okay, the code expires sometimes, so this is the recent code Rhythm. Okay, so skullshaver.com. So thank you everybody for watching. I just demoed 4 different guitars: 7-string, acoustic steel string, solid body, nylon string, and jazz guitar. So, I'm trying to be I try to be natural and comfortable and, talk about my stuff, talk about me, answer your questions. And I really appreciate you guys. Thank you for getting me to 20,000 subscribers. Please watch my other videos. I have all kinds of videos coming out, performance, lesson videos. Thank you. I'm trying my best. It's hard to play guitar and talk and demo everything in real time, everybody. It's really hard to do that. So I'm learning how to do that. It's easier just to do a video by itself and not talk, but but I appreciate you guys and thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys very soon. Okay, have a great day and have a great weekend. Bye-bye. Hey everybody, I'm gonna get ready to do my live stream right now, just setting up. So I'm expecting some people right at 2. I'm a little early trying to get this camera set up the right way, but I have to get the software. I got a brand new camera and trying to zoom in the background, but I don't have the software installed yet, so sorry guys. But I have my TikTok hat on, and I'm gonna please start asking questions already. I might play a song for you while we're waiting on my 7-string to get some people to come in. But let me write a little chat here. Welcome. Please ask any questions during this workshop. This Patreon only workshop. Okay. If you haven't done so yet, okay. I'm gonna play something for now and get going here. Let me see if I can do this song. I haven't done it in a while. Okay, everybody. I'm just making sure when people come in here. Oh, really? Okay, hold on. Let me see what's going on here. I gotta resend the link and make sure this is working. Hold on, guys. Let me go. Manage. Hold on. I'm gonna go live. There's something wrong here. Okay, Sean. Let me send this to you. I don't know what's going on here. I think I made a mistake. Let me do this here. Hold on here. Did I make a mistake? Let me see if there's a mistake here. I'm gonna have to go live again. Hold on. That's why there's no one here. Let me go to my studio. Okay, I made a little mistake. Let me see what's going on here. Okay, I'm gonna have to resend this. Let me do this right now, everybody. Sorry about that. Okay, here. Let me send this again. Uh oh. Let me send this again, guys. Hold on. Here's the correct link. Oh, correct link. That's correct. Really? Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna have to go live. Let me come over. Someone's watching me, but I don't know who. I don't know why, but the link is not working. Can you do me a favor? Could you just text people on Patreon real quick? I'm gonna go live from my YouTube channel, like public, because I don't know why people aren't. The link I shared the link. It's the right link, but it's not. Doesn't seem to be. People can't seem to see it.
Did you make it unlisted?
Yes, it's unlisted.
Okay. All right. I don't know why either. All right. You gotta text me the link. Did you do that?
No. I'm just gonna go live. I'm just gonna go live.
You're gonna go live publicly.
Yeah, from YouTube. Okay, I gotta email these two guys right now. Bye bye. They're my
Okay. All right. Bye.
Bye. Going live in public. There's something wrong here. I gotta end this. So let me do this right now. I'm trying to go live here, and it's gonna be a little different today because I don't have my screen on YouTube the same like I usually do. It's gonna be kind of a weird background, but it's okay. And I'm gonna be doing something a little different on Instagram. I'm gonna be playing a little bit closer because people like watching me closer. You know, I've had those kind of remarks. So if you have any questions, please ask them. You know, what's up, everybody? On YouTube, how's it going? I'm gonna go live on Instagram too now, just for fun. And I've been hey everybody from Chicago. Hey, actually, I want to put a word out to everybody. First, I'm transmitting to through Instagram and YouTube. You know, and I get a lot more engagement on YouTube for some reason. Just so you know, and just letting you know, everybody who's watching me in the States, if you know, I'm going to be doing a tour next year in March. Okay, and you can send me a message if you want at ron at ronjacksonmusic.com. I'm doing a tour in March, and I'm already booking dates next year, March and April, and I'm already going to be playing in Wisconsin and in Kansas. So if you know some places for me to play out there, let me know. Okay, I'm putting the word out there because you'd be surprised. In Chicago, okay, in that area, Illinois, anywhere. How to practice arpeggios. Okay, so let me just say, hey, Jazz Story. Is that John's Story? How's it going? I love your playing over there. For acoustic guitar. So you know what? I mean, someone already asked me about arpeggios on YouTube. So I'm playing my 7-string guitar. So if you practice arpeggios, you can practice in so many different ways. So I'm taking questions today for you guys on Instagram. Just to let you know, everybody on Instagram, I'm going live, and Instagram's asking me to ask you if you want to donate badges to me to help support my page, and I appreciate it. I'll give you a big shout out if you do here on Instagram and on YouTube. You can donate $1, 99 cents, $1.99, or $4.99 for 1 or 2 or 3 of hearts to help me and my channel. And Instagram, is encouraging me to go live. And on YouTube, I need to do that too. So let me stop talking, and I'll play you something right now. Oh, someone's asking to do polka dots and moonbeams. I haven't done that in a while. Let me try that. Okay. Oh wow. Hey, thank you for the badge on Instagram. I don't know who that is, but let me angle the camera a little bit lower so you can see me better. Thank you. Who was that? Let me see. Let me see the badge. Thank you, Mando. Mix this. Thank you for buying the badge for me to help support my channel here on Instagram. I appreciate you. Um, Let me adjust the camera. Now, I'm going to take some questions. I see some questions here on YouTube. Let me see. I want to see what's going on here. Love you. Try to keep up with that bass string on the middle of your rhythm playing. Yeah, it's hard, man. It's hard to play with that seventh string. Just so you guys know. And I haven't been playing much. I've been doing a lot of work, like booking and just other stuff that has nothing to do with music. And it's kind of a drag. I'm doing a lot of stuff with social media, and it's like not easy, guys. And let me say hi to John. John's a great guitar player out of LA. I'm planning to go back over there in that area next year to perform with my band, unless I get something else, of course. Let me see some of the questions here. Do you ever play with distortion? Yes, I do. Actually, it's really funny. I actually had a recording. The Fool on a Hill is asking me on Instagram if I've ever played with distortion. Yes, I do play with distortion. Actually, my pedals are hidden back here, but yes, I have a distortion pedal and all kinds of pedals. Look, I'll show you. I mean, I have one lying over here right now, like a Boss compressor pedal, and I use and I have a bunch of pedals actually from Seymour Duncan that I use, and I actually was demoing them last week, and I had to do a filming with a friend of mine. We're doing like a film for like a grant we got that's going to be shown all over the country. His name is Greg Lewis Organ Monk, just in case you guys don't know him. And, we're going to have this film that's going to be released all over the country. So check it out. It's a great band with all original music. It's called The Breathe Suite. It's about all the people that were, black people of color that were killed by the police. It's sweet that he got a grant for a few years ago, and then we did some video for them. It's going to be great. It has like all these different angles, camera angles from the top of the organ, on the Leslie, all kinds of stuff. I need to get a noise gate pedal, actually. A lot of my pedals are from Seymour Duncan, just in case you guys don't know. Let me show you this. Let me show you my pedal board, guys. Since people are asking about my pedal board, I have one right here. And let me show you what it looks like, guys. You're welcome. If you guys take your requests, on Instagram, someone actually gave me... I'm going to answer your question right now about what's my favorite song key. But if you like my requests on YouTube, you can actually give me a donation if you like at Ron Jackson Music at PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. You're welcome. And Polka Dots and Movement is one of my favorite ballads. So if you like to donate, because you can't donate with badges because you're not on Instagram, YouTube, but I'm actually transmitting. So go to Ron Jackson Music at Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal if you enjoyed that. And we'll talk more about announcements like that too. Thank you, guys. So now, let me show you my pedals real quick, everybody. It's in my bag here. I use a pedal train pedal board here. See this? And take a lot of the pedals I got from Seymour Duncan. And Seymour Duncan's one of my endorsers, everybody. So they actually have great, yeah, it's a lot of work, man. They have great pedals. Look at the pedals in this pedal board, everybody. Take a look at this. Oh, let me try to put this. It's too much. Look at this pedal board. Let me put this down. So this is what I used for my session the other day. Everybody, take a look at these pedals. So these are great pedals, everybody. We'll talk more about other things. So look, I have this is a pickup booster by Seymour Duncan. So you guys can look at that. Take a look at that. Then I have the Palladium, which is a gain stage. It's amazing. I use that on this filming. Then I have the Dirty D distortion. This is all Seymour Duncan pedals right here, and these were like I'm an endorser for them, so they give me pedals basically. There's a lot of money worth of pedals here, so I love using the Boss Octaver, and look at that, yeah, okay, and then I use a volume pedal, Boss volume pedal, FV50. It's a great volume pedal. Yeah, how's it going? And then I have the Dark Sun. I use the delay function of this. It's a reverb and delay, but I like to use the reverb on my amp actually, which is my Fender Tone Master amp back here. Okay, it's a great amp, and I use the delay function. Now I'm working on using the loop pedal, the Boss loop pedal. It's a great thing, and I like using this thing. It's a tremolo, so you can make it sound like a helicopter, the guitar, all kinds of cool things. And this is a Catalina, which is these are Seymour Duncan pedals too. This is a Catalina, which is basically a chorus pedal. Oh, these are really cool pedals, guys. So I do use effects sometimes, Usually when I'm doing my jazz stuff, I play clean because I like to play clean. And also I like to use the amp effects. I like to use my Fender Deluxe Reverb with the vibrato. The vibrato sounds really great on this amp. Okay, so let me get back to playing a little bit. So these are the pedals, guys. Check them out. Go support Seymour Duncan. They're a great company. I use all their pickups on all my guitars and their pedals. And Seymour is actually a good friend of mine. He's a really cool dude. He's actually from Jersey, but he lives in way out in California near the beach. He does well, that guy. Really great guy. Really great guy. And I have the Seymour Benedetto pickup. They make them for Benedetto guitars, but they're licensed. So Benedetto actually supposedly pays for the for that stuff. Okay. So now let me continue. Let me ask some questions. Play Red House from Jimmy. Red House. That's a blues, isn't it? See if I can do that. Are there very affordable amps that you can recommend for jazz? I mean, there are affordable amps, but I tell you guys, the best amps I've been using recently are the Fender Tone Masters. They're like the Fender Twin Reverb, or they're like the tube amps, but they simulate the tubes, and they're great amps. I just bought a couple of them, but they're expensive. They're like $1,000, list approximately. You can get them on sale at Guitar Center sometime if you go to the store directly. And that's what I'm using right now, and I changed the pickup. I use Celestion. I endorse Celestion speakers, so I changed all my peak speakers in the amps because these amps cannot handle the power of the amp. So these speakers here are Celestion creambacks, but I got the Celestion Neo 250, which is 250 watt speaker, put in this amp, and it sounds great. I almost thought I blew that out the other day on this recording, but I was using distortion with Octaver, which is kind of crazy, and I didn't realize it. But anyway, yo Ron, yo John, what's going on? Great to see you, John. So let me say hi. Let me say something. Look at these comments now on YouTube too. Let me see all the messages. You're from the Manila. Oh, cool. How long have you been playing? I've been playing since I was a kid. Creating ways to use the whole tone scale. Okay, so someone's asking about the whole tone scale, everybody. So let me get back to talking, and I'll answer your questions too on Instagram too. So if I use whole tone, I like doing these. I do this a lot in whole tone. So here's a whole tone scale. That's a great question. So I like to do things like this. Half step below each, like I'm doing a third. You can play up the scale like this. Then you could go like this in arpeggio. Now you can mix them up going backwards and forwards. You could go. And it's kind of easy to play the whole tone is arpeggios like this. I'm using that like a sweep picking when I'm doing that. Now that's really great for for playing cool licks that sound really cool, hip, but they're not like really hard to play. See what I'm doing? So I'm doing whole tone licks like that, but also like I like doing whole tone licks like this, like that, or like this with chromatics in between. They're easy to play on the guitar because they're like symmetrical. See what I'm doing? So those are kind of cool licks I like to use with whole tone, everybody. See that? And I could do this. I like this whole tone like chord like this shape, and I go down and hold it. I'm practicing right now, everybody. Actually, so I like to practice these things. Okay. So that's a great question. I forgot. I'm sorry I couldn't see who actually asked that question, but I love using whole tone. Now let me see. There's a question up here that someone was asking me. What's my favorite song key? So my favorite song key just really depends, everybody. So when I'm playing a song, the guitar, it's great to have those open strings. So sometimes I like to use the key of D or A. You have all the open strings. Someone's asking about George Benson, so I'll get to you in a minute. So I have those open strings because I like to use harmonics a lot too. So you can play A. I like the D, key of D because of E is a good key too because you get those harmonics. So I love using open string harmonics with open string chords, and stuff like that. That's one of my favorite keys is, like, the guitar keys, like E, A, and I like the open string harmonic. You can do things like that with the harmonic. So you can do really cool things with harmonics with open strings too, like that, okay? So I like exploring different things like that. I wish I had more time to practice in general to work on this stuff. So, but thank you everybody for watching on YouTube. Is it very normal and apparent on acoustic? Yeah. You're right. Yeah, so let me answer some questions here on Instagram too now. A bunch of people have been watching on and off on Instagram, so I'm going to play a song now before people get bored, because sometimes people just want to hear. Thank you. I'm trying my best, Larry. Larry the bass, I sound great. I'm trying. You know what? I didn't touch the guitar yesterday. I was doing so much business, and that I ended up not playing the guitar, unfortunately. And I'd like to thank Max. Thank you all. My student, Umir, is watching. And Umir switched to 7-string guitar because of me. I'm proud of him. This is a 7-string, guys. So just in case you guys, I want to let you guys know, if you're in the New York area, tomorrow night I'm playing in Harlem, New York, okay? So if you're watching, come to Harlem. It's for free gig. Okay, come watch me tomorrow night with a singer named Hanka. And it's going to be a great band, guitar trio with a vocalist. So come by if you're in New York, okay? And it starts from 7 to 11 p.m. It's Patrick's Place in Harlem, okay? And this might be backwards for you guys on Instagram, okay? And it's on 51st Street and Adam Clayton Powell Boulevard. So you can find me on YouTube, on Instagram, and you just find it. You can find me everywhere. You can find out where I'm playing tomorrow night. And for people who are watching in the Midwest, let me know some clubs. Send me a message, Ron at ronjacksonmusic.com, or anybody out there. And I want to know, I need some venues to play out in Iowa, in Wisconsin, Kansas. I'm playing in that area next year, so bring me out there if you know of any places, okay? Let me answer some questions here. Oh, hi, Charmaine. Charmaine Music is watching. Thank you. A bunch of people are watching on and off here on Instagram. I appreciate you guys. And let me answer. What's a great ballad lines? What are some great ballad lines on, for example, on Stella by Starlight? Okay, let me answer that question. So if I'm doing Stella, let's play that song right now. So if I'm just now, I'm gonna be doing lines with Stella. I'll do minor 2/5 lines like this. That's a 2/5 line, minor 2/5. These are 2/5 licks. Now I'll play up the scale. Now I'll be doing Lydian dominant here. Arpeggios. Now hold. Now that was a minor 2/5 lick, everybody. Now when I get to the G7, now I could do altered if I want to. I could do whole tone. People do a lot of whole tone here. I like this lick. That's a whole tone lick. C minor. Now I could use on the A flat 7 on this. So I was just doing a little bit of Stella because someone was asking about that. So thank you for answering that question, William Kaufman. So let me continue now. I'm gonna answer some more questions on Instagram. I mean on YouTube because I've been neglecting you guys. I'm sorry. Now, if you guys are enjoying the show on Instagram, just so you know, um, just so you know, you can donate actually to my badges because Instagram is asking me to let you guys know about my badges to help support me. So you can donate to my badges. Someone already bought a badge. I thank them a lot. You can buy a badge for a 99 cents or $1.99 or $4.99, one or two or three hearts. And on YouTube, you can just donate if you want to PayPal at Ron Jackson Music, PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo. Okay, at Ron Jackson Music, and or Ron Jackson Guitar, either one. Okay, thank you guys. So let me see. Let me answer some questions now on YouTube because I'm neglecting you guys. I'm sorry. Let me go now to live chat and see what some people are saying. Amazing, thank you. How can I use the circle of fifths when I'm improvising? Well, when I'm improvising a circle of fifths, it usually is through a song with circle of fifths. Okay, so I'll go like this. So I mean, there's different ways to practice that lick. I mean, I have a bunch of licks for the circle of fifth type of thing. So if I'm playing like a typical progression on rhythm changes, sometimes a reharmonization on rhythm changes, which is I got rhythm, is like I got rhythm, I got, that song. A typical reharmonization on that one is going from the F sharp dominant. It's a turnaround, we call it. It goes to circle of fifths, F sharp to B, to E, to A, to D, to G, to C, to B flat. So I like to use a lick like this. I have different kind of licks that worked out. So that's a lick. I like this one too. So those are licks I worked out. They're actually cycle licks that I like to work on. So you got to practice these things yourself, everybody, if you want to do these kind of licks over chord changes. So I'll just do like an F sharp. So I mean, I use that a lot. I'll go. They have to end somewhere too, these cycle of fifth licks, okay? So you can practice them like symmetrically like this. It's hard to do. Etc. etc. So I'm just practicing them two different keys and trying to get them under my fingers without thinking about it, okay? Let's see if you can play the bebop. What's that? Let me see. Someone's testing me now. Let's hear you play, if you can play bebop head at 240 with a metronome set at 30. What's that? Okay, cancel. That's a great question. Someone's asking me some crazy questions about bebop playing with a metronome at these weird intervals and stuff like that. Maybe I could do it, maybe not. But remember, I'll tell you a story, guys. So I was, when I was at Berkeley, I saw a workshop with Joe Pass. I was actually watching some videos with him last night, and people would ask him the craziest questions, like, "Could you play giant steps?" Like to be doing like that kind of crazy stuff. Like this guy was just asking me. I don't know who this guy's name is. About some bebop stuff. I don't know. So Joe Pass, you know what he was saying? You know what he said to everybody? And I have the same answer. I don't have anything to prove to anybody. So he said that he said that to everybody. He just said, I don't have anything to prove, guys. I'm here to give a workshop. He can play. So, I mean, and I can play whatever. It doesn't make a difference. So I'll show you things I can do. And there's things I can't do, and I admit it. And just so you know, just so you guys know that Joe Pass was an incredible guitar player, but people used to ask him crazy, stupid questions. Play giant steps, or play 370 or whatever. He would just go whatever. So he has nothing to prove. So I have nothing to prove. Why are you guys watching me then? If I have nothing, if I have something to prove, you guys obviously like what I'm doing. So So anyway, whatever. I'll answer your questions if I can. Now, what? Now, so that was a good question. Let me answer this question. Reza, what's the difference between half diminished and minor six chords? Actually, the minor six chord and the half diminished chord, which is called actually minor seven flat five, are the same exact chord. Now, it's a real pain in the butt. These chords, I still have a problem with them because there's so many ways you could think about them. So E minor seven flat five or E half diminished is the same as a G minor six chord. Different inversion. Okay. So these are all the same chord. This is G minor six or E minor seven flat five. It's just an inversion. Okay. Watch it. So these are all the inversions on the fifth string root. I'm playing a 7-string guitar, so you guys know. So you should know all your inversions. You should know all these, okay? All your 6-string roots, 5th-string roots, okay? All your inversions. So they're exactly the same chord, just so you guys know, okay? Great question. Let me see. What's the best patch chords for use? I don't know what that means. What are the best patch chords or passing chords? Is that what you mean? Now, how do you understand how to combine the chords? That's a good question. When you combine chords, I don't know exactly what you mean by that, but so that means if I'm going through it from one chord to another or passing chords, I don't know what you guys. I don't know why. Let me see. Hold on. Oh, there I am. Good. So look at this. Someone just bought this book. They said on Instagram. I mean on YouTube. Sorry. So look at this. This is a great book. If you want to learn how to sight read, take a look at this. It's a great book for sight reading on the guitar. It just teaches you all the positions. Okay, but this book, it teaches you how to play positions, all the scales and everything. But the thing is, everybody, you need to read just more music, more than music out of this book. You need to get just read everything. Read bass clef, read violin music, read flute music, read all kinds of stuff to get into sight reading. Okay, because that's how you really get into sight reading is by just sight reading. You got to practice your sight reading just like you practice your scales, practice everything else, okay? Yeah, I think I lost you guys on YouTube for everybody. Everybody got off, but now they're coming back on again. So, so just practicing, everything you possibly can. I read all kinds of crazy stuff. Let me see if I can show you. I just read anything. I have a bunch of books behind the screen here. But, sight reading books, anything, And I try to read stuff, don't read all the jazz riddles. I have all these fake books. You could try to read bass clef, try to read bass clef, these bass lines on bass clef, slash chords. Just try to read anything you can, everybody. This is Doors by Mike Nog. So there's all kinds of, all these crazy chords you can try to read. And these are good exercises. A lot of these books have great things to read. We just learn by ear. Someone just made a comment. Can you learn by ear? Yeah, you should learn by ear too. Both. Guitar players always are I'll tell you, everybody. This is real. What happens if you put some music in front of a guitar player? They stop. And you don't want to be like that. You want to be very well-rounded as a guitar player. I think you should be able to read. You should have good ears. You should be able to read tabs. I don't like reading tabs. Actually, I read tabs worse than anything else. So I read sheet music, I read guitar chords, everything. You should be a well-rounded guitar player in general, especially if you want to become a pro guitar player. Oh, you're welcome. So let me stop talking for a minute. Yeah, great. Let me play another song right now for you guys. Ymir's there. How you doing, Ymir? He's on YouTube too. My guitar student Ymir is on YouTube and on Instagram watching me. I appreciate you, Ymir. So let me go. How do you transition from blues to jazz and jazzy songs? You know how you transition? Start playing jazz. That's all. Learn easy jazz songs. I have some videos on YouTube, shorts, and on my TikTok, all at Ron Jackson Music, and teaches you some, tells you some basic songs. Learn some blues jazz songs, for example, like this. So that's a very common jazz blues. But the changes are different, you know, in blues, jazz blues. We make it more complicated, you know. Hey, oh, yeah. Whatever you, some chordal voicings. I can see chordal voicings. Yeah, great. So I was just playing those in fourths. That's very, you know, easy to play on guitar. So, great question, everybody. So I'm going to go on for a little bit longer. And, you know, I thank you for all the questions and great, you know, and stuff like that. Let me see what else there is. What other option? What people are saying on YouTube right now. And let me keep playing, everybody, because everybody's gonna get bored if I keep don't play. Can you please talk about slash chords? So yeah, someone's asking me about slash chords. Okay, so I saw some slash chords in here. Slash chords are basically like two chords over one. Okay, look at this. These are slash chords right here. Endangered Species by I think it's Wayne Shorter. I think it's a Wayne Shorter song. Yeah, let me look. Yeah, Wayne Shorter and somebody else. So look at these slash chords. Now, so like someone says G over A. Okay, then the next chord is A over B. So that means, to me, that means G over A is a G chord with an A in the bass. Now, an A over a B is an A triad. It could be any triad with a B in the bass. Now, to me, look at this. G over A is actually, to me, it could also be called an A sus9. And a over B is a B sus9. Then it has F major 7 over a B. So look, F major 7 flat 5 over B. So watch this. Okay, now that's weird. Now what kind of chord is that? So those are slash chords. Now that chord to me is almost like I try to translate this to something else when it's a slash chord, so it can make it easier for me to play. So an F major 7 flat 5 with a B in the bass is really more like a B, a half diminished scale, or a B minor 7 flat 5. Maybe he wanted that chord like that for the sound, but to me, if I was playing over it, I would play just like a B low scale. So here, so when there's a G over A, then how do you play over that stuff? To me, a G over A is actually an A suspended chord, so I'll use E Dorian. A B over A over B, I would use an F Dorian scale too. Or it's a dominant scale, okay, a B dominant. So that's how you go over the slash chords. That's a great question. So slash chords can be scary looking even for me, because you know they look complicated, but sometimes also, you know, the chord on top could be just like just a bass note. So I'm doing it's a chord on top with a bass note. Sometimes I'll write two chords on top. That can be difficult too. You know, like one chord could be like a G, then one chord on the bottom could be like an A minor or something crazy. So that's even more difficult. And that happens actually, that exists too as well. So that's a great question. Let me see if there's any questions actually on Instagram. Now, thank everybody, you know, for all the questions, you know, and please share my page with everybody, you know, and follow me everywhere at Ron Jackson Music. I appreciate you guys. You know, I'm almost at 28,000 subscribers now on YouTube, and I'm still at below 25,000 on Instagram, unfortunately, still. So, you know, so please share my page. And if, you know, I'm letting you guys know I'm going to be touring the Midwest in March. So I'd like to know if there's any venues I can play at in Kansas, if you're in that area, Wisconsin, Iowa. I'm working on that today. In the next couple of weeks, I'm starting to book a tour of the Midwest and going west into Hawaii. I already have 4 dates on my tour next year, so keep an eye. Just so you guys know, if you enjoy what I'm doing, also, I have a gig coming up this weekend, and also I have a workshop, a jazz improv workshop on Lively. Now, this is backwards on Instagram, I'm sorry. But it's on July 18th. Go to lively.com. Okay, and I'm doing a workshop that's, my first workshop went really well, so we're doing another one on July 18th. So you can go to my website and check that out too. Okay, and you can it transmits all over the world. So 2 p.m. on Sunday, July 18th, Eastern Standard Time. I had people from all over the world attending that. Oh, cool! You're gonna be in Los Angeles? Great. I'll be in Los Angeles in January if the NAMM show is happening, which I think it will. Okay, I'll be there. I did my tour last year of California. I went to. I didn't play in LA, but I played in Northern California. So, send me a message, everybody, if you need me to come play in your area. Ron@ronjacksonmusic.com. You got that? Ron@ronjacksonmusic.com. Okay. So also, if you're enjoying this, also I'm having a gig tomorrow night in New York City with this great singer named Hanka. Come to Harlem at Patrick's Place tomorrow night, Saturday, 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. It's free. Okay, you just have to eat and drink something though, of course. Okay, so if there's any questions, let me know. I'm gonna play you one more song. I'm getting tired now. I'm getting tired and hungry. So I appreciate you guys watching and supporting my page. If you're enjoying this, also you can donate $1 or more on my at Ron Jackson Music at PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. And so that's Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App for you guys here. And backwards for Instagram, or you can just give me a badge on Instagram if you'd like. Okay, thank you. NAMM, I'm going to NAMM. Yeah, I go to NAMM every year. That's how I got all this gear. I have a lot of endorsers from going to NAMM. Okay, we're there with oh, cool, great, that's great. Oh, someone's doing a 50-city tour. Wow, that's amazing. So let me play one more song, everybody, before I finish up. I couldn't answer everybody's questions. Let me see what other questions there are. I'm trying to answer everybody's questions, but let me see if there's any other ones that I missed. Sorry. Oh yeah, Jimi Hendrix never learned sight reading. Yeah. Oh, that's a great thing. Anonymous. I love Jimi Hendrix. You know what? I'm not knocking people who don't read. Actually, I'm just saying, it doesn't hurt you. It doesn't hurt you to learn how to read. But Eddie Van Halen was one of my heroes too, and he didn't read either. So I don't knock people who can't read, because if you can play, it doesn't matter. That's what I'm trying to say. As long as you can play your instrument and do what you want to do, reading has nothing to do with anything. So that's a great point. I'm not knocking people who can't read. I'm just thinking, I think that people who don't read have this thing about not reading, and I don't have anything against that. I learned how to, I didn't know how to read till later myself, until I went to Berkeley, and then I started doing Broadway stuff here in New York. So I think it's important to know how to read if you can. But some people, unless you have amazing ears, it's hard to learn a lot of stuff if you can't read too. So nothing wrong with that. There's some great players out there like Steve Vai. He's like a monster reader and a monster writer, and it's good to know everything. And I know how to play with my ears too, and all kinds of stuff too. So it's important to know how to do everything. That's all. Let me see. Let me play everybody, and then I gotta go get some lunch. I'm getting hungry from doing this. Okay. Thank you, everybody. I went live for you, and it was really fun. And let me just play you one more song. Let me see. Whoa! What's the strangest technique I've ever learned? Oh, that's a funny question. I don't know, actually. Strangest technique? I don't know if I learned any strange techniques, but maybe I did today when I was playing. But thank you, everybody, for watching. That's a good question, but I don't know. So, thank you for watching. Please follow me everywhere. And, we'll talk soon, everybody. And I appreciate you guys, following me and subscribing and everything. And I hope you learned some new things today. I tried to answer questions I could. I got a lot of questions happening all the time, and I'm trying to talk and play. So, imagine you trying to do this. So, thanks, everybody, for watching. I appreciate you guys. And I'll see you guys very soon, okay? Have a great day. Send me an email if you know what you want me to come in your neighborhood, Ron at ronjacksonmusic.com. And I appreciate you guys, too. And I'll see you guys soon. Bye-bye. Let me say bye-bye to YouTube first. You're welcome. You don't have to call me Mr. Jackson. Just call me Ron. Thanks, Ron. You're welcome. Yeah. I was late. Oh, sorry. No problem, man. Next time. You can watch the playback, though. It's okay. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you guys soon, okay? Watch the playback. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Thank you for attending my live lesson here on my Patreon. It's an unlisted link here. So I'm going to take any questions you have. I'm actually going to be, monitoring this on my side here. So please send me the questions that you'd like me to answer, and I'll do that. And thank you again for being a Patreon. I'm trying to keep all the material up there. It's hard to satisfy everybody with my material, but I try to give basic information, because I think a lot of guys on YouTube, on Instagram, and who have Patreons, particularly on YouTube, they give so much complicated information that most students can't even learn what they're talking about. So I'm very into basics, because that's how I learned how to play myself. And if you have any questions, it's very important to answer. Let me answer them for you right now on on this live stream. So send me a question through YouTube chats if you can, and if you can hear me okay, please send me a message right now to make sure you can hear me okay. And I'll start off with playing a song. And for example, my last post was about actually all the inversions of the seventh chords. Now, the reason why I give you all these really basic things to learn is because most guitar players don't even know these inversions, okay, or even the basic inversions. So to be able to play play jazz or play any style of music, you really got to know the guitar neck and all the basic stuff. There was a great teacher out here in New York that's I'm sorry he passed away recently. His name is Bruce Johnson, and he was really a great teacher for this kind of stuff. So knowing the basics is one of the most important things to having a foundation to be able to play anything on the guitar or any instrument actually. So let me play you some chord melody on this 6-string D'Angelico I have here. And please send me some questions if you haven't not done that yet. There's a chat right open here, and I haven't seen anything come in yet. So please send me something. And because I'm today's all about taking questions. Okay. Oh, good, Sean. Good. Yeah, Sean's a great student of mine. Hi, Sean, and a patron, and he's been studying with me for I don't know how many months now. At least 5-6 months, I think. I'm not quite sure, but anyway, we're working on some hard tunes. So 3 months. That's all. Thank you, Sean. Wow, it seems like longer, but you learned a lot of stuff in 3 months actually. So we're going over basic stuff, everybody. So for example, we've been playing a song called Along Came Betty. So there's a lot of chords in this song. And what happens is if there's a lot of chords in a song, the best way to be able to play over jazz is not all this complicated stuff people are telling you to do when you're watching a lot of videos and all these fancy lines. It's just to be able to play the basic scale at the right time in the right place, because that's the hard part. Now the fancy stuff comes after. So let me play you. I'm going to play actually right now. Along Came Betty, because my student Sean's watching, and I'm going to play along. And what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to actually do this with a play along. I'm going to do a solo on this. So I'm going to show you how you can practice these kind of things. 2, 3. So what I did was, if you have any questions, please send them, please, because I'd like to get some feedback. What's happening is I'm actually playing scales through the chord progression of a song called Along Came Betty by Benny Golson. And there's a lot of chords in this song. And the hard part is not playing fancy jazz lines. The hard part is just being able to play the right scale or arpeggio over the chord progression while you're playing. So if I'm going like this, the chords go B flat minor, E flat 7, then B minor, E7. There's a lot of chords. Now these are a lot of 2/5 progressions. They call them. So there's a lot of chords in this song. This is what they call an advanced song, Along Came Betty. And to be able to get through a song like this, you just have to do really basic things to be able to play these kind of solos, etc., through this piece. So I teach my students real basic stuff so they have a foundation. And once you have the foundation, you can actually get through these songs pretty easily, actually. So one of the things I like to use a lot is memorizing finger patterns. So whenever you do a scale, you should know how to play your scale across the fingerboard. But you should be able to also play the scale one octave from anywhere, any scale, but different fingerings that you can memorize. So like, let's say I'm playing an A, let's say I'm playing a C major scale. Let's make it a G major scale. Now, see that way I played it? I can play it this way too. See how many ways I just played that scale? Well, you should be able to play your scales in one octave all the way across the neck and up and down the neck without getting lost. Any kind of scale, major, minor, augmented, whatever scale you're playing, diminished. All the, any kind of mode, the melodic minor or harmonic minor. The point is, you have to really know your neck to be able to play, to master the guitar, but also to be able to play jazz. So what I like to do is I'll be able to play across like this. So I'll go one octave, and I'll try to memorize that one fingering. So I can just move it around the neck. I'm using the same fingering, everybody. So I like to use those techniques because it's easier to get through chords and chord progressions once you know one fingering, but you have to memorize the pattern. Okay, now so I tend to have my students learn these fingerings like using different string roots. Like you use your third string root. So if I play G like this, so I went. So this is like I have to play it up an octave higher. I could do it here actually. So that's one fingering, that's one string root pattern. This is another string root pattern, fourth string root. So that was third string root, fourth string root, fifth string root. Then I have to do it here, sixth string root. So those are the different three string roots that I use. The thing is, a lot of students in the beginning, when they're learning how to play jazz, they always think of the root, but you have to eventually break out of being able to play the root and be able to play from any note of the scale. Okay, so any degree we call it in music. So this is the first degree, the first note, second, third, etc., going up the scale. And that's how you get all your fancy notes, like the like the 9. You count up from the root. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's the 9th. The 9th is the second note of a chord up an octave. Okay, or the sharp 11, which is a flat 5. All these fancy notes. The 13 is actually the 6th degree of the scale going up one octave. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 13th chord. So that's how you get your fancy notes on chords. You build up in thirds or different intervals, and you see what it is in relationship to the root. But you should also see these chords, and all these chord tones without looking at the root all the time and be able to find it. So that takes a lot of experience and time and practice. So those are some of the things I'd like to talk about. Now, I know there's only a couple of people watching because I only gave an unlisted link to some people, and it is the summer. So it's harder to get people to watch a live stream, but this is going to be re-shown again. So I'm going to remind people on Patreon that they can watch the replay until I make it public for my fans on YouTube. And I'd like to thank my over 26,000 subscribers on YouTube right now for being subscribers. I appreciate it. And and when I go live there, I have tons of people watching me there all the time because it's public, and I get a lot, and I get a lot of engagement, followers, and questions, tons of questions, too many questions. So today was it's a day about asking questions. So does anybody have a question, please? The two people watching, who's watching actually? Raise your hand. Send me a message and let me know what's going on. Let me play you a song for now. I'll play you a solo guitar piece. I'll do like a little ballad for her. Yeah. So that was called But Beautiful, chord melody piece. Now, if you have any questions, please send them to me. I'm trying to see if there's only a couple of people attending today. I actually didn't advertise this particular live stream that much. Oh, are there any methods to sight reading a piece into a solo guitar piece? Oh, Sean, that's a great question. Let me see. I'm gonna Let me take a song out of the real book here, Sean, to show you. For example, let me get a song. Let me just pick one song, for example. If I'm reading a song that I don't know, and I want to do chord melody, that's a great question. Let me get this song. Let me pick something easy. So look at this. Sean, I don't even know this song at all. I've seen it in this book. It's called My Buddy. Huh. Okay. So this is on page 284 in the the regular real book, the legal real book, actually. And if you look carefully, it's a G major 7 chord, okay? When I'm sight reading a piece, okay, like this, first, I'll look at the melody and see how it relates to the chords. So this is a D note. So the melody goes like this. First, I play through the chords. So the chords go like this: G major 7. It's a ballad. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm doing it slow, fast actually. G6, 2, 3. B diminished 7. A minor 7. D7. So that's the first 8 bars. So next, the melody goes like this. It's actually in 3 too. It's like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. It's the key of G. So you have to look at those things too. See, sometimes I skip over those things when I'm reading, because I didn't start out playing guitar reading actually. So I did everything by ear. So this song is actually first thing everybody has to do, which I'm guilty of not doing, is look at the key signature and the time signature. So it's the key of G, and it's which is 1 sharp, and it's 3, 4. So now I went to the chords a little bit for you guys. So the melody goes like this: 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. So that's the melody in the beginning, okay? But so now, if I'm gonna play through this, this note, that note is a D, and that's a G major 7 chord, okay? So I know that's the 5th, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the chord. So I know I can play this chord on here. I can play this chord on the bottom of that D note. I can play a major 7, or I can make it more fancy by putting like a 9 here. I can make it a 6, 9. Any chord that can fit under that D note. That's a major 7 chord. So you gotta see the chord scale relationship. Then the next note is a B. B. So that's right in the chord. So I'm going 1, 2, 3. Then it goes to G sharp diminished. Now the G sharp diminished looks like this. So that note's already in the chord. So it's the same melody. So I can go like this now. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then I can go the A minor 7. It has these notes in it. Has those same notes there, and then it goes to D7. There's a B on top there. So that's the melody note on top. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So that's the melody note. So I can put all these chords under there now, like this. Watch this. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So the thing is, the problem with this melody though, it gets really low. But I can still do it open, like I could. The next note is G. It does that, so I have a G6 on the bottom. So I can do that. And then it goes, then A minor 7. So that's a little low. So what I suggest a lot of guitar players, when they're doing chord melody, they're sight reading, you have to learn how to transpose up an octave by reading. Now, most guitar players have a hard time reading. They only use tabs, unfortunately. And I think that's great these days on YouTube and everything to know tabs. But you have to really know the song to be able to play tabs. You can't just like sight read and hear the rhythms and everything without using tabs. I mean, with tabs. You understand? You need sheet music. You need to be able to read music. So I'm gonna play this up an octave. So it's gonna be like this now. Watch this. So I did all with chord melody, sight reading, chord melody. So I know all my voicing. This takes a lot of experience to learn how to do these kind of voicings and being able to put a chord melody on top. But but the best way to do this, like I tell my students all the time, is to just practice, and try to work this stuff out and to really learn your neck and your intervals and read. I mean, everything is practice, everybody. It's like a lot of people, guitar players want to take shortcuts. There's no shortcuts in music. Because what happens if you take a shortcut, you're gonna get lost and you're gonna fall in a hole someplace along the way in the shortcut. You know what I mean? Or you'll get lost during the shortcut. And the best thing to do is practice, and practice things thoroughly, know your basics. So I'm just basically playing a melody on top of a chord, but I know from studying all these years and playing, I know what the note is against the chord, and I can read this and do it by looking at the sheet music on the spot most of the time. I mean, some songs can be much more difficult. This is kind of simple. So if I keep going through the song, it sounds like if I keep doing chord melody, I'm going to sight read the chord melody again. 3, 1, it goes to this. 1, 2, and then it goes to the A minor. 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So I'm gonna start from the top. Now I'm doing the whole song chord melody. My Buddy, this song is written by Walter Donaldson, Donald down and something Gus Kahn. So here's the whole melody, chord melody, sight reading. Ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 3. One, two. Top. See? So that's the whole song, chord melody. So, before I finish up here, I'm going to do about half an hour of live streaming for today, and I'm going to be reposting this, and you can watch the playback after. If there's any questions about anything today, please let me know. This is a relatively short live stream today, but we only have 2 attendants right now, and when I put it on YouTube, there will be a lot more views for after. But if there's any particular questions you want to know about soloing, technique, chord scales, walking bass lines, anything, let me know right now, and I'll try to answer the question real quick. But I appreciate you guys being patrons and being students, and for watching. And it was kind of last minute notice last night about posting this to my patrons. I actually sent everybody a message to watch this, but you could actually watch it playback anytime. So you can just go back to the post on Patreon and hit the link, and you can watch this playback about what we covered today. Now, if there's any questions or anything about chord melody, please let me know. I have some good reference materials here. Like for example, this new book that has been doing pretty good for a lot of my students have. It's a great book for learning how to do chord melody. So if you ever want to get this book, an autographed copy, let me know. because I have them some in stock. They were selling out for a couple of weeks, but I got some more in stock. So it teaches you how to do walking bass lines, rhythms, all kinds. Chord melody, harmonizing melodies, all kinds of cool things. So if you want to get into that, please let me know. Again, this is Ron Jackson. This is my Patreon only live lesson. And if you guys want to join my Patreon after this, who's ever watching, please sign up at patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic, and I'll have some cool content up there, different kinds of content, all original. And thank you for listening, everybody. And keep in touch, and we'll talk soon. And follow me everywhere at Ron Jackson Music. All my handles are Ron Jackson Music, everything. Okay. So everybody, have a great day. And I'll be seeing you guys soon for the next live lesson in next month, okay? During the summer months, a lot of people are on vacation, but, well, I don't know about, right now, these times, but, a lot of people are out now. So we'll talk soon, everybody. Thank you very much, Ron Jackson. I'll see you guys soon. Bye-bye. Hey, everybody. I just got to make sure I look good here. Look a little cut off here. Oh, I'm gonna fix this a little bit here. Make sure you guys can see me. Okay. Move back a little bit and put it down. See if that's better. Yeah, that's better. How's everybody doing? So you know what? We're gonna talk about double time phrasing today. I have a new lick. I have some new licks that I wrote out for my Patreon account, and it's going to be on my website about playing double time licks. I get a lot of questions about double time licks. When you're playing through a song, and then you got to you're just playing eighth notes like this. You can ask questions, please, too. Don't hesitate. So what I'm doing, basically, I'm just these are all these licks that I really know by heart that I can just play through changes. The thing is, if you're playing a jazz standard, you've got to be able to say you're playing. I'm gonna put on Satin Doll in a minute. You're gonna have to be able to take a solo over that, and then start trying to do double time. And a lot of students have an issue with that. Now, what is double time? It's actually, let's say you're playing in eighth notes in on a Satin Doll, just a typical jazz standard, like just D minor 7, D minor 7 to G7. That's on that part. So you could, if you're playing that tempo 1, 2, 3, 4, you could just do quarter notes 1, 2, 3, 4, 2. We could do eighth notes 1 and 2 and 3 and 3, etc. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3. And you could do 16 notes. 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 and a 4 E and a 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 See that? 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 1 E, 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a 1 E and a 1 E and a 2. Now I have a drummer that I'm studying with, and he's making me sing the 16 notes while I'm playing them. In order. 1 E and a 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a 1 E and a etc. 1 E and a it's really hard to do, and tap my foot and all this stuff. So you can really get the timing together. 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a. Oh yeah. So I'm using the George Benson picnic technique. Someone's asking me, Panache, how are you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, I'm using the George Benson picking technique, which is you hold your pick up like this. Okay, so I use there's different kinds of drills. You can do sweep picking exercises like this, going like this. You can go across, etc. Okay, and you could do sweeping, and you could do making sure you do tremolos at this angle up. tremolos like that to warm up. And you could do actually different kinds of warm-up exercises. But if you really want to work on your sweep picking exercises, you go to my article in Acoustic Guitar Magazine. This January-February issue is about sweep picking. So it's all about sweep picking, this exercise. Look, take a look here. It has George Benson. This is my article. It's all about sweep picking. So if you want to go check it out, go to the website acousticguitar.com, and you can see my whole article about sweep picking. And it's a great little article. So check it out. You know, it's that's how you get really into sweep picking. You're my friend, are a beast. Juanito, thank you, man. Yeah, nice. Get that magazine. Yeah, it's that article's in there, and please check it out. And also, let me see this. I have a book there too. So if you want to check out my book, it's over there too. You can get this from me, actually. Go to my website at ronjacksonmusic.com. I'm actually having a sale. So on my sale, you get 25% off. Use code, what's it again? Memorial Day, MDW, which is Memorial Day weekend, 25. So MDW 25, you get 25% off my book and all lessons, including my double time lesson I'm going to be showing you in a minute. Hey Shiva, how are you? What's going on? So I'm going to actually play you a little bit right now. I'm going to play some Satin Doll so you guys can see how I deploy double time phrases, okay? Here we go. Let me just turn this up a little bit. Let me make sure the volume's up. How does that sound to you guys? It sounds okay? I got to turn the volume up, I think, a little bit. Let me see. Let me try that now. Hold up. So I'm going to be playing Satin Doll. That's much louder. Okay, here. Here we go. So I'm going to do Satin Doll. I'm going to play like a solo through it. So I'll do double time now. Okay, so I was just doing some double time licks, everybody. So what I was doing, just so you know, I'm going to answer your question in a minute, actually, Kivinen. Okay, what I was just doing was when I'm playing over those changes, I have a lot of licks worked out. So I'm playing through the, I'll be playing like regular eighth notes. So I have a lot of these 2/5 licks. So when I'm actually playing those licks, so when I'm playing through that double time now, I might just go. Then I'll put some extra licks in there. So what I just did, I transposed that lick up a whole step as well. So that's actually kind of cool. Actually asked me if I use a wound G string. I'm actually using, this is actually not wound. These are all flat wound strings actually on this guitar. These are Tomastic black, actually labella jazz tapes we call them. And I have a picture for you of them here, if I can find it. Oh, here's what they look like. Actually, these are the strings I'm using. They're Labella Jazz tapes. I use 14 on top, so you know. Okay, so those are the strings I'm using, and they're really great strings. I use them on my 7-string. This is actually a 7-string set, but since I got a deal with D'Angelico, you know, I'm a D'Angelico artist. I went to this shop in New York City, and they were like freaking out because I'm putting 14s on this, and but it feels great actually. You know, actually it was a little too low when they set up my guitar, so I actually had to put it a little higher. So these are the strings. So those are, you know, and the string is wound. And they're black tape nylon strings on this guitar. Has an interesting sound, you know. But I use it on my 7-string. So, uh, I use a G wound string on, you know, it depends on the guitar. On my acoustic guitars I use like round wound, so usually the G is wound if it's a thick string. So that's a great question. So if you have any questions about double time playing, let me try play through this one more time for you. So I'm playing Satin Doll right now, pretty not fast. Sorry, I've hit the wrong button here. So I'm playing Satin Doll like at 120 quarter note. Now what I'm doing is I'm doubling up the time. So when I'm doubling up the time, it's like it seems much faster, but it's just the same tempo. But I'm just playing twice as fast. So let me quit this one real quick. So I'm gonna play you Satin Doll one more time. I might play the melody so you can check it out. Okay, hold on. Someone has an off-topic question before I do that. Hold on. What's that question? Let me see that question real quick. Off-topic quick question. Have you seen the movie Soul? I don't know about that. You know, I saw the movie. I don't think it's that accurate for jazz, actually. So anyway, so no. So if you want to learn about jazz history, just read about it or listen to the music. Okay, and I have some history books actually you can get questions about. Okay. Okay, cool. You're welcome. So let me do this right now. I'm going to play you Satin Doll, and I'm going to play through the. Let me play the melody actually, so you guys can have an idea what I'm playing first. Here we go. So what I was doing, everybody, was this. What I was trying to do, just to show you how double time works, is I was trying to deploy all my licks that I know that are double time and keep it going. So sometimes I would actually miss the changes, but you know, even if you miss the changes and you're playing in time, you know, it doesn't really matter. Hey, hello everybody, great to see you guys. Awesome double time, but that was great. Thank you. So you know, double time is you know, something. So you know what I'm doing is taking a lot of my licks that I already know and just doubling them up when I do double time. So when I'm doing that, I'm just going. So if I know a lick like this goes like this, like let's say I'm playing. Let me play through Satin Down one more time, and so you can get an idea. I'll take a couple of my licks that I already know, and this is how you have to practice, everybody. I'll take a couple licks I know. Now here. So what I just did, everybody, what I just did was I just took some of my licks that I already know. If I want to do double time, I just double them up. Okay, so that's one method of doing double time. And you know, I learned this. I mean, I studied with Pat Martino, and he you know, he always doubles up his licks like that, and he has these patterns that actually that cycle back and forth. Like you can go like this. So I'm just doing a cycling lick, and that sounds really, yeah, that's a 2-5-1. Yeah, thank you. The piper and the drummer. Let me go back to my comments here. I'm looking at my computer at the same time. So I'm just basically, I mean, I'm not doing anything really fancy. It sounds fancy, but I'm just taking some of the licks. I'm recycling my own licks. And you should come up with your own licks and do the same kind of thing. You just basically recycle your lick and play it over and over. Oh, Madam Supervisor, talk about the use of modes. So basically, Pijo Darko, I like that name. So you know what I'm using basically, I'm just basically using a Dorian mode here. If I'm playing Satin Doll, it's just a D minor to G7, and that's easy on guitar because it's in the key of C. So all I'm doing is I'm just playing a lot of you know, a lot of chromatic passing tones in my. And enclosures. Basically, I'm like doing a lot of passing tones between the whole steps of the Dorian scale and the dominant 7th scale. So I'm using the dominant bebop, also the Dorian bebop as well. So all I'm doing is I'm playing over a D minor Dorian mode, which is just like D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D. You should know it in all keys. And I'm just doubling up the notes and doing passing tones. And these are a lot of lines I made up, and also I stole from people that are my licks now. That's a great lick. I stole that from Pat Martino. Sorry, Pat. You know, I mean, this is like a lick he uses a lot, and he does these kind of things. So I take those kind of licks, and you can play them all across like 2 string sets. See what I'm doing? So I take that lick and I'll just play that like through the changes as an exercise, so I can work on my double time licks. And you know, and so you should be trying this on your guitar right now. It's not easy, but you have to learn how to deploy these licks like that. So let me pick another song, like another jazz standard. So that's at 120, and that's fast if you're doing double time. But imagine if it's faster. Let me see something here. Let me try to find another song that might be a little bit faster. So you can actually try to play something that's like a little harder to play double time. Let's do a blues. Let's say Billy's Bounce or something. No, this can be faster. Oh, this is too slow. I'm gonna put it up to 160 maybe, 150, because 150 is a fast tempo in jazz. They consider it a up tempo song. 300, it's like 300. If I do this twice as fast, it's 300. So listen to this. Oh, this is in C. I'm going to transpose back to the key of F. Because I had it working. I was working on a studio with this. So here we go. So anyway, I'm trying to show you double time. That's pretty fast. That's at 150 half note, but so I'm playing 300 as a double time licks. So that's harder to deploy. I got to really think about it because the time's going by, and there's all these different changes. Yeah. So I'm sweeping and I'm doing all kinds of stuff. See, what I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to hang at that tempo and play my stuff, and without missing. That's the hard part when you're deploying these double time licks. So the faster you go, the harder it is. I call it deploying, like deploying a weapon. You got to nail that stuff like at the tempo you want, and just nail it. You got to have it so down that you don't even think about it. Let me see. There's some questions here. Check out El Grupo Turco, the jazz buddies that their instruments got together, recorded a mix of okay, cool. Northern Mexico style music. Okay, cool. I'll check that out, Juanito. Nail all those kind of sweep picking sections. Any tips on how to play those bits that fast and clean? Only way I can tell you that for the piper, the drummer, to play that stuff fast and clean. Like I don't think I'm playing as clean as I could actually. It's just to practice them slow and speed them up. And just gradually, it says you're a drummer. The piper and the drummer, maybe you're not. You just use a metronome and speed up the tempo. You take these licks and speed them up, and and also practice these different licks at different tempos. Practice slow as possible and fast as possible. Use a metronome to gauge your tempo. Okay. They use, oh, cool. So they use jazz and accordion and bajito, baritone style guitar. Cool. Once you show eight positions of the C major scale on the fretboard, is there some diagram where I can practice this so I can find this? So, okay, Dovla, you can go to my website and pick that up. Actually, it's a lesson that I sell. You can just go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. I'm gonna write it down. I'm actually I have a sale on there. Okay, everybody, it's MDW 25. I'm gonna write it down. Practice Jazz Guitar is me actually watching too. So I'm gonna write this down. www.ronjacksonmusic.com. You can pick up all my lessons. Everything. I have printable lessons as well, and you can pick up that lesson there. Let me show. I'm going to send these. You use code 25. No, sorry. You save 25% off this weekend. Okay, it's ronjacksonmusic.com, and I sell that lesson there. And use code. I'm going to write down MDW25. Save 25%. Okay. And you can get all those 8 fingerings there. And all my double time lessons, everything. Okay, I just wrote that in comments if you guys can see that. I'm at Practice Jazz Guitar too. But all my videos there are private. So, what speed do you practice the metronome at? I try to practice as fast as I can sometimes. I've been working like at 350 sometimes to develop my fast speed. Like, I'll play something like that in a minute. So right now, I was playing Billy's Bounce at 120. I mean, at 150. Half note. So here it is again. Let me show you real quick. So I'm trying to do double time at that tempo. So take a look at this. I'm going to do another song like that in a minute too. But I was just doing a blues. So let me get this together here. One more time. So here's a blues. Blues in F. And I'm going to play double time at 150, okay? Not all the time. Ah! Ah! Ooh, my arm's dying now. So what I was just doing, I was playing at 150. I mean 300 actually over that 150, doing my double time licks. So all I'm doing is a lot of licks that I know already. I'm just doubling them up and fitting them over. Like instead of playing, let's say you're playing F7 1, 2, 3, then B flat 7 1, 2, 3, 4. So I might do a lick like this. When I change the chords, and I'll just do it twice as fast. So I'll just double the lick up to play twice as fast so I can do the double time lick. We're talking about double time here today. So, you know what? And if you're playing that fast, your hand will start to die on you because my hand's starting to die on me at that tempo. And so, you know, like, so that's what I'm trying to do is play those double time licks. So let me show you. So when you're playing double time, it's like playing like you're playing a fast tempo, but at a slow tempo. So you got to think, but you have to cram in information twice as fast now. Let me pick another song. Let me do something like Blue Bossa. Or something like not too hard, but you know you could do double time licks on it. Let me do Blue Bossa for you. Blue Bossa. This is just a bossa nova, and this is 100. I'm going to do it one. I'll do it 160. Let me see. Here we go. Let me do it like about 5 courses. Here we go. Okay. Now that's fast. That's 160 half notes. So that means it's 320. So you should be able to even play faster than that, actually. So that's pretty fast. Let me see something. Any other questions, anybody? I'm just trying to see what's going on here. Yeah, any questions, please send them to me or comments. And if you're enjoying what I'm doing, I'm having a sale on my website for all my music I told you earlier. And, so you can go to my ronjacksonmusic.com. I have all these lessons like double time licks here that I use. And so when I have some licks that are worked out like this one here, if I'm playing like say F minor or C minor, so this lick goes like this actually. Yeah, so that lick I can play over Blue Bossa as a double time lick that I actually have written out. It's a new lesson I have on my Patreon account, and also my my website that I'm going to be putting up later on today. Let me see. There's a question here. Yeah, I wasn't doing quintuplets. I was probably doing I was doing like 60-note triplets, like that kind of stuff at the end there. So but I'm mostly doing 60 notes when I do double time. So I'm just going to show you guys something. So if you like, I put this lesson on my Patreon account. So if you want to join my Patreon, you can just join me here. Someone from my last live stream joined my Patreon after watching this workshop. So, all these lessons and everything are actually on my Patreon account. Just go to www.patreon.com and then go /Ron Jackson Music. Okay? And that's my Patreon. And you can get all my lessons there too about this stuff. So, so let me try that one more time so you get an idea. I'm going to tell you about what kind of rhythms I'm using, but it's mostly 16 notes, sometimes triplets. If I'm doing it that fast, it's hard not to do it's hard to do other rhythms. So let me go back to Blue Bossa for a second. It's really hard to talk and teach at the same time. Let's try it again. Ready? Here we go. Now I'll do triplets. Now I'll do 60 notes. And then 60 notes. I gotta prepare for that. Eight notes. 60 notes. Eight notes. 60 notes. Triplets. $60 notes. Ah. Ah. Yeah, so I was mixing everything up. I was telling you the rhythms I was using so you get an idea about what kinds of rhythms I'm using. But so we're talking mostly about double time. So what I'm just trying to do is just trying to mix everything up and not get lost, because when you do all that stuff, it's like you're trying to like execute, and then you might get off. But I think it's always good to take chances when you're a guitar player or any instrumentalist in general when you're playing jazz or anything. So here, yeah. So that's Blue Bossa. It's a pedigree of horse. Okay, Eric, that's a great way of putting that. This is great. Thanks for showing me all the rhythms and mid improv. Yeah. So you know what? I mean, when you're playing a solo, everybody, I think a lot of people, when they start playing jazz and stuff, they start like they basically just like what's the word? They just start just playing random notes, not thinking about the rhythm. And the rhythm is actually the most important part of a solo, actually, or anything actually. The rhythm. So it's very important that you know what you're talking about with rhythms when you're playing, that the audience feels the rhythm and that you feel the rhythm, because rhythm is actually the most important part. So now let's get so we're doing double time playing and all that stuff, and double time playing is like is hard work. So let me take another song with more changes on them. Let me think of another song. Also you can request a song like a medium song. So when you're doing double time, you can't do a fast song. Like you could try, but if a song's like going 200, I mean I could try something like that. I've done it before. Let me see. Let me do Time After Time. This one has a lot of changes. I play this a lot. So let me see if I can find this one. Where is that one? Here it is. So let me put this like at like 180. So you can see how this is going to be fast for double time. This is going to be ridiculously fast, but I want to try it anyway. Here we go. Eight notes. 60 notes. Six notes. 8 notes. So I'm doing 8 notes basically because it's so fast. To do 16 notes, it's gonna be hard. Okay, so I was trying to do double time at 180. Now 180 is actually wow. So that's 150. Oh man, that's fast, man. That's three. Wait a second. That's 180. I can't think because that was burning my brain out. So there's extra 40 clicks. So that's 320. No, 340 is the tempo I was playing at, actually. So that's a really, really fast tempo. You know, so actually the 60 note will sound like this. We play for a second. Whoa. So if I'm trying to double time at that tempo, that is fast, man. So, you know, that's a fast tempo. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. I mean, you should be able to play those tempos, and I need to practice those more. So when I'm doing double time, I'm actually thinking, like at that tempo, you know, that's like a fast tempo, but double. You know, this is a kind of like, this is what they call medium up, that tempo, but that's not really, you know, it's not fast to play, because I have students that think that 200 is fast, and that's not fast at all in jazz. But you know, you can play really fast in jazz and really slow. So I'm gonna see if there's any questions here, because I'm looking at my oh sorry, I'm looking at my things here. Oh yeah, so someone says I'm a legend. Thank you. So yeah, Silent Violet, I'm a legend. Thanks. I'm a legend in my own mind. That's crazy. It is crazy, all these notes. So yeah, so if anybody have any more questions about double time? So basically, double time is just being able to fit all these notes. You know, instead of playing 8th notes, you play 16th notes, but you got to be able to fit the same ideas in that 16th note phrase when you're playing. So my hand feels like stiff right now from doing all that fast playing. So I'm going to have to take a break soon. But, you know, if you're enjoying this, everybody, I'm having a sale on my website again, ronjacksonmusic.com. Okay? ronjacksonmusic.com. You just go to my website and just put in code MDW25, and you save 25% off everything, including like my book here that I have on Acoustic Guitar Magazine, from Acoustic Guitar Magazine and Hal Leonard, called Chords at Your Fingertips. It's all about chord melody. We're not doing chord melody today. We're just doing double time soloing. And you'll get an autographed copy. You save 25%, and you know. And thank you. Thank you. You're welcome. You know, you can ask me any question. I'm here for you guys. You know, and you know the best way to teach you, I offer lessons online too. So you can get 25% off my lessons on my website too. So use code MDW25. You can just go to my website and you know, purchase lessons. The best way to learn this stuff is actually definitely, you know, study with a teacher. That's how I study with a lot of different teachers. So it's important to you know, study with somebody. It's hard to see yourself play and see what you really sound like. You know, and the best way really to get your stuff together is actually record yourself. Watch yourself on videotape, listen to yourself on recordings. That's what I do all the time, you know, and I'm always going, oh my God. But everybody else seems to like what I'm doing, so, you know. When I went to D'Angelico, it's so funny. I'm going to show you my amp in a minute, and you can get a quote on this one too. So I went to D'Angelico. I got this guitar from them, and I was playing, man. I was like, oh man, I don't sound good today. They said, man, you sound great, man. I'm like, what? What? I'm not even warmed up or anything. I haven't played. Like, all I do is social media and all this. And they said, no, it sounds great. Here's the guitar. I was like, thank you. I like to thank Justin and everybody at D'Angelico, New York, for them giving me this guitar and being an artist ambassador for them. So if you're interested in D'Angelico guitars, you can go to my store, and this is the XL1. But you can actually go to my store. I have a store on Amazon. You can pick up your own D'Angelico guitar right there. Go to my Amazon store at Amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music, and you can pick up one of my D'Angelico guitars there. And these are nice over there. So my amplifier. So you know what? Just so you know, okay, hold on. Someone's asking me before you answer that question. Do you still focus on accents on that speed, or do you play evenly as fast as you can? Ha! That's a good question. I mean, you know what? When I play that speed, I mean, I'm naturally thinking about phrasing anyway, Mr. Les Paul fan. Oh, Les Paul. You know, I knew Les Paul actually. He was a great guy. I used to hang out there, and I have a picture with him over here on the wall here. You know, Mr. Les Paul fan. I have a picture right here. I should show you. Hold on, let me show you real quick. Let me show you, because I want to show my Les Paul fan this guy. Les Paul fan. Look at this. You answer that question? Here's a picture of Les with his signature to me. He was a great guy, man. He lived till like in his mid-90s. You know, and I studied with Bucky Pizzarelli, and he actually so it says here, Tehran, the best great player and friend, Les Paul. So Bucky used to play with Les Paul. He used to go see them all the time. I studied with Bucky. And Bucky lived a little longer than Les, actually, because Bucky would live to 94, and I was surprised he even lived that long. Yeah, it's cool, Mr. Les Paul. So when I'm playing phrases that fast, I'm thinking about accents and stuff too, but it's hard. It's harder, of course, to think about them when you're playing that fast. So I'm just trying to get through it and make sure I execute on time. So thank you. So Les Paul was a cool guy, man. I have all these memorabilia. It's a classic picture, and I'm glad I have that. Because that's an old picture. Because he died like about at least 10 years ago. So he was a really great guy. So anyway, a few announcements. If you're enjoying the show, also I take donations. If you like, you can just go to my PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App at Ron Jackson Music. And if you enjoyed the show and you'd like to donate, that would be great. And if you learned a lot today, it's Ron Jackson Music at Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App. And last week, one of my fans here on YouTube actually, became a patron. So you can join my Patreon at Ron Jackson Music. Now, about the amp, sorry about that. So I use a Fender. It's hard to see, but I actually use a Fender Tone Master over here. But also I use this amp. It's a really great amp. It's a Henriksen amp, okay? And this is like the most powerful small amp. I use this is a jazz guy's amp, like the lazy jazz guy who wants to carry out a powerful amp and doesn't want to break his back. So, so this is a Henriksen Bud 6, they call it. It's a great amp, and it's 120 watts. It weighs 13 pounds, and it has volume and tone. It has 2 full channels with reverb and everything. You can plug a mic or a guitar. So I work with singers with this amp. And I'm also a Henriksen influencer too. So I have a code. If you guys want to get your own Henriksen amp, you can save 5% at HenriksenAmplifiers.com and use my code Ron Jackson. And it's a permanent code. So please share with your friends. Please share this code with your friends. Ron Jackson, okay? For HenriksenAmplifiers.com. And these are great amps. And, check them out. I use them all the time, especially on gigs, and at home I'm using my Fender Tone Master a lot, which is an expensive amp too, and they're really great because, they don't weigh like a Fender amp. It's hard to see over here. I don't have my camera pointed over there, but my Fender Tone Master's over here, and it's a really great amp. A Fender Tonemaster twin reverb actually, and also I have the Tonemaster, the smaller version. I forget what the name is, but I have that as a backup. They're really great amps, everybody. So if you want to get that, does your core for yes. So just so you know, Eric, yeah, chords at fingertips is all levels actually. Okay, so they start out at different levels. There's a 25% off on my website too, Eric. So use code Memorial Day weekend MDW25. That's you need to get 25% off the book, and it's an autographed copy for you. So it goes through different stages, like really basic here, all about chord stuff. There's 5 different writers. I have 3 lessons in here, and it starts with the notation guide, and then basic chords. So my exercises, start with real basic stuff too, in the book as well. I do bass lines and I do Chet Atkins harmonizing like Chet Atkins style in the book, and so these are all different levels. And also, what's really cool about this book, everybody, is that it has video that accompanies with it. So this is I write for Acoustic Guitar Magazine, so every book that every time you buy this book, there's like a code where you can watch every video for every lesson. So it's really cool. All the people who bought this book love it. I've sold a bunch of copies recently. Especially since I started taking off on social media. So a lot of people I sell 3 or 4 books every week on this book. So it's a really great book. And get yours before they run out. This is Memorial Day weekend, so I'm having a sale. So I'm gonna have to stock up if once I run out. So yeah, it's all levels, and and it's progressive. So you could go through all these different lessons and just work on these different things. There's arpeggios, all kinds of stuff. It's a really great book. So if you have any questions, let me know about this. So I'm going to be finishing up soon, everybody. And if you have any questions, let me know. Send me a message. Go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. And we did all and I have these double time licks that I have written out on my website too, if you'd like to get one. And because you have to have these licks worked out. So what you do is you learn double time licks from different people that work, and then you can actually apply them. You transcribe licks, transcribe great guitar players, George Benson, Pat Martino, whoever, Joe Pass, Pat Metheny, whoever you love, and learn their licks and try to apply those double time licks, and that's how you get it together. And if you have any questions, please send them to me. And go to my website. I'm commenting as Practice Jazz Guitar because that's one of my YouTube channels. So you can just go www.ronjacksonmusic.com, and I'm just writing this down as a comment. And if you want to pick up anything about my lessons there, I'm having this code, this Memorial Day weekend code. You can save 25% there on all my lessons. And then you could just ask, you can send me a message if you have any questions or anything. And also, if you want to know, I'm a Cremona artist, and you can also get a guitar from me from Cremona if you're interested on Cremona guitars. One of my students is actually doing, one of my patrons is picking up one. So, that's about it. I'm going to go take a break now and do some other things. I'm going to do some filming. I'm going to be filming some new reels and videos for Instagram and for YouTube. So thank you everybody for watching. And if you have any more questions, send them to me right now before I finish up. Otherwise, I'm going to get going. I'm going to send this comment right now, and we'll see everybody. If you send me a question. Oh yeah, you're welcome. The piper and the drummer, you're welcome. So I'm going to be coming up with these impromptu lessons once in a while, just to help everybody out, and it helps me actually explain what I'm doing and execute. Someone just asked me that question. I'm using let me see if I can point this in the right direction here. There's my amp I'm using right there. Okay, it's a Fender Tonemaster. So let me go back here. It's a Fender Tonemaster Deluxe reverb, and also I use this amp, a Hendrickson amplifier, I mentioned a minute ago to somebody. Okay, and that's a really great amp too. Okay, so this is a great amp. It's 120 watts, weighs 13 pounds, 9 by 9 inches, and it has two full channels here. Yeah, so I use that a lot on gigs, small gigs. On the bigger gigs, I bring this one, the Tone Master. The Tone Master is all transistor now, so it's much lighter than the than a twin reverb. I use a twin reverb Tone Master, and I was telling you guys earlier, you can use my code Ron Jackson at Hendrickson Amplifiers and save 5% on this amp. Okay, it's a real or any amp on Hendrickson.com, amplifiers.com. Okay, use my code Ron Jackson. Please share that with all your friends. It's a code. It's a permanent code. Okay, it's my artist code for them. Thank you, everybody. And I'm gonna get going, and I'll see you guys very soon. Okay, Ron Jackson over and out. Bye bye. Thanks for watching. Bye bye. If you have any questions, send them to me right now. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome, everybody. And please follow me. Support me in every way. I forgot to mention, subscribe to all my channels. Question, sure, Juanito. Question. Juanito had one question. What's the question, Juanito? Yeah, you're welcome. And also, again, everybody, you can donate to my PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App at Ron Jackson Music. Okay, if you'd like to. Thank you. Do you ever practice anything other than jazz? Of course, Juanito. I do everything. And I actually play like folk music, rock, R&B, all kinds of stuff. Actually, classical guitar. All kinds of stuff. Actually, I have a bunch of guitars here too. So I'm gonna have to do a video about my guitar collection because people keep asking me what kind of guitars you. I have tons of guitars. I have a 12-string guitar. I have a nylon string guitars. I have classical guitars, 7 and 6 string. Steel string guitars, 7 and 6 string. Solid body, 7 string only. I have right now. I have jazz guitars, 6 and 7 string guitars. I have a lot of guitars. I have about 20 of them. So anyway, I'll have to show you definitely. Let me see if someone's asking a question. Okay, cool, Juanito. Thank you, everybody. We'll talk soon. Okay, have a good day. Bye-bye. Thank you. Let me see if I can fix this up a little bit better. I'm doing my live stream here. I'm trying to make sure the camera looks good. And I go back a little bit. And, waiting for people to join me. I know this is very last minute, no impromptu kind of, fast-paced live here. I'm going to be talking about the 7-string guitar and how it's used in jazz. And, people are asking me these questions all the time about, let me make sure my seat's correctly put up here because I have all this crazy stuff here. People are always asking me about the 7-string guitar and why I use it. So just so you know, if you have any questions or anything, please send me a chat. Also, let me see what the chat relay is here. I want to see what the messages are, if there's any questions. I know this is like really last minute, and people are just like checking me out. I'm going to put this up a little bit higher. See if I can turn this a little bit so it stays up here. Good. So I'm going to just show you how I warm up on the 7-string, if you have any questions like that. So for example, I was trying to C major scale. I mean, what's happening is I'm trying to really learn the 7th string instead of using it. It's just a low note that accompanies me. I'm trying to really use it in my soloing. So if I'm playing a C major scale, so you got that low A note string here, and I'm trying to play it up the scale. So there's a big space between when I go down to the G, F, and E. E is here. So it's a big jump. So to get to the D, it's here. So if I'm going up, I have to do this. going this way, I can hit that F or this F. So I have to really think about that still. So that's a real pain. So, but this is just the key of C. So I'm trying to do that in different keys. It can be really, really kind of difficult, So if I'm the key of F, so I'm going to go F. So the F has a B flat in it. F, G, A, B flat, C, D, E, F. So that's an E. Then I have to hit the D. Then I have to hit that B flat there. See that? So I have to do that. So the B flat. So I gotta make sure that B flat's there. So this can be confusing if you're not a 7-string player. Okay, that's an E, D, C, B flat. So so that's how I start off trying to warm up with the 7-string guitar. Also, I do warm-up exercises where I try to use the 7-string, like the 1, 2, 3, 4 exercise I like to do. Now, there's 7 of the strings now. Then backwards. Now, what's confusing is when you start doing the different patterns. So when I'm doing a pattern going up, across, I can actually change that up and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 1, etc. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 1, 3, 4, 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 3, and go across. It's much harder on the 7th string. I'm going to do slow. It's easier for me to play it on 6th string. It's a great exercise for you to warm up with. There's a question. Yeah, hey, how's it going? So I'm going. So this pattern is really good. Now the thing that's hard is just being able to switch position. See, now I'm using the 7th string with that kind of pattern, but it's really, I have to think twice as hard because that extra string I'm not used to yet, like I'd like to be. Good afternoon. Thank you for your sharing. You're welcome. You're welcome, Teddy. If you have any questions, let me know. But this is about the 7th string guitar particularly. So I'm doing a warm up that I usually do on 4th string, but it's confusing me because I'm not used to 7 strings, and for most people, they're not used to it either. So these are great warm-up exercises actually for any guitar. So I'm doing the 4, 3, 2, 1, and then I'm switching the fingers in every time. Then I'm doing for the 3, 2, 1. Then I'm going. Etc. I'm doing that as a warm-up because I haven't touched the guitar all day. So this is a 7th string guitar for people who don't know. I'm doing a workshop all about that today. So with the 7th string is the hard part. I tune to a low A. So this is E, A, D, G, B, E, and then with a low A, which doubles this A string. Now I learned this from studying with Bucky Pizzarelli, the great jazz 7th string guitar player and 6th string. He started playing. He died at 94 last year from COVID. Okay, unfortunately, and he started playing his guitar, the 7th string guitar, in his mid-40s. Until he died, and he called it the new guitar. So I mean, I was studying jazz comping with him, like Freddie Green style, like this. That kind of stuff. But you know what? The whole time I was studying with him, he was trying to convince me to play 7th string guitar. So what I did was about 9 years ago I switched, not switched, but I started playing 7th string guitar, and it's a big learning curve still. So when I started playing it, he told me that I was tuning it to a low B. This is an A string, and Bucky told me double your A string. So that's what I'm doing. I'm doubling the A string. So what's really cool about that, well, is that you get low notes lower than any 7th string player. Brazilians play with a low C. Rock guys, rock musicians, progressive rock, they play with a low B, and jazz people play with a low A. And when I get those really cool, and you get that low note. That really note. Pause. Okay? So you get that really low A note, and it's really cool for certain things, like really. You don't get that on the a normal 7th string guitar that's tuned to a low B, a low C. You get these really deep tones. And I can double thing the octave with the A. And that's really cool too. So, I mean, I really like using this. Hold on, I'm going to turn the heat up a little bit. It's a little cold in New York. So, when I'm playing, so I use that a lot. So what's really good for is doing piano music. Bucky called this the modern way of playing guitar. The modern guitar, he called it. And he called the other guitar the old guitar. Let me see what that says. What are some extended chords you're using possible on the 7th string? So some of the chords I'm using are like this. So I like using chords like, any chord that uses a 7th string. So I like doing like this B flat major 7. It's kind of like a C over a B flat. That's a beautiful chord on there. A lot of chords I like to use with a low A, so it can be any kind of A chord. So this is a A7, sharp 9, flat 13, or sharp 5, sharp 9, sharp 5, or flat 13. So I like using that low string, do the chromatics. Okay, I really like to use that extension of the A note. So any kind of chord with the A in the bass. I'm just doing an A suspended 13, for example. It's a cool one. So, it's what the hard part for me is actually incorporating that low note in my solo. Throwing that note in there. So if I'm doing an A major scale. Throwing it in there. And, you know, getting that really low note in there is hard to use, actually. Let me see if there's any other comments and questions here. Let me see. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Let me see. I'm trying to see what all the messages are. Yeah, yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for sharing. You're welcome. Emery, yeah, so you know what? So let me play you a song using the 7-string. Bucky Pizzarelli, when I studied with him, he gave me this song, Lush Life by Billy Strayhorn. And he used this as the model song for a 7-string because he always said that the 7-string is great for playing piano music. So what's happening is, Lush Life's in the key of D flat, and with this low string, that D flat's right there, okay, and it doubles the A. So I'm playing a song like Lush Life, I get those really low tones that I can never get before. I dominate my 3 favorite guitar players. I mean, that's hard to say. Pat Martino, George Benson, Wes Montgomery, Django Reinhardt, Charlie Christian. I mean, there's so many guys, you know, of the old style. What about chord melody? So I'm going to do a chord melody right now, Pierre. Okay, and I'm going to do a song called Lush Life. I'm going to be reading this. I should know this by heart, but I haven't learned it yet. Even though my guitar teacher, Bucky, years ago, my last guitar teacher, Bucky Pizzarelli, told me to learn this. So let me try this, okay? Lush Life. I was basically sight reading that. Yeah, this is a 17-inch. So guitar right here. Okay. What can I learn if my guitar is not for me? For example, my friend is hold on, let me see that chat right there. Let me see. I gotta see that one. If my friend is borrowing my guitar, something that doesn't involve guitar. Let me see what you mean by that. I'm just trying to answer that question. Let me go to the chats here. So, what can you play on Undone by Guess Who? I don't know that one, but I'll try to answer some questions if I know them. What can I learn if guitar is not with me? Something that doesn't involve guitar, but in my hand, but useful for guitar playing. You can do little finger exercises, but there's nothing like, you can't really do anything unless you have a guitar in your hand, really. So that's a good question. So let me see. I'm just trying to see what other people are saying here. It's a big body guitar. Do you plan to come back to Montreal to perform? I'll buy you a smoked meat sandwich. Okay, I'll go up there, Dave. Thank you. Yeah, great, Dominique. Thank you. So I'm doing chord melody right now. So I was trying to do Lush Life. So what's happening is I'm just doing a little workshop. So Bucky had me doing these real low chords like this. And with these real big stretches, this is hard to do on the 17. That part in the introduction. Then so I can do a little inner voices here going up. See how I play all those low notes? The hard part is keeping that low string there. So I'll do it again. So this is a big stretch right here. Usually you do a 6 chord like this, a D flat like this. But I'm doing it with this string, and that's really hard to get. And also I'm in a weird position. I'm trying to show you in the camera. So it's hard to, it's hard to do this stuff live. And, and no edits. See that? So I'm doing a little more harmonization. I can go. See, I'm trying to put that melody in there. See? I'll do a bass line here. Okay. And then I'm going to the key of F minor, so I'm doing a little line cliche. So I'll put that little bass line in there. Then the little thing. I'm trying to throw that little bass note in there. Hard to play, all in D flat and no open strings. I'm doing all bar chords. So this is Lush Life, and then I'm trying to play that melody with this low bass note here. Now Bucky was trying to show me how to do this. Bucky Pitcher. See that? There's a lot of accidentals here, a lot of sharps and flats. Then that. Thirds. much as I can. A, low A. Third. Octaves, harmonics. So I'm using little octave harmonics and cool tricks playing this song Lux Life, and it's a really great exercise. And I have to actually memorize this one day, so I need to practice this kind of stuff all the time. Now the seventh string, if you have any questions, that's what we're doing. A topic today is a seventh string. So let me see my live top chat here. How do you apply blues notes into your playing? Oh, so blue notes, you have to know you really have to know your minor pentatonic scales. So I'm not really talking about that today, but just so you know, to play minor pentatonic scales, I mean, there's 5 fingerings. Now, you can go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, okay, and there you can find some printable music for only $2 about all the 5 fingerings of the minor pentatonic. Actually, you know what? You reminded me. Thank you for asking the question. I have to put like a series, like a printable lesson that's only for a couple of bucks about adding 1 note to the minor pentatonic. Wow. Yeah, wrist fatigue. Well, my wrist is hurting me right now because I'm playing 7th string, so it's much harder. Plus, everybody, I'm playing a 14 on top, just so you know. And these are heavy strings, guys. Let me show you what these strings look like. I have the pack right here, just to show everybody. Where's that pack of strings? Here. So I'm playing these strings right here. These are jazz tapes on this guitar. And I use 14 to a 79. So I call those the man string. So a lot of people play light strings with low action, but that's not a really good method to play guitar. You should learn how to play with heavy strings. You get more sound out of the guitar. You need to rely less on the amplifier to get your sound. So, I haven't been practicing for a couple of days. I've just been playing and doing some recording work. But so I haven't touched the 7th string in a couple of days. So this is really hard. So let me answer a couple more questions here. Let me see. There was a question. Let me go to the top. Yeah. So what about Charlie Hunter Jazz Funk Style? I love Charlie Hunter. Have you ever tried Elixir Strings? Actually, I endorse Elixir Strings too. So that's Elixir Strings. I use them on my Sala body, actually. These are like 10, these are 7-string sets from my Solid Body PRS 7-string. So yes, I use Elixir Strings too. And I actually won the Elixir Performer Magazine contest a couple of years ago. I sent one of my songs in called One for Melvin. So you guys, if you want to check out my music, please do. Let me see if I can send a chat here for you guys. Let me see. Oh yeah, Elixirs are great. Let me see. I'm just trying to see what else. Oh, okay. I was just trying to see what other options here, because you know what, I'm just trying to figure out how to use the chat on my phone, because I decided not to use my computer. It was making so much noise. So I use Elixir Strings, and if you guys are enjoying this, please send me a comment or anything, and any of these tips help. On the link. I'm actually, there's a link if you want to donate to my show here, and it's right here. And you can PayPal me if you're enjoying what you're doing. You don't have to donate at all. if you feel like in your heart you like to, you can donate to PayPal at Ron Jackson Music, Venmo, Cash App, and Zelle. Yeah. So at all at Ron Jackson Music. Okay, just like my YouTube channel. And please, definitely subscribe if you're learning a lot of cool things from me. Let me see what some of these other questions are. Live chat, top chat. Let me see. Have you ever tried Trainer Amp? No, I never tried that. You're dope. Keep being dope. Thank you. I've never tried that. I love electric strings. They're great for certain things. Have you had problems with wrist changing technique, less strumming and more doodling? Yes, I've had fatigue and all kinds of stuff. I mean, I've even had problems. Yeah, and thank you for this, for listening to this Octave Harmonics. You know, Randy Bachman did a jazz album. Have you heard of him? A couple of jazzy songs. Looking out. Oh yeah, no, I never heard that album. I'll check it out. Tommy Emmanuel, I know Tommy Emmanuel actually. He's a great guitar player, and I know him from hanging out with Les Paul here in New York. I knew Les Paul, and he was a great guy too. And let me just keep going here and answer some questions. What can I learn of guitar? Okay, good. Well, thanks for asking the questions, everybody. So we're talking about 7-string here, and this is like a kind of like a 7-string workshop. So another thing I like to do, so the chord melody is really great with 7-string. Also, I like to use the bass line. So I'm just getting warmed up here. Lush Life, that last song I played was really kind of hard to play. PlayStation Gypsy Jazz. Oh, yeah, great. So you know what? I like to use the 7-string also for like bass lines. So I mean, I'm really into playing bass lines on the guitar. I've been doing that anyway in general for years and years. So let's take a typical jazz standard. It could be anything. Let me see. Let me pick a jazz standard. You guys pick a jazz standard for me. Send me a text. Well, do you have a gospel background? No, I don't have a gospel background. No, but I've been to churches for a long time, and I played in church, and I love gospel music, and I played in churches actually recently. Actually, I did some recordings. Yeah, please play Indiana by Zeus Sims, Bucky Pillar. Oh, yeah, big. Oh, really? Indiana. Oh yeah. Oh, Indiana's based on actually is based on Donnelly. I could do that for you. I'm using the 7-string. Someone asked me to play Indiana, and that's what Donna Lee's based on. And actually, Bucky Pissarelli, I studied with him for a long time, the 7-string guitar, on and off for maybe, oh man, it was a while. Maybe 15 years or something. But like every once in a while, getting into 7-string guitar. So what happened was, you know, the 7-string is great for playing like accompaniment with bass line. So like now, if I'm taking a solo, like let's say when I'm playing live or when I'm doing a lot of like this live streaming now, I'll play just instead of playing with a backing track, I try to be like a one-man band. So it's great with a 7-string. You can go. So anyway, I'm just messing around. So when I'm taking a solo, I had a high-end restaurant and hire you to perform. Oh, thank you. Well, don't get too high-end now. You know, I play restaurant gigs, all kinds of stuff, concerts, recordings. So what I'm doing is I'm just doing solo guitar. So it's just all about 7-string the guitar. So just please ask me questions about that. Do you sometimes play Delta blues? Sure. I mean, you know. How about this? I'm just messing around, guys. Yeah, thank you everybody for watching. You know, I know it's an afternoon, but I'm trying to actually do more live sessions here because you know, sometimes I don't have time actually to like edit all these videos. Sometimes it's just great to go live and answer some questions and talk about some subjects. Thank you. Oh, thank you, thank you. Ron's my favorite. What's your favorite thing to utilize with a 7-string? So I like to do all kinds of things with the 7-string. You know, like particularly using the 7-string, and you can do some cool soloing stuff too. So let me think about that. I'm kind of half asleep today. So I'm using the 7-string like a bass note, but also like a solo note, you know, to incorporate in my playing. So that's the hardest part about me playing the 7-string is to incorporate it in my solos. So that's one thing I like to do with the 7-string. So I can do all these octaves. So I'm using the 7-string like a solo thing. Let me see. Someone has some questions here. And that's a really cool thing to do, actually. Let me see. Oh, hey, man. Hey, Australia. How you doing, man? Great, great, great. Thank you, guys. Oh, man. What's your favorite thing? Oh, Ron is my favorite. Thank you. Do you have a low B? Oh, no, this is a low A. So everybody keeps asking me the same question. This is actually a low A. So this doubles my A string here. So I learned that, I got that from George Van Apps, actually from Bucky Pizzarelli, who I was studying guitar with. And George Van Apps actually tuned his guitar just like that, okay, with a low A string, okay? So that's kind of cool, isn't it? Let me center this a little bit better. Okay, so that low A string is a really cool thing to use. Let me put my head up a little bit so you don't cut my head off. So yeah, so the A string is really cool. It's the lowest note, on the 7th string you can get. So and the thing that's confusing is it doubles the A. So I can do. You can do cool bass lines. Really cool bass lines like that, like I do a little pop stuff too. Oh, some questions here. Oh, I'm trying to harness theory. So, okay, so that's a good question. Let me see. Someone said, trying my hardest with theory, but nothing seems to work. You know what? Theory, you have to really try to play it on your guitar or an instrument to really understand it. And then you start listening to how things will work. That's the best thing to do with theory, okay? And let me see what else here's here. But new to hollow electric guitars, do they work like acoustics or different? So this guitar can be played acoustically. It's not as loud. It's a pretty big guitar. Look how wide this is. It's like, oh man, probably 5 inches deep or 4 inches or 6 inches actually. It's a 17 inch wide guitar. So it has a pretty acoustic guitar. I have it all hollow. When I play live gigs with this though, I have to put foam because it feeds back. But you can play it acoustically pretty good, you know what I mean? So you can hear it pretty good. But can it gent? Who's that? Just kidding. Yeah, so you know what? 7-string guitar. This guitar is an acoustic guitar too. It's not a real acoustic, but it's an arch top and has that big, warm, big sound with big man strings. I call these strings the where are those strings? I lost them. Here, I use these strings on here. 14 on top, the man string. And you know what's really funny? I had a guitar teacher, a really great guitar teacher named Melvin Sparks. He was like the acid jazz, funk, soul guitar player, did a lot of sessions. He was my mentor. And he had me switch from 13s to 14 on top. So that's the strings I use on this guitar, the 7-string. And on my solid body, I use these Elixir strings, 7 strings that I got from Elixir. I have an endorsement with these guys too. And wait a second. Do I have some other strings here? I have some other strings, but I can't find it right now. So anyway, I use all kinds of strings to play on this guitar, and they're really cool. So anyway, let me continue. Also, if you want to study with me, it's already, I'm going to put it up later, but if you want to learn some cool lessons with me, I have a Patreon account right now. It's www.patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic. And you can get lessons there for $3 a month or more. Could you show a 7th chord progression using the low A string? Sure. So a major 7th chord with this low A string, someone asked me a couple of questions here, so I'll answer them. So this is a cool 7th chord. A major 7. Now the low A string, I can use the low A string for all kinds of 7th chords. I can go. Sorry. No, that's minor. Sorry about that. Now you could also use the seventh chord in all kinds of voicings like this. Let me see. So I'm using seventh chords here. Also, so this is a low A, but I could use it on all kinds of stuff. I do it all the time. So I'm just using seventh chords here, just as an example. I mean, there's all kinds of things I could do with the seventh string and seventh chords and other kinds of stuff, you know. But there's what I like about the seventh string is that it gives me that possibility of playing all those cool low notes that you can never do on a sixth string. So there's an advantage to that. And thank you. Sorry, thanks. Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you very much. So when I'm playing seventh string, I like to throw it right in there. So I'm doing some. Pop song by Anita Baker called Caught Up in the Rapture, and I just use a lot of bass lines. It sounds really cool when you're doing poppy kind of stuff too, and you're just by yourself. And I've actually do a lot of recording sessions like with my daughter now, where I just play, like, instead of playing the bass, even though I have a bass, I just do the bass on my seventh string. It sounds just like a real bass because this is a bass note. This is the same string as the third string bass on the electric bass or acoustic bass, exactly the same pitch. Another cool effect you can use actually on the seventh string is actually the Slam Stewart sound. I learned this from Bucky. So when you play the seventh and the sixth string together, it makes a cool Slam Stewart sound, like it's a fifth. So this is actually A to E. So you get. So if you're playing let's say you're playing like any kind of jazz standard. Let's say so I'm going. I'm using that seventh string Slam Stewart kind of bass line. It's really cool. I could do 3 of them. Sounds like I'm singing with it, but I'm not really singing. I'm just going. I'm using that cool Slam Stewart sound I learned from Bucky. So, you know, you can do some really cool effects with a 7-string guitar. Let me see some of the comments that are coming up here. Because I'm using my phone to try something different. Usually use my computer, I can see everything. Are there any jazz artists that have written songs especially with 7-string guitar? Oh, I never thought about that. No, I mean, the best, you know, I mean, Bucky, when I studied with him, he had all kinds of arrangements. I have an arrangement for 7-string guitar. Now, writing specifically for 7-string guitar, that's possible, and I do it myself. You know, hey, Dave, how many times have you played in the Montreal Jazz Festival? I've never played there, unfortunately. So bring me up there. I would love to play at the Montreal Jazz Festival. You know, I would love to go back to Montreal. I played there quite a while ago. I love it. Oh, great, great. I actually knew that one. Okay, let me see. What's the best jazz warm-up exercise? Someone asked me, "What's the? Would you most like to perform today if you had a choice? Would if I had to play with an artist today, Dave? I would love to play with Herbie Hancock. I would love to have played with Chick Corea too. And I've had friends that play with all of them, but I mean, I never had a chance to. Okay, great, great, great. Okay. Oh, thank you, Dave. I think he had to go. Someone had to go. One of my top friends. If you're enjoying this and you're, you know, please. I have this ready on my description, but you know, I'm taking donations today too. You know, if you feel like, you know, there's no requirement, but it would be great if you can. If you can, it's okay. You can donate to me at PayPal, at Ron Jackson Music, and Cash App and Venmo at Ron Jackson Music, and Zelle at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. You know, and help us support us musicians stuck here at home, not having any gigs. I appreciate it. Thank you. If you're learning a lot of cool things today about the 7-string. And what was I going to say? There was another question I wanted to ask up there. Answer. Let me see. Oh, hey, greetings from Moldova. Pleased to meet your son. Really? My sign's backwards on the camera? Let me see. Let me see. No, that's right. It's not. It's backwards. Oh, it's supposed to be Ron Jackson Music at PayPal. I don't know why it's backwards. Is this the right way now? It should be. This looks like the wrong way to me. Is that the right way? Please make a comment. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Double locking tremolo. I don't know anything about that. Can you slap? Let me see. Yeah. What's that? It's right now. What's that? It's right now. Let me see. Let me see. I'm trying to see what people are saying here. Top chat. Oh. I'm trying to see what all these people are playing. I played the New Orleans Jazz Festival before, just so you know. Haven't been there in a while. Let me see. Let me see. Nice. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, cool. So anyway, let me continue here and maybe play a couple more songs before I finish up. I got to eat lunch soon. But you know, if you're enjoying this, you know, please subscribe, of course, and you know, send me an email at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com if you have any questions about the 7-string guitar. You know, I want people to learn how to play this because not enough people play 7-string in jazz. They play it in other styles, but not in jazz. Okay, and you know, if you want to follow me, please follow me everywhere at Ron Jackson Music on TikTok, Instagram. You know what? There's a great jazz school. Someone's asking me if you want to learn jazz in Europe. There's a great school in Holland, in northern Holland, where I used to teach. It's called the Prince Claus Conservatorium. Prince Claus Conservatorium, okay? And they're in Groningen. I used to teach there for like 6-7 years back in the 2000s. And I go up there sometimes every few years to, you know, to help out. But that's a great little school, okay? And they're in Holland, northern Holland. And they're basically, it's only like a couple €1,000. Everything's free there in Europe as far as like, you know, classes. So it's pretty cheap. So if you want to study, that's a great place. What about Guildhall? I don't know Guildhall, but that, you know, you can go there to Guildhall, any place in Europe where it's It's much cheaper than coming to the States to study. I'm even expensive to study with. But if you want to study with me, please contact me. I have some new printables on my website too, with all these little lessons about 7-string, jazz guitar, scales, everything. Go to my website at ronjacksonmusic.com, ronjacksonmusic.com. Okay, and you can learn some cool things from me there. Okay, so let me play one more song or two, and if there's any more questions, please send me them. What about Amsterdam and Maastricht? Oh, those are some good schools in Amsterdam too. I heard that conservatory is really good there. You know, he just asked me if I knew those. You know what? If you're a beginner guitar, a 7-string guitar, man, would really make easy 7-string, 6-string look easy. Oh, Dublin. Oh, there's a place in Dublin. Cool. You're in Dublin. Yeah, you know what? One of my good friends from, well, I haven't seen him in years. When I went to Berklee College of Music years ago, there's this guy named Mike Nielsen who's in Dublin, who's a really great guitar player that I haven't seen in years that lives in Dublin. He does odd meters, all kinds of crazy stuff on the guitar, but he was a great guitar player, and I haven't seen him in years. But Dublin's cool. I would love to go to Dublin. I've never been there. And of course, you went to Berklee. Yeah, Berklee. Take your money, Berklee. So anyway, so let me play one more song before I finish up. Let me see if I can think of something really good. that was called Lover. That's a lot of hard work there. Again, thank you, everybody. Let me see. Frank Gambale is the best. I love Frank Gambale, actually. Seymour Duncan Pickups, never heard of them. Seymour Duncan, man, I endorsed those guys, actually. That's why I'm wearing the hat. They gave me this hat. I'm good friends with Seymour, actually. Really nice guy. Lives out in the beach in California somewhere. And these are actually a Seymour Duncan Benedetto pickup on this thing. And I actually got them from Seymour Duncan. So they gave me a bunch of stuff, pedals and all kinds of stuff, from being an endorser. But, I appreciate those guys. They're really great. Let me see what all these chats are. That's fire. Thank you. Frank Gambale, I love him. I brought a 7-string to his metal class. Oh, yeah, cool. What do you think about Julian? Oh, Julian Lodge's a bad dude. I love Julian. There's so many great guitar players, man. He's really great, Julian Lodge. Amazing. He actually writes. They feature him a lot in my magazine that I work for. I write for Acoustic Guitar Magazine. And is this backwards or not? I can't tell. It looks like it's backwards on my screen, but I don't know about you guys. So yeah, Julian Lodge is featured in this. I have a new article on acoustic guitar if you want to read it. It's in page 50 here, and it's all about the harmonic and melodic minor, which I need to practice today. There's an article in that magazine with me about talking about cool chords there. So if you want to learn about harmonic, entry level 7-string guitar is like an Eastman is a good one, okay, and that's a great guitar to have to get into. If you want to get to an Eastman guitar, and they're not expensive. These are only a couple of $1,000s. What are the theory requirements in hollow? I don't really know. It's been a while. But you have to know basic theory to get into that college. So everybody, please follow me. Thanks for watching. When you showed your website, was it backwards? I don't know. Let me see. Let me show you something. So this is my Patreon account. Can you see this? Does it look backwards? Send me a message. So you can follow. This doesn't look backwards here. This is like mirror image. So you can join my Patreon if you want to study with me. 6 and 7-string lessons. I start at $3. Yeah, okay. And it's www.patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. It's backwards. Let me see. Okay, let me send it to you. So this is not backwards then. Is that backwards now? Okay. Why is the magazine and not the magazine? Why is this back? The magazine was not backwards. Okay, so this is my Patreon. Okay, good. So that's my Patreon. If you want to join my Patreon, good. This is weird. It looks backwards to me, but it's not on your side. Okay, so that's my Patreon. www.patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. If you like the show, please donate $1 or more. If you don't have to, but it'd be great if you could. For all the cool things I showed you today, at PayPal at Ron Jackson Music, and Cash App at Ron Jackson Music, and all that other stuff. It's also posted on my in my description here. If you want to donate $1 or more, that would be really wonderful. And I hope you enjoyed the class. You can actually watch the playback of this after. If I might check it out myself for this live stream. And I really appreciate you guys watching. I'm gonna go eat lunch now here in New York. And thank you very much for supporting my page. Tell everybody to follow me at Ron Jackson Music everywhere. Ron Jackson Music, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. Where else? I mentioned YouTube, of course, right here. Twitter. And follow me on my website. I sell my music there, and you can join my Patreon, of course. And if you have any questions about the 7-string, send me an email, ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. That's ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And I hope to see you guys soon, guys. Hasta pronto. And thank you, guys. Hey, everybody. Ron Jackson here. Just making sure you can hear me. Are you, can you send me a text message if you can or not? Today I'm doing a blues concert. I'm going to be doing all kinds of different bluesers. There's all kinds of styles actually for blues. This is my Patreon only concert. I might make this public later now. I'll let you guys know. I'm going to make a small message. Okay, just making sure you can hear me. I'm going to play a too cool tune right now. See if you can guess what it is. How's everybody doing? Oh, hey, baby. Hey, Reggie, how you doing? Blue Monk, yeah. I'm going to put a bigger light on so you can see me better. Someone recommended that just now. Hold on. That was Blue Monk. That's basically a 1-4-5 blues, but I transposed it to the key of A. What would be the reason for that? Anybody guess? Let me put this light on. Uh-oh. So you can see me a little better. Here we go. Yeah, so the reason why I put the song Blue Monk in the key of A so I can play those open strings. If you're a guitar player, it's better to sometimes it's great to use the guitaristic features of the guitar like open strings. When I used to see Joe Pass, see his videos, I saw a workshop of him years ago. He would take a song and put it to a different key so he could play those open strings. George Benson, Wes Montgomery, all the great guitar players, try to use open strings because, you can actually do it. With the 7th string, I have that low A note. So I can actually do that. So, this is a new thing I'm trying. I'm actually playing through my Motu M2 audio card. So now I'm actually playing through that and going directly from there and getting a decent sound. I'm not even using an amp. So it's a more clear, direct sound. I'm going to play you another blues. Now, there's all kinds of blueses, everybody. So I just did a kind of a traditional slow blues. I'm going to play you a blues in 3. Now, no one knows this, but this song was written by Toots Thielemans. And this song is very famous. A lot of jazz musicians play it. And it's in 3/4. It's a waltz. It's actually a blues form, more of a bebop form. We could talk about it later. And this song is called Bluesette. Here we go. Can I get comfortable here? Woo! Oh, gotta turn the mic back on. Hey, hey, everybody, how's it going? Yeah, thanks for watching. I see a few viewers up here. It's not a public stream, but I could make it public, but maybe next time I'd like to have these Patreon only concerts. I might actually put some of these and make them public later. I haven't thought about that yet recently. I'm just starting these and getting used to the YouTube live video streams and things like that. But I'm going to start trying to do that actually in a couple of weeks. Now that I'm getting my act together with my equipment here at home. So that was another blues. Now, for people who are wondering what bluesette is like, it's actually a blues, but it's an extended blues. So two Steelman, there's some blueses that are called bebop blues, like Blues for Alice, songs like that. That kind of stuff. And they start with like the one chord, like in this key. Instead of going to the four, he does a turnaround all the way to get to the four. He'll play from the B flat major 7, and then he does a cycle going to doing an A minor 7 to D7, and then to the G minor, which is a 6, and then he does a 6. He makes it to a 2-5. It goes to the 2-5 of the 4. He gets to the 4 chord there. Now he's going to like 2-5 to the D flat, so that's E flat minor to A flat 7 to D flat major 7. Okay, and then he's doing, so that's the 4. That's actually the flat 3 major 7 in the key of B flat. So you would use just a major or Lydian scale there, and a 2-5 to the flat 2 chord, and then he does a 2-5 with the flat 2 chord is actually a B major 7. Just so you know, if you look at the music, the bluesette, you'll see that. And he does a minor 2-5, C minor 7 to F7, back to the 1 chord. Then a 1-6-2-5 basically. B flat, which G minor, C minor to F7. So that's a blues, but it's an extended blues, and we call that a bebop blues, really, or a form of bebop blues. We go through all these changes, and you actually it's a blues form, but it's actually comes from the original blues, which is the original blues I heard actually started as just one chord, and the guy would change his voice and actually go to the 4 chord and the 5 chord in his voice, and eventually it developed to the next step, which was 1-4, then 1-5, then you got the 1-4-5 blues. Then in jazz, we started doing it more. We actually started putting like 1-2-5 of the 4, and then 4, then sharp 4, and all the stuff like that. So I'm going to play you another type of blues. This is a blues that Wes Montgomery wrote. And this is a great song that I play sometimes on gigs. It's called The Thumb. Now, Wes wrote a lot of great blueses. There's one song called Sundown that I used to play. So many blueses that he did. And they call me Les Montgomery, actually. Just kidding. So let me play you this song right now called The Thumb. Now, this song is in the key of G. So I've been playing different keys for you. Oops. So let me fix this mic and then we go. Here we go. hard work. Yeah. Hey, everybody. Yeah, thanks for listening. Hey, thank you, Reggie. Reggie's a great student of mine for what, great guitar player. And, if I could figure out a way of putting you guys, I think there's a way actually. Oh, I could have done this on StreamYard. Man, I can't believe this. You know what? Next week, guys, I'm going to use StreamYard to do a live so we can chat and I can invite some of my students in to this live broadcast. You know what? I forgot I can actually use that. So I'm going to write this down for you guys right now. StreamYard is actually another app I can actually use. I mean, it's kind of late now because we're right in the middle of it, but I can send you a link next time. You can go on StreamYard and you can watch and join me. I don't think we can actually go private on that. Maybe we can, but I can invite some students up to talk and hang out a little bit too, and patrons, of course. If you want any questions, if you go through StreamYard, I've never really used StreamYard like this as a private concert yet. So thank everybody for watching and liking this. Reggie's asking about are there any particular scales you prefer over the blues? I use all kinds of different scales and stuff, Reggie. Let me talk about that a little bit. So if I'm playing over a blues, I mean, I'll use the minor pentatonic, of course. You should know all your minor pentatonics, everybody, all over the neck. So if I'm in the key of G, there's about 5 of them. Now, I mean, I won't show you. I'll just show you the 6-string version. This is a 7-string, so. That's the next one. All the minor pentatonic, okay? So every chord, it depends on what the progression is actually. So when I'm actually playing like over a G7, I have a lot of options. So I'll just think just a dominant scale. Now remember to be able to play this all over the neck. Then I could use a G mixolydian with a sharp raised 4. I could use G altered. I usually do that when I'm going to the chord next. It's not going to make, when you do G altered, it makes a flat 9. Okay. And then I'm leading to the C chord, so I'm doing like a dominant altered chord. Now for everybody who wants who are scared about these, not scared, but the word is like don't understand how to use these altered chords. A great substitution, that's the easiest thing to do. If you're playing a G7 flat 9 with a sharp 13 or with a flat 13 or a sharp 9, like that, okay, you could just play a D flat 7 chord instead in your solo, or a D flat dominant scale. It's called a tritone substitution, and that's the easiest way to play an altered. It's basically a half step above the chord you're approaching. So if I'm playing a G7 altered going to a C, I'll just play a D flat instead. It's the same exact scale. And you can just raise the 4 on that dominant scale. Okay? That's the 4. And then lead to the C chord. So that's a D flat to a C. That's the easiest way, actually, to be able to play an altered chord. And that's another scale I use. I mean, I'll use whole tone, too, on the G7. The whole tone scale. I like that scale. And then it's a symmetric scale, so I can do some cool things with it, like half steps below each note. I like this one. It's easy to play between the second and third string. I mean, yeah, and then I do a lot of reharmonizations also. So that's another thing I like to do. I mean, I don't just play like to It's a G7 to a excuse me, to a C chord. Let me get some coffee here. I'll actually I'll just do like an I'll do reharmonizations. I'll go there's a bunch of them. I'll just go from G. I'll go down the whole steps every bar. That means every 2 frets down to get to the 4 chord and things like that. Then I'll do like descending 2/5s to get to the 2 chord. Things like that. There's so many things I could do. But anyway, let me play you another song, everybody. Some more blues. I'm going to play you another song that was made famous by Miles Davis. And he actually wrote this, I think. I heard he stole all this music, but this is called All Blues. Let me tune up. Yeah, the key of G again. Some blues. We could talk about the blues all day. There's so many blueses. Does anybody have any questions that are watching? Let me know. About I'm playing the 7-string guitar, so if you have any questions about that, about how I tune it, how I play it, I'm going to be actually I have to put another video up. I'm going to be putting up one up this week, a new video on one of the lessons that I have about walking bass lines. So that's for 6-string. Then also I have some 7-string videos coming up about walking bass lines. We're going to get into for people. So if you're interested in that, let me know. And there's so many blueses in jazz, but there's also, the traditional blues. When I got to work with Taj Mahal about 10, 15 years ago, this guy knows every kind of blues, man. He was just amazing. He knows like all the different styles. I mean, like different forms of blues. This guy's like a walking blues book, man. So really interesting cat. So that's we did a lot of cool blueses today. I'll do something for you right now that's written by John Coltrane. It's like it's a blues with a bridge. You have those kind of things too, and this is called Blue Train. We can talk about it later. It's just a blues, and then it has a bridge, kind of like rhythm changes, but it's like a blues form. You have 12 bars of blues, 12 bars, A. Then B is a bridge of 8 bars, and then you go back to the A again. If you can get confused if you can't feel form like that. But let's try that. Ready? Here we go. It's in B flat. Yeah. Ah. Yeah. Hey everybody, how's it going? Okay, yeah, that was called. Actually, what was that song called? It's a John Coltrane song. A Blue Train. No, not Blue Train. Let me think about it. I just had the name here. It's one of his famous songs. It's actually a blues with a bridge. Okay, and basically the bridge goes to A flat for 2 bars, G for 2 bars, and then F for 2 bars. It's actually like a variation on rhythm changes. The bridge to rhythm changes, which is I Got Rhythm. If you go to the bridge for I Got Rhythm, it goes to D, then G, 2 bars each, C, 7. Oh, these are all dominant 7. To F7, okay? And but John Coltrane, he replaces the D with an A flat, which is a tritone substitution, we call it. Okay, and then it goes down to the G, and then he goes to the G flat, which is the tritone substitution of the C7. It goes to the F. Okay, I think that was called Locomotion, actually, that song. But it's a great song, and it's a fast song, but it's a blues, so blues is a little bit easier to play faster than I think than rhythm changes. But we'll talk about rhythm changes another time. Now, if anybody has any questions, let me know. I think I'm getting a little tired here. I'm gonna actually probably end the live stream right now. So if there's any questions, please send them to me on Patreon. And this has been fun playing for you guys. And if you have any questions, just send them on my way here. And this was all Blues Day. There's so many blueses. Let me play you maybe just one more before I finish up. And so I did different kinds of blueses. So a lot of blueses have like pentatonic melodies, but also they have more complicated melodies. I'm going to end with Billy's Bounce, and that's one of the blueses I know a little better than some as far as melodies are concerned. All these bebop melodies are kind of difficult to learn, but you can learn them eventually. You have a whole arsenal of them. There's so many of them. I have this list right here that I'm looking at. There's Bessie's Blues, Billy's Bounce. Oh, that was called that was on Blue Train. I think that was called Locomotive or Locomotion. And then there's tons. There's Footprints, Freddie the Freeloader, Mr. PC, Now's the Time, Sandu. I played all these songs before with somebody. Blues Walk. It's just so many songs. Things ain't what they used to be. So those are great tunes. Anyway, cool, man. I'm going to play you one more song. This is called Billy's Bounce. Well, thank you, everybody. That was real fun. And I'll see you guys soon everywhere else. Okay, bye-bye. Hey, everybody. It's Ron Jackson. Just doing a little test here for my patrons and making sure you guys can see me and or hear me. Hopefully, you guys can hear me fine over there. Just checking to see if I can. Oh, yeah, I see 2 people up there already. That's great. Now, if you want to, okay, this is going to be a workshop about the 6 and 7 string guitar, the chords, and accompaniment. So you should be subscribed on YouTube, and you should be able to chat with me. There's a chat box to ask questions. Okay, so let me say that right now. You should be able to chat with me, I hope, to ask questions. You have to log in somehow to hello, are you there? Okay, you should be able to log in and hear me. Hold on. I'm going to start in 1 minute, 2 minutes. A lot of technology here. I'll plug this into this. I'm going to make sure also that I'm plugged directly into the internet. And if you guys ever, start studying with me in person and it's long distance, you could actually use this program called Jamkazam, where you could actually play with me at the same time. I'm trying to figure out how to do that and actually try to stream from there for my. I might actually try to do that next, try to do a Jamkazam, but everybody has to have the same setup. I'm going to turn the light back on so you can see me better. That's good. So if you have any questions, please. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Reggie, just making sure you can you hear me clearly? Send me a message. Reggie Hagee is one of my students, a great guitar player who's in Long Island, New York. If you can hear me, just actually let me know that you can see me and hear me. Yes, great. So let me play you something before we go, start getting into the workshop about the difference between 6 and 7 string guitar and accompaniment styles. Here we go. I'll play a song for you. Okay. I don't know who else is watching. I know I see two people watching, but I hope you can figure out how to chat with me on the live chat. Um, so I just played that song, "Will You Still Be Mine," and in the key of E flat. And I did a bunch of stuff in there to show you how to, accompaniment styles and comping styles. Now, I mean, the most important thing for me in jazz, and actually for everybody, is not only to play the melody, but is also know your chords and your harmony, as well as a bunch of other stuff. But the most important thing about jazz is actually improvisation at the end. So my goal really is to teach 6 and 7 string guitar players how to actually improvise. But today we'll talk about accompaniment styles and the difference between the 6 string and 7 string guitar. So this is a 7 string Eastman AR model here, AE 810 CE7. It's a great guitar that I got directly from the company. I have a Seymour Duncan pickup on it, and I have these Labella jazz tape strings on it. I'll show you what it looks like. Hold on. Oh yeah, this is backwards. The camera's backwards, but it's okay. So they're pretty heavy strings, and the guitar is pretty a beast to play. It's a 17-inch guitar. So obviously, I think most of you who are on my Patreon tune your guitar to the low 7 string. I learned that from studying with Bucky Pizzarelli. He just said to me, tune it to an A. Make sure you have a low A on there. So, I mean, the easiest thing about the 7th string, about this tuning of the 7th string, is that you do have a doubled A. This one. So any chord that has a A string in it, the 5th string A, you could just double, you know, like a C chord. Just play it, just double it there. I mean, it's simple, but not that simple when you start playing, actually. So you could, if you do like a 1 6 2 5 in A minor and C minor, I mean C major, excuse me. You know, C, A minor, D minor, G7. You could do half of that with the 7th string. Just double, just replace the 5th string with the 7th string. Now you get to this thin sounding 4th string. So that's when you're going to have a problem. That's when you're going to have to use the 7th string again. So you're going to have to go. Now I would have to use a bar D minor chord to get that 7th string and get that full sound of the 7th string on a 1 6 2 5. I'm going to turn my guitar down a little bit. I know it was overdriving a little bit when I was playing. So you're seeing how I'm doing a bass line right now. 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4. And I'm hitting the 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. I'm hitting the chords on the end of 1. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1. Now you could actually start doing a bass line with that too. That's a good that's actually an easy accompaniment pattern. So that's a 1 6 2 5 pattern using the 7th string of the 7th string guitar, replacing the 5th string. So that's the easiest thing to actually do. So when you're actually playing a 7th string, just replace this 5th string with the 7th string, and you can do all kinds of wonderful things. So if I'm doing the same pattern in a higher register, where I'm using the 6th string, like this C major 7 or like this. Okay, any kind of C chord. Okay, welcome a third person that joined my chat. To the level. And if you have any questions, please do me a favor and try to join the chat box. Or if you want to text me, actually, I'm going to write this down. I'm going to check my text. If you have any questions, let me check my text right now. I want to make sure you guys get your questions in. Text me. I'll put my text right now. If you can't get on chat, hold on. You can also text me your questions. I'm going to have my phone on. I'll turn the ringer on to make sure you text me. And so you could ask questions about anything. So when I started getting into accompaniment, the most important thing to know is your basic chord voicings. Okay, everybody. So if you want to text me, I want to tell you right now. If you have any questions, if you can't see the chat, it is 718-768-7736. 718-768-7736. And you could actually send me a text about any questions you have about accompaniment styles, okay? Or the 6th and 7th string guitar today. So the most important thing is know your basic voicings, everybody, on the 6th string first. Now everybody wants to jump to 7th string, but they I think you have to kind of almost master the 7th string, be pretty advanced to get to this. On the 6th string, you have to be pretty advanced to be on the 6th string already. Then switch to the 7th string, okay? So you have to know all your basic chords, of course, because what I try to do is I try to translate with my students. You have to make sure you know all your basic open string chords. You can't skip that. C minor, A minor, all the variations: A major 7, dominant 7, sharp 5. I mean 6. All the possible variations. Okay, D minor, D, D7, all that. These are going to be really helpful because that's how you create all your bar chords. Okay, they all come from the open string chords actually. And when you see people with capos playing, they don't know how to play bar chords, so they use a capo. That's the main reason. And I rarely use a capo unless I have to play a song that's like, well, I have to play a bar chord for like 2 hours, and then my left hand starts to fall off. That's when I put a capo. So I just play the open string version of whatever the bar was. So it's very important to know your open string voicings and know how to change your chords. Okay, so if I'm playing like a typical C, I might grab my 6th string. So for people who are watching too, you should know this on both guitars. But if I'm playing like a typical, let's say a 6th string C chord, C major, this is a very common voicing, but you gotta get used to playing this, to knowing how this chord functions. A lot of people, a lot of written music is based on the piano, which is written in thirds. So the guitar is written, is actually tuned in fourths. Okay, so this is actually this voicing is not like a root 3rd and 5th. This is actually a root 5th, root 3rd, 5th, root. Okay, so you have to kind of understand how to change the chord to different chords and knowing where how chords are voiced on the guitar. So if I want to make this into like a C major 7, I have to change. I mean, there's a few different possibilities, but I have to change this note. Remember, the 7th is a root all the way up to the 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is that degree. Okay. Now these are diatonic intervals. So the major 7ths are diatonic. Diatonic means within the scale, and remember, the major scale is the mother of all scales, based in European music, and then we translate it to jazz and rock and all our American styles, which all are great musics. Okay. So to make a C major 7, I have to take this note. Oops, distorted there a little bit, and lower this. Okay. Okay. I lowered this C to a C, to a B. Excuse me. So, but then I'm not playing the 5th now, but I can if I want. That's still most common. Most guitar players will put this G up an octave to play that now, and play that voicing. Okay, okay, and then so basically I put this back in the octave. That's a typical voicing. Then to play a dominant 7th, I have to lower this note, which is a flat 7. Okay. A B flat, and then make a 6. I would do that. Okay, and then I would make a flat 6. Now, the thing is, you don't really need the 5th most of the time unless you're going to alter it. So I'll just play just these notes. 3 notes. That's a very common thing that I play. I actually learned a lot of these chord voicings from the William Levitt guitar book, A Modern Method for Guitar. He's really great at those chord voicings. So you get a lot of your common voicings like that in major, like da 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 da. So you should know how to do these lines like that through the chords to get your special voicings. Okay, and then so now these are the major ones. Now if I want to make them to minor, so make it minor now. Okay. So I could do the exact same thing in minor now. So you have the C minor. Now, this is the funny thing is you can play the 5th on these, or you could just go. A lot of people do it that way. Like My Funny Valentine to the minor major 7. Now, the minor major 7 chord is is only one note away from the major seventh. You just have a flatted third now instead of the major third. Okay, so remember, everybody, you should know your intervals of your chords by heart. So so you could actually play these chords. So you actually know what you're doing, and why you're doing it, and what the chord is constructed on. So I usually do a major chord is 1, 3, 5, and the major 7 is 1, 3, 5, 7. Now you have to know how to alter the notes in any key. That way you'll know how to change the chords in any key. So I'll go 1, 3, 5, major 7, 1, dominant, 1, 6, 1, sharp 5, etc. Minor. I'm going minor, major 7, minor 7, minor 6, minor with a flat 5, etc. Okay? So minor. A lot of songs are like that. Then you have My Funny Valentine kind of thing. My Funny Valentine with the minor, major 7, the minor 7. Sweet Comic Valentine, that kind of song. And these are very common voicings, actually. So you can actually play it like this, too. You can play 3 notes. And just play the 3-note voicings that I've been showing you on my Patreon account about jazz voicings like that. With the walking bass line, so I'm going minor, major 7, minor, major 7, minor 7, minor 6, flat 6 or sharp 5 they call it. And you hear this a lot in James Bond movies. Oh, thank you, Biker Chick, for saying that it looks and sounds good. So if you have any questions, please text me or send me a chat. Reggie, you have a question? Usually Reggie has a question. I'm gonna actually so let me just try playing a song for you using some lines like this. Now this is on the 6th string. We'll talk about the 5th string root voicings like that. Okay. Let me turn this. Excuse me for a second. Now, let me play you a song that uses like a line cliche. Oh, I can do My Funny Valentine, I guess. Let me try that one. I haven't played the melody in a while, but let's try it. I'm going to do a little voicing octave higher.
Yeah. So, does anybody have any questions right now? It seems like you guys are enjoying what you're seeing. So let me see. So let's talk about the voicings now on the fifth string. If you're having a problem looking at this, make sure you ask me some questions or let me know. But text me at 718-768-7736. Let me just make sure the phone is on here. If you have any questions, also if you don't have any, if you have a request or anything about what I'm talking about or what I'm doing, please let me know. I'm going to show you a couple of accompaniment styles too as well. Let's talk about the fifth string root though. So remember so when we talked about the C chord like this in the sixth string, that actually comes from the open string E. So you should know your open string chords from the sixth string root. From the sixth string root and the fifth string and the fourth string root. So they're based on the E chord, the A chord from the open, and D. So those are the most common. These are all root position chords. Now we're only talking about root position. There are a lot of chords with no root positions, of course. We can get into that later, but you have to really know these well. So from the A chord, we can go up to the C bar chord. Okay. So this is actually the same voicing as the sixth string root chord, but only the last 5 strings of the sixth string chord. So you're going to basically alter the same notes, but of course, there's very common fingerings that we have in these chords. So you're going to have the C major, then you're going to have the C major 7, which is C major is 1 3 5. The C major 7 is 1 3 5 7. C dominant is 1 3 5 flat 7. Now here's where it gets weird. You're going to have to omit the first string. Oh, sorry, and then play. Sorry, I'm playing minor 6. To play the 6, you're going to have to play the voicing just like this. Okay. For this voicing, okay, the 6th chord is 1 3 5 6. You should be able to arpeggiate these chords too. Every possible fingering too. Now, remember that you should be able to play all your arpeggios and fingerings of anything that you learn as many possible ways as possible. Like if I'm playing a major chord triad, okay, I'll show you all the ways I play. That's the same octave. Same string. I played it so many different ways. That's just in the same octave.
So you should be able to do your arpeggios just like you should know your arpeggios in every key, any arpeggio with any possible fingering. I mean, I learned this from studying with the great Pat Martino. He basically practices every possible fingering, every phrase, just like that, especially with chords. Okay. Now, so we did the basic chords of the fifth string root bar chord based on the open A string chord. We did the C major 7, C dominant, C6. Now you're gonna go. I'm gonna make the minor do the same thing, like Michael and Valentine. So C minor major 7, C minor 7, C minor 6. That's when you have to change the fingering. Yeah, like this. And hit the fifth string. I mean the first string, excuse me. Or the fifth degree, I meant. That's very, very common, okay? Now, there's other voicings you could actually do too from the fifth string root. I have to do it like this on the, I'll do it on the F chord like this. This is based on the open string C chord. Move that up. So you should do major 7th, dominant, 6, sharp up. You can do it from that chord to fifth string root, which is based on the C chord. Now you can do minor. This is harder to play. Okay. And then to do minor major 7, I omit actually the second string now to the 6th, sharp 5, etc. So you should know all these basic voicings on the fifth string root, okay? So people always ask me, so how do you do these bass lines and with all the comping? So what I do is I do a combo of different rhythms, but most of the time I use the 3rd and 7th like this on each chord. If I'm playing I'm talking about most chords that have like 7th harmony. So like a C major 7. The 3rd and 7th is the E and the B. So I'll play that different ways. My walking bass exercise in the key of C up diatonic was that pattern. Now I'll just let you know that Bucky Picciarelli is the one that told me to actually do this. So it's it's actually a good thing. And actually when Freddie Green would comp guitar chords, since we're talking about accompaniment, he would play those kind of voicings. So like if he's playing a blues, like let's say blues in C, we're in C, that's the easiest thing to do. He'll go. Now this is a jazz blues. Now the best way to play this actually is to play it acoustically as possible. So this is a jazz blues in C. So this is a very common comping pattern in jazz, which you should know really inside out. It's the Freddie Green comping style, which looks easy, but it's not very easy. I worked on it for years with Bucky Picciarelli. Actually, I should be playing acoustic like this. Might have a hard time hearing. You should have a mic on the guitar too, like this. I'll turn it up a little bit. Bucky said if you play through an amp with this style, that you should always play as soft as possible, because you're supposed to blend in with the bass player and practice with the bass player. Now it shouldn't sound like this. That's wrong, he said. You got to really play it with this finesse, but it's much more technically to get into Freddie Green. It'll take a little while. It will take like a whole lesson, a whole hour, to figure out the technique of your right hand because you're not actually playing every note. You're playing like playing every note on the beat, on beat 1, and then playing like the 4th string basically on beat 2 and 4. So you get this sound when you're going really fast, like this. So that sounds simple, but it's not easy to do. So that's the Freddie Green style. And what happens usually too is, like, for example, if you're playing a blues, one technique is to always keep this, no matter what chord you're going to, keep playing the 6th string. And that's the one thing I learned from Bucky. So if I'm going from a C7, I'm going to keep the C in the bass when I get to C7. So it sounds like this. So this is C root position, then C7, actually 2nd inversion with the 5th in the bass, which is a C. So I'm going to play the whole blues right now, keeping the 6th string. Depending on the chord I'm playing, keeping the 6th string on the bottom. So it's going to be like this: 1, 2, 3, 4. See what I just did? I basically kept the 6th string there. That's a technique that Bucky used when you're copying actually in a big band. You just keep the 6th string root there to keep that bottom in there of the chord. But you should obviously know how to switch between, all the roots too, like this. Maybe I'll turn this down a little bit so you can see my hand better. We can do this. I'm going to actually hit the roots this time. Remember, I'm only playing the first 6 strings of the guitar. Now I can do a different position. All roots. Now, if I'm going to play this on the 7th string, using the 7th string of this guitar, the 7th string, I was just playing the 6th string like I was playing a 6th string. I would actually start, if I'm playing on the 6th string root, I would play 6th string root. When I get to the F, I'm going to play this down here now. Understand? I'm replacing the 5th here. The 5th string for the 7th. So let me play you any chord that has a 5th string root now, or voicing, I'm going to play on the 7th string. So watch this. You see? Oh, it's a little dark on the right-hand side of the guitar. Okay. So watch this. Here we go. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to switch position. Open. Now, do you notice every time I get a chance to play that open A string, I will. When I'm playing the 7th string. So in this case, when I went from C, I went from C to F. Then went up from the E minor. Instead of hitting the A like this, I hit that open A string because I want to get that. I want to get that low note. Now this is really unique. Okay. Okay, I'm going to turn toward the light a little bit. Someone's telling me. Someone sent me a message. Move toward the light. I'll put the light closer. That's better? Okay. Now, So when I hit the E minor, okay, back to the A7, I'm actually hitting that open A string. So that's the difference I would make between the 6 and 7 string. Then when I get to the D minor, double that, or you can use this chord. Remember, I'm just keeping the 3rd and 7th, mostly on the, when I play the 3rd and 7th, just so you know, when you're doing the Freddie Green comic style, you're basically just playing the 3rd and 7th, always on the 3rd and 4th string. Like that, you see? Now with accompaniment styles too, you don't have to stick exactly to the chord progression. I do a lot of things like tritone substitutions. Now, what is a tritone substitution? If I'm playing like a C7, instead of playing C7 for like if I'm going playing C7, I'm approaching the F7 chord. What I'll do is I'll play a half step above the target chord, which is the F. So I'm going to play an F sharp or G flat, and then go to the F. So that way it makes the song sound more interesting. And also I'm not playing the same harmony out, so I'll go like this instead of going like this. For the first 2 bars, I'll go. I could go a half step below and approach the chord back to C7. I could go and I do the 2-5 to the G minor to C7. Go back to the F. I could just go instead. So that's a tritone substitution. So the tritone substitution for a C is an F sharp or a G flat. Watch this. So I did a tritone substitution of the C, which is a D flat. It's kind of like a G7. Now F sharp diminished. Go down chromatic to the A. These are all substitutions. So you don't have to play the exact chords. Now a lot of these substitutions are actually we call turnarounds, because we're actually turning around through the changes. Approaching different chords, getting to the 2 here, the D minor to 2 of the key of C, to the 5-7. So I'm approaching. I'm actually doing a chromatic passing chords going to the D minor. So I like doing these different reharmonizations that are very common when you're actually playing, so that you don't sound, because bass players are actually doing that all the time. They're going. So they're actually naturally doing it. So you can actually do that with your chords too. Follow the bass player like this. Now, we can get to this whole thing about walking bass lines as well. Now, I gave you an exercise on my on the Patreon account about walking bass lines, and they're really, really basic skills that I gave you, just root and third, just root and fifth basically, or just roots. The best way to really play bass lines and do them well is actually to what's the word? Learn bass lines from other bass players, because that's the best way to actually play the bass line. And so I'm actually a bass player too, so I would actually transcribe these kind of things. Let me move this back a little bit so you can see me better, my face. Kind of weird, huh? So that's that's what I actually try to do, is what I would actually advise you to do is learn bass lines. So we've been talking mostly about swing kind of patterns, comping patterns, and chord voicings. Now, please, if you have any questions, I know there's only a few people watching. You know, it's about a third of my patrons on Patreon. But I'm glad that you're watching because you can actually go back and look at this video stream. So I'll have the link up on my Patreon if you missed this. Okay. And also, you know, if there's any questions, please let me know. So another, you know, there's some other styles that I like to get into with comping. I mean, this bossa nova style. Okay. So you saw me playing today. Okay. Oh yeah, Reggie has a question here before I keep going. Learn a bass line, then harmonize them. Uh, yeah, you could actually. So if I'm playing like, let's say, a blues, like for example, a bass player would, the typical thing a bass player does is to get to it, like from a C chord to an F7, C for one bar, and F7 for one bar. He would just go, and then he'll play a D, D sharp, E, F, and then go back down. Then he'll go F, and then E flat, D, D flat. I mean, so you can actually play the chord like this. What I did was I just played the very beginning. I just played the chord on the beat and then stopped it to do the rest of the bass line. Do it again. I mean, that's very common, but you can actually harmonize that too. You can actually go up diatonically. Oh, sorry. Also, I could just take the same chord and just slide it up there. Now going backwards, I could do. I did the third the third inversion of the F7, going down, then D minor, then D flat dominant, back doing that same bass line. So you could do either a bunch of different things. You could do diatonic. What I do too is I do a lot of parallel motion. Parallel motion is actually this is for Reggie and everybody else. You could take the same chord and just slide it, approach another chord. It's very common in big bands. And like, I just took the same chord, slide it up a half step or up a half step. I mean, a half step from below or half step from above. So if I'm doing a bass line and I'm going, I can slide that whole thing up. Sounds good. Then when I get to the G minor, I just go up a half step from that G minor. Now, all these bass lines are bass lines I actually learned from before. So you don't have to play a chord under each bass note. You can actually, you can actually hit the first beat and then continue. You can continue to play the bass line. And so I'm going like, I can go like this, watch. Now you see how I'm holding the notes sometimes, and sometimes I'm actually not playing the chord at all. You don't have to play the chords all the time when you're doing the bass line. It'd be like too much if you just went. Does it sound natural? Hey everybody, it's Ron Jackson. And how's everybody doing? This is a Patreon only and lesson for my students. I'm going to have a few guests up today. So my Patreon account is an exclusive account where I give lessons like sheet music, all kinds of stuff like this that students can actually watch, and they can actually download these lessons. They come with tabs, exercises for jazz improvisation, and the cool thing now is I usually just like I'll do a live lesson every month, just broadcasting my lesson just to Patreon. But now I use StreamYard. So today I'm going to be inviting some people that are on my Patreon. If they show up, I know a couple people are going to show up at about 2:30. And if they want to go live with me, I sent you guys the link already. My patrons and my students, you should have got the email last night. And then you could actually just go hit that link and you can go live with me. So please do that if you can. So I'm just going to be basically teaching about jazz improvisation today. So what I do is I do very basic lessons that are very important for your fundamental skills in jazz improvisation. And all these lessons in my Patreon account are all about that. Like this lesson right here is about playing over a blues. Okay? Now, a jazz blues. So in the key of C, the chords in the jazz blues are basically like a C7 chord. Okay, C dominant 7 for 1 bar, 2, 3. These are the chords I'm playing for you. Now this is a jazz blues, so the chords are a little different. I'm sure you see this a million times on YouTube. So today, I'm only going to be taking questions and comments from my patrons themselves, because this workshop is usually just my patrons, and once a month, or my students, or special guests I invite that they've won a contest to be able to become to come on my live lesson. So any patrons that got my link by email, you can actually join me now. Hit the StreamYard link, and you'll go live with me, and everybody can watch you on YouTube as well. So today is public, okay? So when I teach somebody a blues, like a C blues, the blues chords are C7, 2, 3, 4, F7, C7, G minor 7, C7, F7, F sharp diminished 7, C7, E minor 7, A7, D minor 7, G7, then C7, A7, D minor 7, G7. So that's how you actually play a jazz blues. The jazz blues actually is just the history. You know, um, back in the old days when the blues started, it's just an evolution of the very, very first blueses that came out. I heard that the first blues was just one chord. I got the blues, yeah. I got the blues all day long. Whatever. And then when they get to the F chord, they never changed. I got the blues, yeah. And someone said, man, you gotta throw an F chord in there. I got the blues, yeah. And then, when you get to the 5 chord, I'm just shortening it. I'm just making it shorter. I got the blues. But before all that, they actually just played the same chord, I heard, until they started making it more complicated. Then they made the traditional blues, which is the 1-4-5 blues, which most guitar players know. And then some guitar players know the jazz blues, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 5 of the 4, 4, sharp 4 diminished 7, 1, 7, then 2, 5 of the 2, 2, 5 of the 1, then a 1, 6, or 5, 7 of the 2, 2 minor, 5, 7, 1. So that's the traditional jazz blues. So when I teach improvisation, I teach you how to play over changes. Now, jazz is all about playing the changes, they call it, okay? So in this workshop today, it's all about learning how to play the changes. And also, this workshop is for my patrons and my students usually, but I have this open for the public today, so you can all watch, okay? So these are the things I teach my patrons and my students, and my private students online, and my patrons get all this sheet music about learning how to do this stuff, okay? So you can just, you know, if you're interested in my Patreon, just go here to patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. It's just like my YouTube channel and all my channels, okay? So I'm going to be taking questions only from my patrons who are going to be on later and who are watching if they want to send me a comment. Also, I'm going to have a guest with his son. He's a jazz guitar student. I don't know exactly how old he is, but his son is about 8. He just turned 8. He's a guitar student. He's going to be a great guitar player by the time he turns 18 because he's studying with me right now. He started when he was 7. So you're going to see him. His name is Morrissey, and it's going to be Malachi, his father. So, they're really great people. And also, this is what I use with my students, too. This book is called Chords at Your Fingertips, okay? It's a very popular book. I have so many copies here on YouTube. And a lot of my students who are my actual students on Patreon have this book, actually. So I'll talk about this book a little bit today. So learning how to do walking bass lines, chord melody, all kinds of stuff, okay? And also, right now you can get this book discounted. You'll see the link on my description here. You can get this book at 20% off because I'm actually doing an Indiegogo for my new album. So you can actually get this book 20% off if you get it right now while it lasts, okay? Right now I have about 20 copies. I'm going to have to reorder some more if I run out here on Indiegogo on my campaign. So go, just hit that over there. And hey, Glenn, okay. Glenn is one of my patrons. Let me show this right now. How you doing, Glenn? If you want to join me, Glenn, well, I don't know. Actually, I don't know if you are one of my patrons. You're welcome, Glenn. But thank you. You're welcome. I'm here to show this to the public. Glenn, if you want to support me, definitely be a patron. This is mainly for my patrons, but also I'm doing that campaign for my new album. So you can actually see the link. Someone's going to post a link probably soon about that too on the comment chain here. Okay, and so let's talk about playing chord changes. Yeah. So for example, if I'm playing changes over a blues, you have to be able to play the scale through it. So one of the exercises I like to use that I teach all my students is just playing 8th notes to scale on each chord like this: 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and, or 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and end on 4 and going up the scale. So this is on a C7 chord. It's a C dominant scale, or mixolydian we call it. Some scales have 2 names, okay, or more. Sometimes some scales have more than 2 names. So on a C7, I play a C dominant scale. So it's very important, everybody. When you play the guitar, you just don't play up and down the scale like this in the same octave. You got to be able to play this all the way across the neck, up and down the neck. Watch it. Because you're going to be very limited. See what I'm doing? So now, somebody would say to me, look, Mr. Jackson, is this just a F major scale starting on the C? Yes, it is. But you can't think like that if you're playing jazz. You're going to have to actually use, make sure that you're actually playing the scale. You have to know which note to change to make it a flat set. So you have to be able to play it up and down all over the neck, It's a very good idea to really learn the neck. So if I'm playing a C7 here, different C7s. So when I'm actually playing over each chord, I'm actually thinking of the scale for each chord. That's what jazz musicians call playing over the changes. So it's very important to learn how to play over the changes and know what scale you're playing. Okay. So I'm only taking comments and questions from my patrons today. I'm doing this open to the public. So look at this. So when I get to the F7 chord, I'll play the F dominant again. See, I'm playing it everywhere. Oh, Tom is one of my... Tom, thank you for joining me. Tom is actually one of my patrons. How are you doing, Tom? Hi. He's watching on his other YouTube account. Just switch so you can see. Just thanks for the invite. Sadly, I don't have a mic or webcam at the moment. We'll enjoy the stream though. Cheers. Okay. Oh, that's too bad, Tom. It would have been great to have you on the live stream. Okay. Now, Tom is actually one of my patrons, and I appreciate you, Tom. For, right now it's been very busy, Tom. If you look very carefully on my Patreon, I'm doing an Indiegogo campaign trying to raise money for my new album. And Tom is one of my longtime patrons, really great guy, and I really appreciate him. And please, if go to my my link in my description here, and you can actually support my Patreon account, where you can actually get this book that a lot of my patrons have and my students, called Chords at Your Fingertips, at a very reduced price. And you can take guitar lessons with me very cheap on my new, on my campaign to help support my new album. Okay, if you just go to the link here, just go to Indiegogo / Ron's new album. So let's keep talking about this. And let me see this right here. Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. Oh, nice, nice. So now let me go. So when I'm playing chord changes through a blues, I'll go like this. So if I'm playing a C7, 1, 2, 3, 4 to F7, then I'm doing the C7, then I'm doing the G minor 7 to C7, going to the 4 chord. So I'll play the scales for each one. Watch this. Now, what I did was I played through all the chords of an F blues, okay? And what I did was, I'm going to move over here a little bit so you can see my neck better. What I did was I played through all the chords, all the scales, and that's a really great exercise to learn how to improvise, everybody. So, but you have to be able to you can't just play it in one area. You can't just start on the root. You have to be able to go like this. What I did was I played the same exact thing, but I did it in a different position. So now I'm going to do it here. See, what I did was I tried to figure out every possible position to be able to play the same scale, okay? And so, it's a really great exercise to do, to be able to execute when you're trying to play changes. Okay, so that's what you would do through a blues. So, but you can't just play like just the same scale starting on the root. You could go like this. What I'm doing is I'm just basically just playing through the scale. Huh? So in a way, watch this. We're gonna clean the camera up for a second, everybody. So so it looks better. I don't think it's gonna do anything. So that's actually how you actually play through changes. Now what happened was I was actually playing the scale for each chord in time and in eighth notes. That's how you really play changes, okay? And I'm playing in eighth notes. That's a Barry Harris method I teach, okay? But one thing you have to be able to do for playing changes as well is to be able to play the scale through the chords without getting lost and without actually having to start from the root. So let me try to show you this. It might sound kind of weird on my. I'm going to try to play through my computer, but if I play through a blues in C or F or any key, I should be able to play. I'll show you. I'm going to show you right now. Let's say I play now. So if I play a blues in F, like a Charlie Parker one, watch this. See what I did, everybody? I actually just basically just played through the chord changes of a blues, but I just basically played the scales all the way through it. Sometimes I put passing tones because sometimes it's hard for me just to play just a scale. But you got to be able to play through the chord changes without getting lost in your scales and be able to move through the chords, not making it sound like an exercise. Like when I start doing things like this, if I start playing it sounds like an exercise. But if I go like this, if I start doing that through the chord changes, it starts to sound like music, even though I'm just playing scales. It's not exactly jazz yet. So your goal is to be able to play through the chord changes of a blues or anything just like that, using, just not just playing really basic stuff, being able to use your knowledge and just not starting on the root all the time. A lot of guitar players, when I start teaching them jazz, they can only start from like the low note because they don't know the notes on, the higher strings or higher up in the neck. So they'll tend to play. They'll tend to go like this. They'll do an arpeggio like this. I mean, the thing is, when you play in that register, everybody, what happens is you're playing in the bass register, basically. That's what the bass player is playing. It's too low. And the guitar is a low-pitched instrument. It sounds an octave lower than the piano. They're playing the same note written on the staff. Okay? So you got to play higher. Like you got to go. You never see like real, like you never see like the master guitar players like George Benson. They never play down here that low. They play up here. They tend to play in this register up here, okay? Oh, I forgot to tell you guys, usually I play my D'Angelico, but it's funny, I have this set up because one of the perks of my Indiegogo, I'm raising money for my new album, and you'll see it on the link here, where you can actually get a discount on this book as well, 20% off. If you get it now, okay, and it'll help support my new album, and you'll get it signed by me, it's 20% off. Just go to Indiegogo.com, and then you look for Ron's new album. Now, this guitar is actually, I'm playing this guitar a lot today because this is one of the perks you get that you can actually get on that campaign. I mean, it's not a cheap perk, but you'll get this guitar signed. It's a really great guitar. Take a look at this. There's a couple little bumps here just from me putting on the guitar stand that I have right here. But otherwise, I've never taken this out of the house. It's a brand new guitar that I got from Eastman. And then, this is actually a part of one of the perks I'm giving, that someone could actually buy if they join my Indiegogo campaign and help me for my new album. Okay? So this is a Patreon-only lesson. I'm not taking any questions or anything other than my patrons who are here. And one first patron that's watching right now is Glenn Michael Thompson. No, sorry, not Glenn Michael Thompson. I'm sorry, Glenn. I keep thinking you're a patron. It's Tom Rogers. Sorry, Tom. Now, Tom said he's watching from his other YouTube channel, switched so he could see. And he, I invited him and some of my patrons. So some of them are probably watching and don't want me to invite them. But I'm going to have a student of mine too that's coming up in about 5 minutes, and he's going to be joining me to play show me some jazz guitar that I'm showing him. He's going to be live in the studio here. It's going to be like a little studio. And his son, who's 8. Watch out, guys. This kid's going to be great in about 2 or 3 years. So all you adults, and the reason why he's doing so good, because he's taking lessons with me. So I always tell everybody watching me on YouTube, are you studying with a guitar teacher? If you're not, this is the time to get your lessons with me on my, on my Indiegogo, because my lessons are really much cheaper. Actually, they're going to be buying some lessons from me, my guests, because they're so much cheaper than what I usually charge. Okay, so just go on my on the link on my bio. It's everywhere, and check it out. Okay, so let me go right now and show you my book a little bit. So anyway, so for my patrons, there's a lot of patrons who have this book. It's a really great book if you want to learn how to do walking bass lines. So I have a lesson in here called Pass It On. Okay? Now, remember, you can get this book on my website, but particularly on this Indiegogo site. So look at this. There's a picture of Freddie Green. It's actually one of my, popular articles that was written, too, on Acoustic Guitar Magazine. It's a really great book. And so I do a thing about walking bass lines here. So it's in the key of G blues, just a jazz blues. Like I've been doing a jazz blues the whole day today. I did jazz blues in C, then jazz blues in F. And so this is really cool. So take a look at this. So what I do is, in this book, for my patrons, they actually have a lesson kind of like this already. And so what happens is, if you're playing a blues, like in the key of G, so this lesson in the book, basically is this progression, It's just a 3-note voicing like this: a G, the root of the chord, and you put the third and the seventh on top, which is F and B flat. Now I'm playing. You can play the third here, the B. Sorry, and a B natural. Sorry. It looks like that. Okay. So if you want to do walking bass lines, you got to know how to first play the bass line. The easiest bass line. This book starts up just like this. It's just quarter notes on the roots, etc. Now, so those are the bass lines for a blues in the key of G. Now you put these two notes on top. Okay? That's how you start doing walking bass lines. So I put the third and seventh of each chord. Before you put the third and seventh of each chord there, you have to learn how to do the third and seventh without the bass line. So I see my chords without the bass note. You have to be able to see the chords without a bass note. 2, 3, 4, like this. Now you can hear the chords with this actually. See that? So that's a G blues with all the chords now. Just the root, which is the bass line, and the third and seventh. So I'll put them together. Watch this. So that's actually how you do a walking bass line with chords in a blues, a jazz blues in the key of G. Now the thing is, that's just roots. So the next step up, and I show you this in this book, right here, chords at your fingertips. Okay, this lesson right here that I'm going over right now, it does that progressively through this book. The next thing you do, you'll do root and fifth, for example. You can go like this. So first you have to be able to do bass line by itself. Like this. So here's the... Like that, you see that? So the next thing I would do is put that together. Like that. See what I did just now? The thing now is to put a bass line together while you're playing those notes. Now, you can't hold, it's really hard to actually hold those notes. Let me show you this before we keep going. Biker Chick put up, you can get lessons at a deep discount right now if you go to the link in my bio in YouTube, because I'm actually having a sale on my lessons through my Indiegogo for my new album. I have a new album that's coming out, and actually we're going to be recording it on November 3rd and mixing it the following week. And it's going to be a follow-up to my last album called Standards in My and Other Songs. It's going to be called Standards in My Songs. And so you can actually pick up the book, and you can also be like, you can actually come to the studio if you're in New York and see us record or mix. And you could be an art director to help design this. You could be a producer, a producer, and name a song. Those are some of the perks you can get. other than getting this book at a deep, deep discount. So go there right now and check it out. Okay, let me hide this. So let's do this with a walking bass line. I don't know where my student's coming, but he's going to be coming soon to be on the broadcast with me. So watch this. Now I'm going to do the walking bass line with the chords together, but you can't hold the chords the whole time because at first it would sound weird. Like I was going like this. It sounds weird to hold the chord the whole time, so I'm going to be holding it somewhat and then playing a bass line. Watch this. So that's what I did, okay, is that I actually played the walking bass line completely. So that's actually one of the cool things you can learn from this book, okay, is to play the walking bass line and the chord melody. And also we get into chord melody here. One of the very last lesson, which is the ultimate lesson in the book, is my lesson. There's a bunch of teachers in this book, actually, that wrote material for this book, too. Adam Levy, Sean McGowan, Jane Miller, and Jeffrey Pepper Rogers. Jeffrey Pepper Rogers was one of the editors of the magazine a long time ago when it started. Acoustic Guitar Magazine, who I write for, actually. So I'm one of the writers. I'm actually writing an article for them right now. And I'm going to have to work on it later on tonight, okay? So look at this. One of the songs I do is like, we do Billy Boy, and I actually do like a chord melody thing with it. So before my guests come on, which I hope they're coming on soon, let me see. Let me see if they're contacting me and they're having a problem getting on. Let me see. Hopefully they'll be coming on very soon with me and to join my broadcast here. So look at this. I do this chord melody thing right here. Look at this, everybody. Okay. Thank you, everybody who's watching. There's a lot of people watching today. I know it's a Saturday, it's September 11th, and I'm sorry for what happened. I was actually here during September 11th, and I didn't know anybody who passed away there, but it really affected everybody here in New York City when that happened. I saw the buildings, the towers actually. I could smell the towers in Brooklyn where I was at actually. Living at the time in Brooklyn, I could see all the fires and everything from over there. So let me do something. I'm gonna fix the light a little bit better. So watch this. So everybody. So this is actually. I'm not responding to anybody who's not a patron or a student, because this is like a private lesson for my students that I usually give if you're a patron on Patreon, excuse me, and also if you're a student of mine, you get all the sheet music. All this stuff I have right here, everybody, is available on my website. Now, I show this to everybody right now on camera because most of my guitar players and most guitar players don't know how to read, so they wouldn't be able to read this. They need tabs, so it's important to learn how to read. When I created my Patreon account, what happened was a lot of my students, I have to write the tabs out, so I had to rewrite all this music that I already have with tabs. So for my new album that's coming out, and if you support it, I'm gonna have the whole record with the lead sheets, which are the melodies, with the tabs, so you can be able to play it like me. Okay, so thank you everybody watching, and I'm glad everybody's. I'm seeing that everybody is really enjoying this. So hopefully, I'm going to have one of my patrons or students come on right now. It's also for people who bought my book. So you know what, Dario, next time, I know Dario's watching. I'm going to have him come live with me because he did buy one of my books. Let me show that to Dario. Dario bought my book actually. So next time, Dario, I'm going to send you an email and you're going to go live with us, okay? Sorry about that. I'm sorry I missed you. I mean, since I have this campaign going, I haven't been able to keep track of all the people who bought my book who haven't. But we'll get you on next time, okay? I want to invite people up to play for me. And the whole world will be watching, okay, when you do this. So look at this. So this song right here, before my guest comes up in a second, I hope they come up soon, is one of my arrangements that's in this book for Billy Boy. Okay, so it's actually a full chord arrangement you see here. It's in the book, Chords at Your Fingertips, that you can get right now for a big discount on my Indiegogo campaign. Link in bio here, which is right here. Okay, this book you can get there right now. And I'll play this for you a little bit so you can see it. Okay, let me hide that for a second. Watch this. So I'll play a little bit for you. Looks like this. Oh! So my guests are here, everybody. Let's bring them up. Let me bring them up. Hey!
Okay.
I can't see you. You're cut off now.
Here
So these are my guests. So welcome everybody. These are my two students from California. First, Malachi and Morrissey. So Malachi is actually my jazz guitar student, and his son is Morrissey. Malachi, how old are you?
I'm 40.
Oh, wow. And his son is 7.
8.
Yeah. So, before we keep going, Dario, check your email. I'm going to invite you up if you want to be on this live stream too. There's instructions because Dario actually bought my book. So this live stream is actually exclusive to my students and my patrons. And so Morrissey just been studying with me for about a month. No. So Morrissey already knows how to play a song from his book. Let's have him play something. Now, Morrissey's a beginner student, but by the time he's about 13 to 14, he's going to be a monster. Ah! He's going to be scaring everybody on YouTube. Now, this is important, everybody. Morrissey wants to study with the real teachers, so it's very important to see Morrissey in action. So, want to play Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star?
Okay.
Go ahead. Yay! Everybody on YouTube, give him a hand. This is gonna be public, so everybody's watching right now live. Morrissey, great job. Yeah, so Morrissey's only just turned 8, like last week.
Mm-hmm.
So he's a student of mine, and he's gonna be a really great guitar player. So so Morrissey's actually studying out of a book. He's learning how to read, like everybody should be doing. You know, I teach kids and I teach college level, and he's a really great student. And so he's learning how to read and also play the notes on the guitar, all the scales. So it's very important to have a teacher, especially, you know, at any age. And his father was actually my student too. So as a jazz guitar student, so he's a guitar teacher too. So, and actually Malachi, his father, who's right there, found me on YouTube as well on my channel and became a student of mine. And he's been a student of mine for a few months already.
Yeah.
Yeah. So and then when Morrissey saw me teaching your father, he said, "I want to study with Ron too." So thanks, Morrissey, for being a student. You're a great student, a great kid. Yeah, Malachi, you want to try to play something for us now too? Come on up. Yeah.
Okay.
Switch chairs, guys.
I'm gonna play. Oh gosh, I'm on the spot.
You want to play something?
Yeah. Sorry.
Do you have like some of the jazz tune you want to play with the play along, maybe?
Oh yeah. Here, I'll use
so
the app.
Malachi, talk about your experience with me with me teaching you.
Oh, well, so I found Ron on, I think it was actually YouTube or TikTok. And then I reached out to Ron and he got back to me. And I was thankful I was able to start classes with him. And I studied classical guitar, but I didn't really know much about jazz at all. And a lot of the chords like C major 7 and like sharp 11 and flat 5th, stuff like that kind of confused me. So I wanted to reach out to Ron because I could tell from his playing that he knew what he was doing.
I know most of the time. Not all the time.
And then he got turned on to this Audio Pro. And one of the songs, let me see.
Which I want to
Love Walked In was probably one of the first ones we did.
You mean like Love Walked In?
Yeah, Love Walked In.
So you know what, everybody, on YouTube, I've been teaching Malachi about jazz improvisation because he wanted to work on jazz improvisation. So there's Dario too. I'm going to invite him after. I have another a person that bought my book. I want to see how he plays my books after. So Dario, you're in the green room. I'll get you up in a minute. So Malachi, want to learn about jazz improvisation. So actually, I was showing him the method that I showed everybody earlier about playing the scale on time, on the right chord, different positions, learning the melody, learning the chords and melody everywhere. Learning the chords everywhere and learning the scales everywhere. So listening and transcribing, all kinds of different stuff. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Malachi.
Oh yeah, sorry, there was a delay.
Yeah. There's a delay. Also, I think next time you go live with me, you have to change the settings so you don't have an echo. But it's okay.
Yeah.
So, do you want to play something for everybody?
Yeah, I can play along. I can do the chords for Love Walked In.
Oh, you want to play the melody with the play along? It's okay. It's only live on YouTube.
I know, that's the thing.
Your son just said, okay, so it's your turn now, Daddy.
All right, I'll go through it one time here.
Okay.
I'm not sure. This is the first time I use it. I'm not sure how to get rid of that echo.
Oh, you have to go to settings and then hit echo cancel. Go to audio settings and hit echo cancel.
Let me see here.
You know how to do that? Go to where it says cam and mic on the bottom there, I think.
Okay, echo. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Try it now, yeah. Uncheck it.
Uncheck it?
No, check it.
Oh, it is on. I think it's because of the YouTube. Maybe I should turn the YouTube off.
Yeah, turn the YouTube, if it's on the computer, down so you don't hear the echo.
How about now?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, that's what it was.
Oh yeah, good. So try that. Malachi, I keep mentioning your names up.
All right, here, let's see. Let me try here. Here's Love Walked In.
Here we go. Yeah. Yeah. Like father, like son. Yeah. So great. Yeah. So when you started studying with me, you wanted to get Malachi. You wanted to get more into jazz because you never did that before, did you?
No, never.
So what happens is when you study classical guitar, everybody, they lock you into like certain scales and fingerings. Where in jazz, you have to really know your scales all over the neck. Like when I started playing classical, the C major scale was like this. Everybody, watch this. That's the typical C major scale in classical, isn't that Malachi?
Oh yeah.
And the G major scale is like this. I think it's a great exercise for switching position. Because if you want to play fast, you gotta go. You know what I mean? Like it's a really good exercise for pivoting your fingers. Some of these things. So I think both methods are good for what they are. But for jazz, you really have to know your skills all over the neck. So that's what we've been working on with you. And
Yeah.
it's really great to have you as a student, and that you're learning jazz, improvisation. And so that's how you play, if you're playing through chords like this, everybody, Malachi was basically going. You just play through those chords of Love Walked In, like as a scale exercise, but the goal eventually is to be able to not only play the scale, but to actually improvise. Try to make your solos sound more like not like scales, but from the root, but like musical exercises, and then eventually learning solos and improvisation over that. So yeah, this is great, guys. So thanks for coming on the show.
All right, thanks for having us, Ron.
And Malachi actually has this book. You've been working on this book?
Oh yeah, we got that one right. Jackson.
Yeah, so just so you know, everybody, I'm doing an Indiegogo campaign, and actually Malachi is one of my big contributors. And he owns this book, and he's going to pick up some lessons for his son at a discount right on my at my Indiegogo. So everybody, if you want to get lessons with me, now's the time.
We got an autograph by Ron Jackson.
Oh yes, thanks. Oh yeah, that's me. Yeah. So you can get a book right now on YouTube. Just go to the link in my description, and it's at a discount. And also he's gonna be picking up a bunch of lessons from Morrissey and himself at a really even cheaper price than I'm charging him now.
Yeah, great price.
Yeah, so thanks for coming on the show, and also Malachi, you have your own YouTube channel too, don't you know that?
Oh yeah, Mr. M's Music.
What's it called?
You can also find me at MalachiHernandezMusic.com.
Yeah. So MalachiHernandezMusic.com. What's your Instagram? What's your YouTube again?
Mr. M's Music.
Mr. M. Oh, that's your company?
Well, Malachi Hernandez Music, but my YouTube, you can find me at Mr. M. Or if you just put in my name, Malachi Hernandez, you can find me.
Yeah, so Malachi does lessons too, so I want to help him out with that too.
Thanks, Ron.
Yeah, so thanks for coming on the show, guys. You guys are stars now on YouTube.
All right.
And
Have a good one. Thanks, Ron.
Marcy went up there and said, I'm not scared. Okay, see you guys.
See ya.
Bye-bye. Okay, so everybody, thanks for those them coming on. Where's Dario? Dario, you gonna come on? Because I'm gonna be going off soon. Because I'm getting tired. I need to eat lunch. Dario? There he is. I think Dario is coming on soon. So anyway, so this is what I do on Patreon every month, everybody. I have guests coming on now. We play together. I can hear them in person. So this is something everybody should be able to do now on YouTube. Oh, if you want to become a Patreon or take a lesson with me, you can actually learn all these cool things. Go live with me, like I just did. Invite people up to play. I have students of all ages. So let me add Dario to the stream right now. Dario,
how's it going?
Hey, good man. So where are you located?
I'm in Grand Prairie, Texas.
Oh, it's really funny.
What?
I had a patron from that area recently.
Really?
Yeah. He was a patron, and he took a couple of guitar lessons from me. Yeah. So you want to play a song for us, real quick? I can't see your guitar though. You gotta show your guitar.
Yeah.
You gotta move back. You gotta move back. Actually, move back like that way. Yeah, because that's. Cause I'm like about 4 feet away from the camera. Yep. I'm a pro at this.
I get you.
Yeah, great. Play us something real quick. Nice. Oh, that's supposed to be So What? No?
It's the only jazz standard I know.
Oh, wow, cool. So, Dario, how long you been playing guitar?
I've been playing since I was about 10 years old.
Cool.
It's been a long time, but I took some time off, and I really got into it when I was about 20.
Oh, cool.
I'm 51 now.
Oh, yeah, good. So do you play out over there?
What's that?
Do you play out anywhere?
No, I just play. I'm a bedroom guitar hero.
Bedroom guitar. I never heard that one before. That's a good one. I gotta use that one actually. Yeah, Dario, you're one of my big fans. You're always, every time I go live, you're like, that's Dario again. Really?
Yeah, man. I love jazz, bro. I love your playing style. Jazz is one of those last genres for me that I need to learn. And it really helps with rock, and it really helps with flamenco that I love. And I'm really a big fan of Paco de Lucia, who melded jazz and flamenco together.
You know what's really funny?
What's that?
I've seen him perform before live with John McLaughlin and Al Di Meola.
Oh, yeah. I have that album.
Yeah, but I saw them live. I mean, I saw them a few times, actually. They were amazing, man. I saw them when I was in high school. And I actually know John McLaughlin. I've met him, I've hung out with him. Really nice guy, man.
Cool.
It's so sad that Paco de Lucia died,
Yeah, he died suddenly.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't even that old,
See, I have his album here. I have Paco de Lucia's.
Oh, yeah, he's great, man. So thanks a lot, Dario, for buying my book and stuff. And, how do you like it?
I like it. I left it at my office. Otherwise, I would have brought it home over the weekend. But I teach some co-workers a few chords here and there. I'm just trying to take great credit for some of your licks.
Yeah. So I mean, thanks for coming on, Dario. And everybody, check out Dario's YouTube channel and what YouTube. And you want to play us one quick one, real quick, before we finish?
Sure. I'll do a few chords here that I learned out of the book.
Good.
Here's one of my favorites.
Oh, that's a nice chord. Yeah, yeah, yeah. There's a lot of chords. This book has a lot of chords in it. I mean,
I
for you
love
guys
it.
to learn. There's a ton, but it's all about chords. So it's not only from me, from a lot of great guitar teachers. So everybody, you can pick up that book right now on my Patreon. Excuse me, on my Indiegogo campaign that's happening right now at a discount.
Okay.
You know, and hopefully one day, Dario, you can take some lessons with me.
I'm gonna take lessons from. That's the plan.
Yeah, right now I'm
eventually.
telling you, I'm having a sale right now on my Indiegogo. It's actually like about 40% off my lessons. So
Okay.
go check it out.
Sounds good, bro.
Yeah, so thanks for coming on the show, everybody, and I'll see you soon. Okay.
Okay, my man.
Okay, thanks, Dario.
Okay, buddy.
Have a good day. So that was Dario, one of my students. Not one of my students, but one of the people that follow me here on YouTube. And he bought my book. I really appreciate him. And he got my book. I think he got it actually on a sale price too. But right now I'm having a sale. Go to my Indiegogo. Right now, I think here it is. I'll show you. It's right here. I'm offering lessons, all kinds of stuff there. Deep discount. My new album that's coming out. And this was actually a public showing for my private students, people who bought my book and my patrons. This is public. I put this public so you can see how I teach people online, and and I encourage them to play. So please follow me if you don't. Share my page. Support my new album on Indiegogo, which is on the link here, and and join my Patreon if you'd like at patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. It was fun going live for you guys and doing this live stream for for everybody. So we'll keep in touch, and thanks again, everybody. Have a great day, and I'll see you guys very soon. Okay? It's Ron Jackson. Follow me everywhere at Ron Jackson Music as well. Share my page to everybody. So it's really fun, and it's really hard to go live and talk and play and all kinds of stuff. So I give myself a lot of credit for that too. I'm just kidding. So have a great day, everybody, and thanks for watching. And I'll see you guys soon on everywhere. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. It's Ron Jackson here, and I'm going live on YouTube and Instagram, and trying to adjust the cameras here. Hey, everybody, how's it going? So let me just fix the cameras here, because it's kind of weird. I have to adjust this for Instagram and for YouTube, and the crowds will start coming in. Just so you guys know, on Instagram, I have YouTube. Actually, Instagram. They tell me, play giant steps. Okay, I'll take a request. So just so you know, Instagram says to let you guys know that I take badges now. If you'd like to give me a badge, like I said, I play giant steps. You like it? You can give me a badge for $1 or $1.99 or $4.99. Okay. Today's Miles Davis's birthday, so I'm just up here, going to talk about him a little bit. I've never met him, but I've seen him play a few times, and he was incredible. The first time I saw him, I was in high school, and it was great. I lived in the Boston area. And he had this great band. He had Mike Stern on guitar. He had Marcus Miller on bass. Al Foster on drums. A really incredible band. And sorry, I'm fixing my camera for my YouTube too. So he was really incredible, this guy. And he played he played all that stuff like. It was really a great band, man. Al Foster was really kicking it, and it was funny because actually the warm-up band was, guess who? Out of all people, Pat Metheny. And he was big then too. So That was in the late '70s or something. And recently, about a year or two ago, I was at a gig, and in Manhattan, just a little gig with a singer and trumpet player. I was playing my 7-string guitar, and what happened was Miles. I mean, well, I saw this. I saw somebody in the crowd. Just and it was like a little bar. Like a bar, like a real dark bar, where there's little rooms with little curtains and stuff. And I see this guy hang out with some friends, and I said, "This guy looks like Marcus Miller." And guess who it was? It was Marcus Miller. I was like, "Wow." He said, "Wow, man." He liked my playing and stuff, and he was really cool. And I exchanged numbers with him and talked to him a little bit. He told me about that. He remembered that concert in Boston because he said that time Miles Davis was making a comeback. And I think that was an album called "We Want Miles," and it was a really great band. So if you have any questions for me, let me know. I'm just going here on my computer so I can make sure I answer comments. From people on YouTube while I'm watching, because it's hard to actually talk and play and answer all these questions. So let me see. Let me go right here on my YouTube channel here, and make sure I'm answering people's questions here. Let me go look here. So I'm live now, and thank you everybody on YouTube. I went past 23,000 subscribers. I'm going to look right now at the live and see if there's any questions here I can answer while we're talking here. So let me move this speaker over here. Yeah, so happy birthday, Miles. So let me play you a little song first. Let me fix this camera here because the background looks cool. And if there's any questions, let me know. It looks kind of weird here, but I'm going to turn my camera on. So I'm going to play a song that I really love from Miles. I'll start with a ballad today a little bit to get warmed up, because I wanted to go live and earlier, and I got distracted with too many things. Here's a nice song. Ready? Okay, everybody, that's a great song. Hey, everybody. When people ask who the influence me now, I mentioned Ron Jackson. Hey, Shine, thanks. Shine Dog, thank you. Thanks for the video. So, hey, everybody, how's it going? Let me answer some questions here on Facebook. If there's any, I mean, sorry, on Instagram. And is there any questions, Let me see what's going on here. Someone clearly changed their low string before recording. Hey, so just so you know, Richard, I'm playing a 7-string guitar if you have any comments about that. So, yep, that's a 7-string guitar. So if you're not used to it, Ron has a distortion pedal and some long hair. Someone needs to give me a distortion pedal and long hair. That would be great, everybody. But I'm just going to answer some of these questions. So anyway, today is Miles Davis's birthday. Someone's asking me, when did I start playing jazz guitar? I started really playing jazz guitar in high school, just so you know. Let me fix this camera a little bit here for YouTube. And let me move over here a little bit so that people can see me here better on Instagram. That's better. So, hey, Danny Cruz, New York. How are you doing? Okay, good. Yeah, so everybody, I started playing jazz guitar when I was about 15, 16 years old. I'm still working on it. So, there's a lot of stuff to work on. But Miles was one of my favorite musicians. I mean, he was really an innovator. So I told everybody earlier that I actually saw him play 3 times. So the first band he had, it was really great. He had Marcus Miller, Mike Stern, Al Foster, Bill Evans, and somebody else. Playing with them. Maybe a keyboard player, maybe not. And a Pat Metheny was a warm-up band. So it was a really great gig. So and I told you earlier that I met Marcus Miller. He told me that he was making a comeback, and he really was incredible. It was funny, like all the things you say, he would like actually be playing, and and then put his head back and turn his back to the audience, and all kinds of crazy stuff. And that was his personality. I mean, he was like a really incredible dude. So so if you have any questions about him, I mean, it was kind of funny. Someone's asking some questions here about my amp. Oh, Dario, I heard your music. Sounds good on guitar. Would you play a Strat through a Hendrickson amp? You could play a Strat through a Hendrickson amp. It's more of like a thing. I love Hendrickson amps, so everybody knows I'm a Hendrickson endorser. So for people who don't know and who want to get an amp from Hendrickson, I actually in Hendrickson what you call influencer. So Hendrickson makes these great amps, and if you want to get one of them, I'm just letting people know this because sometimes I forget to tell them. You can go to Hendrickson.com and get an amp off for 5% using my code HendricksonAmplifiers.com. Use my code Ron Jackson. Okay, so you can just go up there and pick one up. You can share this code to everybody. This is a code that doesn't expire. I have codes for Skull Shaver. If they get to a third-party website, they cancel my code. So this is for the oh, sorry, that's backwards for you guys. Sorry about that. So if you want to get my amp, it's this is for YouTube. It's code Ron Jackson. For Instagram, it's because it's backwards on Instagram. Otherwise, it's Ron Jackson like this. Okay, you can use my code and save 5% on HendricksonAmps.com. They're not cheap amps, so that's why you save a lot of money just using my code. Okay, so I'd like to play another song. What is my favorite Miles Davis composition? Ooh, let me see. See if I can remember this. That's the one. Oh, right. So that was called So What? Does anybody know that song? That was called So What? Just so, someone just asked me that question. That was called So What? That's a really great Miles Davis song. Let me see what's going on here on Instagram. Oh yeah, thank you everybody for watching. You're a master. Good to hear you play. Have you ever heard the 7-string guitar from Brazil playing a show Corino? Of course. That's a great question. That's seven beds. Yes, of course I have. I love 7-string guitar from Brazil. So anyway, guys. So I'm just celebrating